cheated! You cheated! Come back here, you baka fubaka katsupukenatsu! Come back here, you cheated! You too! Baka fucking katsu! You guys are cheating it! Right? Yes, you can do it, boom! Do it! Kill him! That guy! Get him! Get him, Nayo! Not you! Get him! Ah!
Living here in Jersey, fighting villains from afar. You gotta find first gear in your giant robot car. You dig giant robots, I dig giant robots, we dig giant robots, just dig giant robots. Nice.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Anime Boomers podcast. I'm your host, Gator, about to embark on my journey across time and space in the King of Fighters dimension. We're going to be getting that set up very soon. Very soon, I'm going to go on my anime protagonist training arc, which maybe means that shonen tards will actually tune in to watch the podcast.
We're gonna get all the hoodweebs with this one.
We're going to get all the hoodweebs with this one. And of course, joined by me is my longtime co-host, Cody from Anime Outsiders and Cloud Scratcher. How you doing, Cody?
Hello, whores and whorlets out there. Hi. I don't know what a whorlet is.
What you're not going to go with the, what was it? Chicks and bros and non-binary hoes? You're not going to go with that one?
God, no. I hate you for reminding me of that.
That exists, yes.
That was the deep, dark days of English dubbing. Jesus Christ. I think like that era of English dubbing was worse than the pre-2000s, like just coming off Speed Racer. We've hired local theater actors, but they don't really know what they're doing, so it's like a lot of this going on. Are you meaning to tell me that this is happening? I can't believe this.
The unironic, like, Ego Raptor tier voice acting.
Yeah, it's like at least the script was normal. The acting wasn't great, but they were saying what they're supposed to say.
Chat's like, that line. You are now manually aware that happened. But of course, you know, the big topic is the Crunchyroll Awards, and you know, I couldn't think of a better way to kind of kick off this episode by reminding people of the travesty that is modern English dubbing, and Crunchyroll is responsible for a large part of why things are bad. Whether it was, you know, the Funimation side of things, which by the way, now they're the same company, so the same, so you have two different kinds of cancer that have joined together into one metastasizing curse upon the entirety of the anime industry.
Yeah, it's I talked before about how like Netflix is doing a lot better on the dubbing side of things. And it really is like, you think of why you hate English dubs, what you're thinking of is a Crunchyroll dub.
Yeah, 9 times out of 10.
Crunchyroll, a latter day Funimation dub. And usually like the shows they didn't care about. I mentioned before, they still could do good dubs, but they had to like give a shit about the show.
Yeah, like
there was very much
like the shonen tard shows, as everybody calls them. Those were always like their best talents, their top work. They edited the script, you know, pretty accurately. They would make a change here or two, but nothing that would, like, you know, piss off the Japanese company that, you know, because
that's where the eyes were. That's where people were looking at that. People were watching that, so they didn't fuck with like Dragon Ball or My Hero Academia. That shit got dubbed right, because like that's where people are paying attention. But if they got a show that made like the people behind the scenes roll their eyes, they fucked with it. If they got a show
like Prison
that was
School.
like
Prison School
Yeah.
having a Gamergate reference.
Yeah, like if they got a show that was like, my girlfriend is a monster girl or some shit like that, they'd fuck with it. If they're like, oh god, it's like a show for weebs, like we're gonna make it better with our irreverent humor that all of our jokes are just bad attempts to imitate either MST3K or Freakazoid. Like any
That's a good way to put it. I never thought of it like that. Yeah, it is a lot of that.
all shitty millennial humor is like scene like I think it was Alien 3 was like where Ripley finds the fucked up clones and it's like kill me, that
Yeah.
all shitty millennial humor is just a kill me like third generation clone of MSG3K, Freakazoid, or Joss Whedon.
Yeah, no, you're 100% right. It literally is a pastiche of all those three things. Warner Brothers, like old school Warner Brothers, like our generation Warner Brothers cartoons. So Freakazoid, Animaniacs, like those, and then Mr. Science Theater 3000, and then Joss Whedon, Buffy, and all, and Firefly, and all that stuff.
Joss Whedon gave them the irreverence, like the way like Marvel just like rejects pathos and like, oh, we have to punctuate everything with a quip. Like that's Joss Whedon, just straight from him. Yeah, but like, and I'm not saying any of those are bad. Like I said, that's why they're a fucked up clone of those things. Joss Whedon
Buffy was good. Buffy was very good,
like,
and Angel was like peak.
Firefly, bro.
Firefly was good.
Firefly was like the actual live action adaptation of Cowboy Bebop.
Yeah, it really was. It had the atmosphere, it had the tone, it was great. Yeah. It's just the same that like off. Well, I think like in the end result of what happened with Firefly, he just like crashed out and he just never came back from it. I mean, Age of Ultron is a absolute travesty of a film. Like it's just not good from start to finish. It's terrible.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like it's fun. It's crazy. Like Marvel movies weren't even that bad for a while, but like they were starting to wear out their welcome. Like, if they had just ended with Endgame, it could have ended on a high note. You could have said, yeah, at the end, it was starting to falter a little bit with the Captain Marvel stuff, but overall, it was a winner. And then they just kept going. It's like, you really got to learn when to hang that shit up. You really got to learn. It doesn't matter how much money it's making. You got to learn. It will stop making money if you keep doing it. I know businessman is like business, money, business. But like, bro, you have to understand. Thing doesn't produce money forever. You can start pissing people off and then it makes negative money. And Marvel's getting into negative money territory.
Well, here is exactly what they should have done, right? Because the whole reason they're doing what they're doing now is because they finally got the rights back to all of this stuff. They should have ended it Endgame, just taken a couple of years off, not doing anything, and then just like rebooted everything and just like started over from scratch, like straight from like, the Fantastic Four or something like that. And people would have been like super hype about that because it's like, oh my God, we're starting this new universe. And like later on you could do with like the multiverse BS and like bring back old actors and be like, oh, you remember all the actors from the original Marvel Cinematic Universe? They're back in Secret War. Oh my God, holy crap. That would have been the smart way to do it, but it's Disney and they're not smart and all they know how to do is burn money. So of course they're like, oh yeah, we have to have a new Marvel film every year. No, we have to have 2 or 3. No, we have to have 4. No, we have to have TV shows that are terrible. And they just like with Star Wars, they wore out their welcome and now no one cares.
Not only that, they fall into the same exact trap as the comics themselves. They went too crazy with all the crossovers and shared universe and all the homework you have to do to understand everything. That like, good luck jumping in now. Yeah, go to your local comic shop. Just pick up whatever Spider-Man is on the shelf. See if you understand what the fuck is going on.
Yeah, it's
like, that's the problem.
It's because their comic books where they did the major crossover events sold so well that they decided that what they needed to do was every comic needed to be like a tie-in and part of a larger, crossover event. And they did this so many times that it just wore out its welcome, and people just got tired of these massive crossover events. And it's the same thing with the movies. I mean, now when the MCU first started, there was a clear linear path of films that you had to follow, and like it's cool to tie in, with the two Spider-Man movies that Sony did and the Fox, X-Men universe. But now, if you're somebody that doesn't understand Marvel like at all, like like the basic stuff, like who Wolverine is, who the X-Men are, who Spider-Man is, but you don't really watch the films all that much, and you see like, oh, why are there 3 Spider-Mans? Who are these other 2 actors? Oh, well, they're the actors from movies that they did in the past. Oh, well, I don't understand any of their stories, so now I have to watch those films to understand, like, who they are, like, where they come from, like, what are these references that they're making? Who are these villains that they're fighting? And it's going to be the same thing with the Fox X-Men. It's like, I don't know these versions of the characters. I'm going to have to go back and watch the movie so I understand why Fraser Crane is painted blue. He accidentally blew himself.
Yeah. That wasn't Fraser Crane. That was Tobias Funke from Arrested Development. Thank you.
I know, but he's playing Beast.
Oh, right. I'm dumb.
It was a double reference. I was referencing Arrested Development and X-Men at the same time.
I genuinely forgot he came back, and I thought you just mixed up the shows. He was right. They're bringing him back because everything, we can't do anything new. Everything new is bad, so we have to pull from old good things.
Yeah, LK in chat's right. You're both right. Yes, yeah, we were both correct in different ways.
Yeah.
But this sort of mindset is the same thing that's happening with anime, where you have Western corpos with Western corpo mindset, the same delusional Disney mindset where you've got to pump out slop after slop after slop. They want to do that to anime now, and they're doing it with anime.
We're getting anime based on. That's why we're getting anime based on shitty, mindless webtoons. Like none of these webtoons that are getting anime adaptations are good. None of them are gripping stories. No, it's absolute, utter, unmitigated slop. And that word gets thrown around a lot, right? But actual fucking slop. Like, as I say, as someone doing a webcomic, most webcomics are bad. There are good ones. But even they have problems of if they go on too long, the writer loses focus, whatever. But most of them are just whatever's popular at the time. Someone that consumes that, regurgitating it as their own. They're regurgitating the media they've chewed up into the mouths of all the baby birds on the internet looking for free entertainment. That's what it is. So many of these webtoons that are getting anime adaptations, it's just shonen power guy go through ladder of opponents, must defeat all. It's just it's like if No More Heroes was nutless. All the ranked assassins. But it's with a generic shonen protagonist, and it's all what? Here is the theme of my special fighting techniques. All right, shut up. Set it on fire.
Yeah, LK in the chat said, I hope you aren't including Uma Musume Cinderella Grey and that the entire Uma Musume series has been great. See, I like Uma Musume because it knows exactly what it is and it knows exactly who it's appealing to. Uma Musume is great.
I don't like it, but
it's not your cup of tea.
Yeah, I don't do cute anime. I got into anime for either the spectacle or the plot, and that is all I will take. If you come to me with an anime that's just there, I will get irrationally mad at you. Because if you waste my time, that's like a fractional murder, right? You've taken away a bit of my life. You've taken my life. You have partially murdered me. If you waste my time. So if you come to me, it's man, you gotta check this shit out, it's the coolest shit. And I watch it, and it's just like another light novel not even an isekai, just like, oh, here's the main protagonist. He's the best shit ever. Do you want some escapism? Look at all the bitches he gets. Do you want escapism, you lonely son of a bitch? You are now my foe. You have killed me. And Unamusume is like the like cute girls trying their best and like good for them. I don't care.
I think the
Call
thing
me when one of them has an existential crisis or something.
I think the neat thing about Uma Musume is that it's actually based on real horse races, and all of the horse girls are based on like actual horses. The concept of it is really kind of clever, but it's done in cutesy anime style.
I've soured to based on real thing from Japan. I don't trust it anymore because based on real thing is just what can I make fuckable? Can I fuck my history book? Fate. Can I fuck ships? Azure Lane. Can I fuck horses? Uma Musume.
Oh god, you're not wrong. That's pretty much the concept. Yes.
Yeah. Anytime Japan bases something off a real something, it's just what can we make fuckable?
We made a robot. Can you fuck it? No, of course not. Ah! The robot chicken skit.
Well, then I've got a mobile game to make.
Yeah. Can you bang guns or tanks? Yes, that is 100% true.
Isn't guns just guns? That's I want to say Nikkei, but no. That's what's that game? Girls Frontline.
Girls Frontline is the gun one. Yeah.
It's just what can I fuck?
Azure Lane is Chinese, to be fair. Yeah, that is true. It is Chinese.
It's Japanese in spirit. It's like
in all things but reality, it is Japanese coded.
Even Oda Nobunaga has had adaptation. Can we fuck Oda Nobunaga? No. Well, let's make a show where he's a girl now. We can fuck Oda Nobunaga.
Let's do Dynasty Warriors, but it's all anime women. Oh wait, they did that.
Yeah, like I said, I just don't like. You give me there's an anime, but it's like all based on real thing. Okay, so they want to fuck it. What are they fucking this time? Oh, they fucking.
Jen poster in the chat. Fuck your guns, and then a horde of GFL fans enter their replies.
Yeah. No, Italia, can you fuck countries? What nation can I fuck? It's all. Anytime anime is based on a real thing, it's just what can I make fuckable. Like, if anything, that's even less of like a recommendation. Oh, it's based on a real. Okay, never mind. I don't need Japan's weird omniphilia fetish.
Emmanuel Osorio in the chat says even mechas aren't safe. Darling in the Franks. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point.
Can you fuck the robot?
Fuck the robot, Shinji. You have to fuck the robot, Shinji, or I'll make Ray do it. Oh god!
I don't think the Ava's gonna fit in there. Oh god!
Oh my god!
I think we're 10 years too late for that image to. I'm sure that already exists.
Yeah, probably. Probably.
Ava is like Ava is like the origin point of so much anime degeneracy. It's not even funny.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like it. Evangelion was one of those shows where like people watched it as kids and they're just like, oh boy, I hope this doesn't awaken something in me. and then the subtitles continue, but it did.
I think I was saved from Eva degeneracy by my absolute vitriol toward the ending. Because no, even before that, like I remember, I watched Ava. I mentioned before, Bebop ruined me. Like I saw Cowboy Bebop, and I'm like, I can never watch anime normal again. Like I've seen The Promised Land, I can't go back. Like so, I watched Ava very shortly before I saw Bebop. I think Ava was my last regular weeb anime during my regular weeb years. Before I took the red pill. And even then, like halfway through it, I was getting fucking sick of it because of like because everybody knows, but I think a lot of people forget. Ava was normal at first. And then Anno had his psychological break and put that in the fucking show. In the first handful of episodes of Ava, it's the normalest fucking show ever. It's got dark elements, right? With the getting the robot, you know? But it's very clearly, it wears the mecha inspirations on his sleeve, and it just feels like you're going to have normal characters and a normal story. And then dude has his break, and then everyone's got mental problems. Everyone's having a psychological break. Everyone's got dark secrets. Everyone's having some crazy, creepy affair or something like that. It went off the rails. And, like, the fucking dialogue during that point was, in all my days, forget what I believe is one of the most unintentionally funniest moments in anime history was the line, "I am myself. The self is composed of another self. The self is composed of two selves."
There are two wolves inside of you. Both of them are gay.
It was literally the two wolves. It was literally the fucking two wolves.
Oh my god! Yeah.
After that,
I
because
totally forgot about
started
that.
laughing. Like I'm pretty sure that dialogue continues, but I don't remember what's after that. Because after he said to himself, "The self is composed of two selves," I was dying. I was laughing over top the dialogue. I was losing my fucking mind.
Primordial Fanta, Soul Indigo, and yes. Oh, that was one of my favorite things that came out of End of Evangelion was all the Fanta memes.
Yeah, even End of Evangelion is like the biggest fucking whine from the director. Like it was in response to the hate they were getting from the ending.
So they were like, "Oh yeah, well, okay, fine. Well, we're just gonna turn everybody into Fanta." There's your ending. Yeah. Everybody dies and turns into orange goop.
Yeah, it was all for nothing, and the rapture happens, and everybody's goop now. Like, it was the whiniest little baby move I've ever seen. And, like, it was put to a fucking sitcom opening song. Like, Calm Sus or Todd sounds like... You hear the first bits of that song, and it just sounds like I'm expecting it to be accompanied with, like, a zoom-in on, like, a white suburban house, followed by pretty people noticing the camera and smiling as their name appears on the bottom of the screen.
You know what? Yeah, the
like, I'm not expecting Japanese lyrics. I'm expecting some happy sounding white guy to go, "Everybody's got feelings. Sometimes we got more. Sometimes you feel so much that you just hit the floor," or like something like that.
Yeah, you got a point there. And then it's, shows each of the characters, and it's, got the name of the actor or actress, just waving to the camera,
noticing the camera and giving a smile, maybe a head nod,
looking up from the newspaper, nodding and smiling,
Yeah.
See, now I kind of want to see somebody take, like, the music from Calm Saucer Todd, create, like, a 90s family show, like, words to go with it, and just have it be all the Ava characters, but it's, like, set in, like a sitcom kind of family show.
Yeah, as Soul Indigo chat says, it's like the Arthur theme song. What a wonderful kind of day. Put that to the whole Eva rapture with the vagina hands. We can learn to lurk and play.
And get along with each other. Good Lord.
I'm just gonna say it, man. Eva is like a sacred cow to anime fans, and I don't get it beyond like the fixation with the girls, because it's such a fucking stupid show. It's just really, really stupid. Like, the ending with the congratulations, that fucking two selves line,
it's retarded.
Tank full of Ray.
It's retarded, but I love it.
It's just so retarded. I can't get over it. I can't get past it. It's so stupid. And then the fucking, like, why is Gendo Ikari's office just empty with a giant glyph? Like, this motherfucker's about to any day now do the most banging alchemy you've ever seen. but with his desk. It's so dumb. Yeah, I think okay, Eva's sacred because it was the first anime for a generation of fans. Yeah, like it was one of my first, and maybe I would have viewed it as highly if I hadn't taken the Bebop pill. Because Bebop ruined me. Bebop was so good. I looked at like previous animes. Like, this shit's trash. I cannot see any like. I'm not even like. It's like, oh well, that's your standards are too high. I think they're fucking normal. Like, I think, why isn't everything like that? Like, obviously not everything be episodic and Western influence, but like, why are you not putting in the effort Bebop put in? Fucking D student ass anime. Like, why didn't you come up with all this cool shit and ideas and imagery and able to balance all these different tones perfectly? Why didn't you do that? See, Gundam's a good example. Like, I'm not into Gundam, but it has nothing to do with Gundam itself. It's just like, one day I want to, but it's like there's so much Gundam. I feel like intimidated. Man, I got to be like far along enough in my career where I've got more free time. I could pay attention to that shit. But I respect Gundam. Like I without, it's one of those things where people shit on something. You know, people shit on something without ever seeing it. I know Gundam's good despite the fact I've never seen it. I've seen like a couple Gundam series that played on Toonami, right? It's kind of how I know. Yeah, the rest's probably good if it's like that. Like I've not seen Gundam, but I know Gundam's good. It's kind of like that. Like one day I'll watch Gundam, but I know like Gundam. That's one of those things. Tomino gives a shit. He gives all the shits. Why don't you give all the shits? Other anime. Trigun, another great example. Trigun, look how good that is. Why don't you give a shit? Other anime next to Trigun. Trigun gives a shit. Like in my mind, every anime should be like Trigun or Bebop or Gungrave or Higaijai or Gundam or like Big O. But have like a finished ending. Don't leave your show off on not unless it's a cliffhanger, but like a mind fuck of a cliffhanger. Yeah, Gungrave. Have you seen Gungrave, Gator? Are you aware of Gungrave?
You know, that's something that I've watched a little bit of, but I really do need to go back and finish it because it was really good. But it was one of those things where it's like I watched it and like for some reason, like there was a period of time where I like didn't end up watching a lot of anime because I was busy with shit. I need to go back and finish it.
It's insane. I can't believe like it's one of those things. It's so nuts. Like who would ever do this? Who would take what is essentially a mindless, brainless action game and turn it into the fucking Godfather of all? The like sci-fi Godfather, it really is sci-fi Godfather. It's so good. The ending, I am not being hyperbolic when I say the ending is on par with Cowboy Bebop's ending. It is one of the great anime endings of all motherfucking time. Like Gungrave should be on the Hall of Fame. Everybody should be bringing it up when they talk about top tier anime, but not enough people have seen it. It's fucking incredible. And it's not. It's like. That's like if you made a series based on like the game Narc and made it like The Sopranos or The Wire, but it's still Narc and it still has Mr. X and he still has like becomes a giant head at some point. And it's still like all this weird anti-drug shit, but then you made it like this as serious and high effort as like The Wire. That's what Gungrave did. And I've never seen another show do something like that, where they just took something so goofy and made it that real and pulled it off that well.
Well, see, this is the problem with, going back to like, Crunchyroll, this is the problem with modern anime and Japan is that now that the Western side has some influence in what's going on and like what shows get picked up, you're seeing this reduction to the mean sort of situation going on where Japan sees what sells the best overall, both in Japan and the West. What sells the best is just like I'm just an average, high school boy, but suddenly I'm thrown into a world where I have to fight my way out and I have to go to school and fight all these people and I'm the hero and I'm gonna keep fighting. That's pretty much it. Like that's every show now. And if it's not that show, it's, I was a middle-aged salary worker, but then I got hit by a truck and now I'm reborn with magic powers and a hot elf wife with big fat titties. Actually, there's like 12 other girls and I'm pretty sure one of them is a giant golem.
I don't know. I kind of want the golem waifu just for variety's sake.
I've already created a better show than like 99% of shows you get today. Let me cook. Let me cook. I'll cook with my schizo brain. Let me cook. Japan.
That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying some shows ago. Like, character designs for women in anime have gone to shit, man. It's the same girl every other show. She's got the same long hair, or same short hair, or same pigtails. It's the same fucking shit with every chick. Because they've got to be close enough to reality to be like a feasible pretend girlfriend. Like, give me the waifu that's like half demon with fucking Vegeta's hair and like a fucking an onyx arm for some fucking reason. Just go fucking nuts, man. It's like the last place that female character designs can go nuts is fighting games, and even they're starting to stagnate. But then, like, KOF 15 dropped, like, Isla and Dolores on us. Like, okay, there's still some hope. There's still some hope. But it's, like, the only realm where, like, women aren't boring. And I'm not saying this, like, oh, my God, feminine. No. I'm saying this is, like, no, they're just not cool anymore, man. It's just, like the most interesting female character design we had in the last 10 fucking years was Freerun. And even then, all the other girls in Freerun are the same basic bitch, but, like, Freerun's design's kind of neat. It's driving me crazy just from an artistic standpoint. It's like, do we have to bring back big 80s hair to make these bitches look interesting?
Dude, I would love to bring back big 80s hair. Like, one of my favorite animes is Bubblegum Crisis. That tells you anything. Dude, I love that style. And I love that meme. The progenitor of the modern cat girl was like the feral motorcycle cat girl or something like that with the big
yeah, from Tank Police.
Yeah. Right, Ryobe for $5 Canadian says, sorry, I've been meaning to do this earlier, but I feel you could play a Randy Newman song. They would just fit the feel of the show being fun. Yeah, he's talking about with Evangelion.
Yeah, Come Sister Todd, yeah. Yeah, Rally Vincent was a good example, man. Like, Rally is designed, she's just like kind of a tanned woman with a bob haircut, but just the way the haircut is drawn makes her look fucking interesting. Just a little bit of fucking style to the line art is all you need.
In much the same way that the California style of art completely destroyed all of Western cartooning, I feel like Japanese anime has kind of like been dealt with the same sort of blow, because everything used to be very unique, and every single like artist and company like had their own particular design. Like, you think of Clamp, right? Like, you see a Clamp show and it's like, characters are really ridiculously tall and lanky and skinny. You don't see that nearly as much anymore because, everything is being drawn by like JC Staff or Mappa or, whatever anime studio you can think of. Like, and it's all being done by the same people over and over and over again. And they're retaining less and less of like the unique aesthetic from every single show. And they're making it more like whatever the hell they want to do now. And I think
it's also a problem is like, I think marketing is influencing designs too much now. Where it's like, whoa, is it going to be difficult to cosplay? Is it going to be difficult to make a mold of for a figure? That kind of thing, where it's just like, people can't be creative anymore. Now they got to think of like real world attempts to
how is this going to look when we have to put out the art, when we have to put out the models and the Funko Pops, it's like, what is it going to look like? Oh well, this belt design may not work well with a Nendoroid, let me just alter it slightly. Yeah, those are considerations that creators didn't have way back when.
Yeah, and I think like you definitely see it in the hair. I think the hair is one of the big ways you can see the creative death in like female designs, because everybody's got the same hair. everybody's got the same fucking hair. Even series with crazy character designs overall still have boring women. One Piece is so fucking guilty of this. Like the men in One Piece have all these kinds of crazy cool designs, and then look at Nami and Robin.
They've
Just
basically become the same
like-
character in a lot of ways.
Yeah, visually, yeah. The only thing like that you can tell them apart is hair color and Robin's nose.
Nose.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have the same, pretty much the same exact figure, just Robin's just slightly bustier.
Yeah. Now, it is very cute. I've said before that Oda bases all his women on his wife. It's very sweet, but, you know, how many characters do you have at this point? For the love of God. Like, it's... And then all the other women, usually, if they don't have some kind of hat, then they're just boring. It's the same hair. Clearly, the man likes his long hair.
It's like, nothing
Yeah.
wrong with that, nothing wrong with that, nothing wrong with that.
No, but like when you have 100 characters, mix it the fuck up. I'm fine
That's
with
kind
you
of why,
leaning on
like, that's kind of why I like the Big Mom crew so much, because he kind of cooked with some of the crazy ass designs that he put out there. Like, I wish all the characters could be like that.
Sucks so bad.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like, I wish he could cook that hard with some of the other like female designs, and I think he's starting to get there now, and trying to experiment a little more. But still, like,
Not
you know,
really.
you can
Like,
see
look
it
at-
with
like,
the
look at the
Giants.
Giants.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, the Giants, like, they go back kind of to that same formula. There's like one or two that are kind of like really unique females, but then like the rest of them are just kind of like, it's Nami, but she's tall. You
Yeah.
know?
Yeah. Yeah, I genuinely have trouble telling his women apart. Like, women in anime suck now, and it has nothing to do with any kind of sexist, feminist. No. I think the loneliness epidemic is not helping. Because a lot of the old manga creators that created, like, the cool female character designs got laid. And I think a lot of modern creators are in that loneliness epidemic. They're dealing with it too, and they're just making their waifu. And it's like, hi, the culture, you can make your own waifu. Yeah, okay, but now the rest of us have to like deal with the fact that you're just making your girlfriend over and over and over and over, and it's always the most boring fucking character. And like, if you have a cast of female characters, the main girl, that if the guy hooks up with anybody, it's going to be the most plain Jane bitch. Like, it's an incredibly thirsty design, but I feel like, you know, any little drop of water you can get in a desert. That one tan cat girl from that isekai that's like not wearing a shirt. It's like, that's the most unique female design we got in years. It's like, yeah, I mean, it's fetishy, but it's not yet another long, straight hair, svelte Japanese girl with pick your favorite color hair. You know, she's fucking big mane of crazy hair with a big scar and a jacket. It's different, man. It's at least interesting, even if it's very fetishy. It's at least fucking interesting. I feel like I'm holding my tongue out. I'm dehydrated, and that design just drops water on my tongue. It's just, there's a little something. It's not quenching my thirst, but it's water in the arid desert.
It's not wetting the whistle, but it is taking some of the sting out.
Yeah. And like, you know that's a side character. I would give that show credit if that were the main female love interest. I want to see, I don't care if it's a fetish, right? I just want to see a series where the main female love interest is like something like that. Something that's just out of fucking left field. I don't care if, well, I should say a monster girl, but they have entire series of that. But like in a non-monster girl focused series.
When Monster Musume first did it, it was kind of like, it was, you know, it kind of broke the mold, because it's like, oh yeah, this girl, she's a Lamia, so she's literally a fucking snake. She's a snake girl, and it's a giant spider woman. Like, when that first happened, that was like so bizarre that it was kind of like, it kind of like, oh shit, you know, this is a thing. And they had very unique.
Show me that in a series where that's not the focus. Like in a generic fantasy series with all kinds of stuff and elves and dwarves and goblins and all that. And then the main character hooks up with the Lamia. I'm interested. I'm on board. Show me a series where the main character hooks up with like the spry tomboy, and the spry tomboy isn't just, you know, oh, the friend of the love interest. You know what I mean? Like every fucking time Japan pisses me off with this shit because it has to be the meek fucking, what is that, Yamato Nadeshiko? Isn't that the name? Something like that. It's the same bitch every godforsaken time. Are you people not bored of this? Are you not done? Are you not saying, well, you know what? 30,000 series before me, manga, anime, whatever, did that. I think I'll do something different in order to stand out and have a godforsaken identity. Yeah, main female character is literally a book. I don't like anything, man. I want a fucking female love interest or main female character or whatever that's just some crazy shit, man. Just crazy shit. Hook up with the demon girl and make sure she doesn't just have 2 little horns on her head. Ooh, look, she's a demon. No. Have the dude hook up with like the fucking red-skinned devil. Something that's not plain Jane McBoring bitch. It's like half of these protagonists are white bread. So it's just, oh man, hey, you want to see the new show where white bread fucks white bread? Oh boy. Oh man, let me guess. White bread and white bread have a far more interesting cast of characters surrounding them, but we spend 90% of our time with white bread and also white bread. I am not, what's that guy's name? Merlogic? I am not Merlogic. I am not interested in just wall-to-wall Wonder Bread. Mix it the fuck up. Yeah, Cowboy Bebop would never happen today. It drives me crazy. I want some dark meat, man. I don't, and that also includes hooking up with a dark-skinned girl, because they'll never do that either.
It's usually reserved. It's reserved. Well, especially in like fantasy shows, that's usually reserved for like fetish anime, like the what's the newest one, Yandere Dark Elf. Like it's fetish. Oh, yeah. They keep that for like fetish shows. Outside of like stuff with like, well, I guess technically by that logic also yeah, never. I was gonna make a point, but I was like, no, actually, technically, that is also a fetish show.
You're not gonna get another record of Lodoss War where the dude is with like an elf warrior. I mean, she's not warrior, but you know what I mean, like armor and a sword. If it were an elf romance today, if she had a sword, like it would basically just be the girl from Sword Art Online, but with pointy ears. Like she would still have to have like, you can't have pauldrons and a cape on your waifu anymore. That era is fucking dead. Yeah, because it's no risks. No risk means no new classics.
Yeah, because Japan's literally just, like we said, it's catering to the lowest common denominator and what makes money. What makes money? Endless shonen slop and isekai.
Yeah,
and that's why that's all that you're getting. You're not getting, and of course, like, you know, rom-coms. Like I was gonna bring up. Oh well, you know, there is one Nagatoro, but I was like, oh, that is technically a fetish show. I was like, technically, it's a fetish show.
Yeah, and then like, I mean, you know what? Props to that one, and then the one with the girl with the bowl haircut and huge tits. They actually went somewhere. I'm just so used to these shows not allowed to go somewhere. And then they all fucking like sealed the deal. The one with the bowl haircut and the huge tits, they fucked in the manga. I was like, you know what? Props. Normally you don't have the balls to do that. Okay. It was like as close as you can get and still be tasteful, but like, man, they fucked. Like there's moaning and everything. They don't show the nipple, but like, you know what? All right, the main guy gets to get him some. All right, okay.
Yeah, Uzaki-chan actually had a decent ending. It actually, the climax was literally a climax.
Yeah, like I just it's just I mean, we haven't even gotten to the subject of the episode, but it's just this shit's been boring the shit out of me. It's like, man, and again, I've been going back to stuff, and like anime used to have bite. Now there's still some that still have that are cool, like fucking Overlord. Like I said, I recently rewatched the movie because I watched it with my girl because she hadn't seen it. Because
God, I still need to watch the movie.
Yeah, it was really, really good. And again, I've said before, I was pleasantly, very happily surprised by how much they kept. Like, man, I thought they were going to take a hacksaw to the whole thing with Shizu and Naya, and they didn't. And like, it fit about as much as it could. It still bums me out though that we didn't get because in the books it cuts to like people we followed in previous books and like how they're doing. Because we basically don't get to see Inferia's victory lap. Because it cuts back to Karn Village and it's like, oh, it's doing all great. And of course, they got the dwarves there now and statue of Ainz, and it's like becoming a full-on town and everything. And they like have a little thing where it's like Inferi like at their bedside, they got the stamina potions. and Henry like sleeps naked, and it's basically like Inferia just got the peak marriage, and it was like a little nice. Like after following those two so long, it was nice that we got that little confirmation, like that little victory lap for them, that it's like absolutely happily ever after. Like if anything, it would make the readers Ryan Gosling. You know what I mean?
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, and plus I love when it cuts to and the update with the Emperor and how he's doing and like his friendship with the other guy. I love this that they subjugated the Quagua leader. He became best friends with the leader of the Quagua, and they both became best friends because from commiseration of being basically conquered by Ainz.
I was gonna say being Ainz's bitch.
Yeah, and the Emperor got over all his health problems when he just gave the fuck up. And like he was like, if anything, I found it to my advantage because if anybody has any problems, I can say take it up with the Sorcerer King, and they shut up and leave me alone. And like it was cool, like it changed the Emperor's view of demi-humans because his best friend is now a demi-human. And it's like that's character growth we missed out on. I hope to God if we get a season 5, they include those cutaways from the Holy Kingdom books. In like the because the last couple seasons, the first episode was like extra stuff.
Right, that they cut out of the previous season, yeah.
Yeah, or like the one short story about everybody's day off. Like, so I hope they include that because I feel like that's important character growth that I think it's wrong we missed out on, but I understand why they took it out of the movie. But I also thought I was like, oh, we missed the funny bit of like everybody hearing word that the Sorcerer King had been killed, and no one was like, no, he's not. Like, bullshit. Because like the whole thing, he was like, it was like a side thing for him. He's thinking, okay, well, I should see how my people will do if I'm out of the picture because everyone relies on me so much, and everyone's reaction was just, no, he's not. So the answer, like, oh, if you did die, no one would believe it. So they would just like, oh, clearly, it was like they would treat you like Elvis. Oh no, he's hiding somewhere. The Sorcerer King's not dead. He's hiding in Argentina. So yeah, I was bummed they missed out on that, but we did get pretty much everything else. And then she and I spent the next hour and a half talking about how cool Overlord is. So all in all, it was a great time.
Yeah, I really do need to go back and watch the movie. I have not yet, but I've heard a lot of good things from a lot of different people about it. They're like, yeah, they cooked. They said, yeah, there's a reason why this was a movie and not just an anime. And it's not just because of the amount of content. It's also because they'd let things go that they would not have been able to otherwise.
Oh yeah. Like, because this is when we see, as I've said before, like Demiurge, the whole thing is like, oh, Ainz doesn't know how fucked up he is. Like, this is when we see a taste of like, this is what Ainz doesn't know he's up to.
Right. I mean, he's literally a demon, and
He is as evil as a Yggdrasil character could possibly be. He had negative 500 karma. That's the rock bottom. Like and then like, although it wasn't him though, but like the demon lord Wrath using the queen as a fucking weapon.
Yeah, that's the part I want to see. The beating a motherfucker with another motherfucker.
They should, because in the books they talk about like when he slammed her down and then lifted her, and like, because she is like so beautiful, and then like when he smashed her into the ground and lifted her up, and her beautiful face had just been smashed and marred, and the streak of blood. Oh, they show that.
Oh, damn.
They show that. I was at first. I'll spoil this. It's not really spoilers, like the beginning of the movie. But at first, I was almost pissed. Like, did they fucking cut away? Because they combine what they did. Like in the books, like there's the fight in the town, and then Yaldabaoth, quote unquote, Yaldabaoth, then goes to the palace, and the queen and her guard confront him. They combine that to like, you know, for the movie runtime, and so I understood that. It made total sense. Like, oh, they had the queen accompany the troops so that we could have that scene here instead of this scene and then the palace and then all that time. But then they cut away, and like, you motherfuckers, did they take that scene out? No, because another character talks about it. I forgot that there was a conversation about it, so they use those. They use that to then show it. When another character is describing that scene to a character, that they cut back to what happened. So they were getting a little artistic. They cut away and then show you. Because I was initially annoyed, and it was getting in my way of enjoying the rest. Like, they cut the fucked up part I wanted to see, and like, oh, no, they didn't. Oh, okay, cool. And then everything was great. Everything was gravy. Yeah. Yeah, they fucked it. It's like they did the queen with Jontron in the zoo race episode, telling Jesus is like, you better enjoy now because they do some fucked up shit to you. I mean, they fuck you up, dude. That's what happens to the fucking queen. It's so fucked up. It wraps around to like making me laugh thinking about it. Like, this is the first scene, and then the second scene. It's like, oh, clearly Yaldabaoth is a fan of the Juggernaut, bitch. I'll beat your ass, Charles. I'll beat your ass with Charles. Oh, it's great though. It is really great. I'm just gonna go on a whole tear if you let me, and you shouldn't let me. Watch that fucking movie.
I'm gonna beat the shit out your ass, Charles. I'm gonna beat the shit out your ass with Charles. I'll pimp smack you with your own pimp.
Yeah, that's basically what Yaldabaoth does. I pimp smack you with your own pimp. That's what he does to a certain character. And now that's gonna be in your head when you see the movie.
I'm gonna be like, oh, he's a juggernaut, bitch.
Oh, he's a juggernaut, bitch. Oh man, I cherish Overlord because everything that I'm like, anime doesn't do this, that, and the other cool thing anymore. Overlord still does. Hell, Albedo's design, she's got, you know, the generic long hair, whatever. But like, she got the horns on there. She got the bangs in the middle. She got a fucking goddamn memorable design. She has
I like the silhouette. I like the silhouette
design.
rule. Like, if you take away and just have the character, it's just solid black on like a white screen. Can you tell who that character is? With Albedo, 100%. If I saw her silhouette, I'm like, that's Albedo, no question.
Mm-hmm. I don't like that. I really like her as a character because other people that like her are really annoying. Like, oh, Albedo is bae. Oh, Albedo. Oh, wife. Shut up. She's a fun, interesting character. It's funny that he did the joke on her programming and then it became real, and she does psychotic fucking shit.
And now he's cringing because he did it. And it's become his problem.
he has to deal with her trying to ERP when he comes back from a mission and tackling him and fucking trying to take him right then and there while his assassin guard spiders keep trying to save him getting knocked away.
And see, the funny part,
that's fucking funny.
the funniest part is that one little change to her coding ruined like literally everybody else too, because the way they're designed is kind of in relation to the other characters too. So like if he hadn't messed with Albedo, it wouldn't have, like, Shaltir wouldn't have given a shit. But because
I think she still would, because she's supposed to be programmed. So in lore, the less that the creator wrote in their bio, the more their creator impacts the character. And she was impacted by her creator quite a bit, and he was a fucking degenerate.
yes, he was.
By virtue of the fact that Ainz is the most powerful there, an undead like her, and just important, like the fact that she reveres him like everyone else, because she's as degenerate as her creator, her reverence becomes lust. Like, she would still be doing this if Albedo wasn't in the picture.
That makes sense. I didn't think of it like that.
Yeah. Yeah, like she even says it flat out, like she was moist because of his power and presence, like in the first couple episodes, like in the first book, like she's like, yeah, she's got, like, flat out admit she's soaked downstairs. And it's like even the line he had when he tried to I fucking love Overlord, when he tried to punish her by doing the traditional Japanese human throne thing. So that's like a traditional, like an old Japanese punishment, like the human throne. Like, I'm going to humiliate you by making you be my chair. So you have to get on all fours, and I'm going to sit on you. And like emperors would do that for like a member of the court that pissed them off, and he would do that during a meeting. So like, you know, everybody else, all the other dignitaries are there, and he's just sitting on this guy. Like, it was like a punishment. So he does that to Shaltir. But she's a fucking degenerate, so she gets off on it. And then he's like, no, I have to stick to this to punish myself, because it's my fault that all of this happened in the first place. And he's like, how freaky did you make this chick? I'm gushing about Overlord now. I was about to gush more. I gotta stop. It's just going to be the topic of this whole entire fucking podcast. Yeah, we're going to talk about the Crunchyroll Awards.
Yeah, we've gone into pretty like great depths on Overlord. In fact, I should take all of our segments where we talk about Overlord and just make like the Overlord supercut. It's like, this is why you should watch Overlord.
And just an hour and a half of Cody becoming autistic when Overlord is mentioned.
I'll even put the puzzle pieces on there, the multicolored puzzle pieces. Anime boomers get really autistic about Overlord.
I do not have autism, but if you hear me get started on stuff I like, could have fooled you. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
I can blend in if you get me started on gushing. I get enthusiastic, man. And Overlord is it's like one of the best things I've seen in fucking years, man. It's one of the best franchises I've seen in fucking years. Yeah, Overlord, like, I'd recommend the books, but the anime's really good. It does cut things out, but it also helps in some ways because the books go into autistic detail about things, and it does drag things out a little bit. So it's like, either way, one version's got something over the other. The anime's nice and punchy, but the book's got more like stuff the anime glosses over or tones down. There's a couple things the anime toned down or cut out that I was a little salty about, especially like when Brain confronts Cocytus. There's a lot of details going on there that make the scene more impactful in the books that is kind of lost in the anime because they went through it kind of fast. I was like, oh man. I was like, but that's really the only time I was like, God damn it. I don't like that. But, the light novel. The manga isn't the original. The manga is yet another adaptation, and I haven't read that. I don't know. I can't attest to the veracity of how good of an adaptation that is. I just know the light novels came first. They're really good. And then there's the anime, and it's really good. And you can tell the light novels are really good because you look at the art, and it's not light novel art. Oh, yeah, it does drag with the CG overuse because there was crunch. it was the victim of Crunch in season 3. You
Yeah.
really see it. And but honestly, by that time, I didn't care, even though it's really obvious. Like, Jesus Christ, the Goblin Army. Like,
Yeah,
the Goblin
I
Army
remember
looks really
that.
bad. Yeah, but fucking, I love that the events of that episode so much. Like, the Karn Village stuff is some of my favorite stuff. So I did not give a shit. I was too busy. I'm laughing at that because I'm laughing from joy every time they use the phrase "the Honorable General Henry." Just the fact that Henry, she's always like, "I can't be a village chief. This is crazy responsible." Blows the horn, and now she's like the general of one of the world's leading superpowers.
It's
And all these
so
goblins
funny. I love the
swearing their
cutbacks to it.
fealty. The fucking fealty to a farm girl.
It just shows you
In the
how
name of
funny.
the Honorable General Henry.
It shows you just how funny, like, and it really kind of sets the stage for, you know, all these items from Yggdrasil are now being translated into like the laws of this world. So it just shows you just how ridiculous and overpowered even the dumbest item. Like, oh yeah, you have a flute that like summons goblins, and how in a game that would be literally worthless, but in this other world, it's actually like stupid broken.
It's stupid. It's the idea was it would have been powerful in the game because like the mob would have been huge that you would have summoned if you met these little secret conditions. And like,
but normal player
would
would ever meet this secret condition.
Yeah, and if they did, in the game mechanics, they would have been like a wave of trash mobs, right?
Yeah,
like, it would have just been overpowering with trash mobs as opposed to like a really powerful summon. But now it's a real world and it's a real army.
Everybody's a trash mob in the other world, basically. So
yeah, and the fucking every time they say the phrase "the Honorable General Henry," I chuckle with joy. I can't even pay attention to how bad the CG is. Because just hearing these goblins swear fealty to the fucking farm girl. It's a winner in my book. But it does help that it's like 3 seasons in, so by then you're on board. You know? Is that you're into this by then. And the story doesn't go downhill, so it's not like this is emblematic of some great falling off. No, it's just the studio was in really bad crunch, and it showed with the CG. But then season 4 was like way better. It was like they did not have these problems in season 4. They fixed their shit. So I'm gushing again. I'm gushing again. It's series is too fucking good, man. It's too good.
It'll get you every time. Every time Overlord gets brought up on this show, I feel like it gets its like own bare minimum 30 to 45 minute segment about how great it is.
Yes, it is that great. It is that great. Yes, Emmanuel, you were correct. It is great. I have, as a work, I have no complaints. I can't, like, you can say, oh, the bad CG in the anime. Okay. But as in terms of story, characters, direction, designs, you know, the meat of it, I don't have one negative thing to say at all. There's no like, oh, well, that one was like, that book was kind of boring. Oh, that arc, that episode was whatever. There's not one episode of Overlord I would ever skip on a rewatch. There's not one. Even some people bitch about the Lizardmen. I love the Lizardmen. I've talked about before. I love the perspective flip of like, this is what Ainz and Co look like to the outside, and like the weird demi-human shit, like the fucking, and the the fucking scene where he spies on him having sex and it freaks out. That still makes me laugh, and I've seen that episode like 5 times. I was like, well, where are the one with the mark and the white one? Like, well, they must be in one of the huts. Oh, well, if I use this other scroll, we can see inside, and it's just them fucking. And he's fucking hand swipe.
It's like a King of the Hill, you know, bah!
Yeah, it's great. It's practically in like both fucking languages, in dub and sub. He practically does the Hank Hill blah.
The bah!
It is. Like I said,
Good lord, what's going on?
born in there. That's not Aurora Borealis. Oh god, it's all, man.
Good lord, what is going on in there? Aurora Borealis, sir, and it's just the picture of them fucking. Aurora Borealis, this time of day, this time of night, localized entirely
in that hut.
Yes.
Oh,
May I
god.
see it? May I see it? No.
What if Ara and Mare saw? Where am I gonna have to tell where babies come from? Oh god, I love this fucking series, man.
Poor Ain's
Put
having
in my
to
fucking
explain that.
veins. In my fucking veins.
I just imagine
Every
just
part
like
of it.
Ain's trying to cover Aura and Mare's eyes, but he has skeleton fingers, so he's like, "Oh
They see
shit!"
right through them. They see right through the bones. Oh god, it's like the fact that it changes up too, like every book, and so every arc of the anime, every couple episodes is like doing something different, coming from a different angle. It's like constantly changing up. It's like, fucking brilliant, man. It's like, at least if the rest of anime and light novels in Japan in general don't got me, I know Overlord got me. I'm like holding on. It's like clinging my lifelines. Like, this is why I'm still here with like Japanese media, that and like SNK fighting games. That's why I'm still here. Please, I need more. I know there's other good stuff. Like, I still haven't seen Lazarus. It looks good, but
Yeah,
in
Lazarus
general,
is one I have on my
generalizing.
list, but I haven't had a chance to like actually tune in and watch it yet.
I think it's like not even done, so I'm kind of just waiting. I don't want to binge it.
Yeah, I might just do that and just binge watch it toward when it releases. I kind of did that with some shows last season. God, what was that show that I was watching? It was like everything was German, and so I can't remember the name now because I was so mad that when I found out that the adaptation was actually very bad and rushed. God,
I think I know what you're talking about. I can't remember the title, but I remember a lot of people talking about it.
I don't know why I can't. The name just escapes me. I think it's because I was so mad about like the adaptation being bad and rushed that I just like threw it out of my mind. Because I remember I told you, I was like, the concept is really cool, but the execution wasn't good. And it feels like a lot of shows are like that now, where it's like you read the manga and it's like, wow, actually, this is a cool setting. This is a cool concept. I really like it. You know, the idea that he's like, he's just a dude, but he gets betrayed by all of his like the heroes or whatever. It's like if I could find the name of it and remember it off the top of my head, but it's just like, it like escapes me. I guess that explains just how bad the adaptation landed.
Yeah.
But he gets, Ubelblatt. That was it just came to me. Ubelblatt. Like, the concept is cool. Like, it's this dude, and they thought he was dead, because they betrayed him and killed, like, the four other heroes, and they became, like, all the remaining heroes that betrayed them, became lords and rulers of their own parts of the kingdom. But this dude just happened to survive and got, like, infected with, like, fairy blood, so he basically became a fairy. Yeah. And it's very Germanic and uses like all the names are like in German, and it's the concept is super cool.
Yeah, I feel like animes and manga is just it's they don't cook like they used to, but that's fine. Yeah, that's kind of just fitting with all media these days. Just new thing bad, old thing good.
How do you spell that? It's Ubel, Ubel, and then Blatt, Blatt.
Yeah, I think Noah saying Overlord would have been perfect if it aired on Toonami. I don't think so. As great as Overlord is, I think Toonami would have difficulty with like Men in the Kingdom and Tuare's entire fucking backstory. And the implication that Solution did abortion and ate it. It's like it's I think outright stated in the books. It's implied in the anime, but like if you know what tool she turns her fingers into, when she and then says, "Let's see how flavorful you are." You know what she fucking did. You know what Solution did. I ate a baby.
Get in my belly. I'm higher on the food chain.
I ate a rape baby.
Jesus. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes you
So,
forget just how dark Overlord gets, and then you're like, "Oh yeah, that's right." The anime the anime doesn't even go nearly as hard as the freaking. Oh.
Yeah, we're gonna get into a Demiurge's happy farm.
Oh Jesus.
Demiurge Acres.
But yeah, that's getting back to the topic at hand. That's the problem with anime is they don't take risks, and Crunchyroll is a large part of the problem, especially now that Sony sort of consolidated control over a large swath of the industry. I mean, Sony controls not just Crunchyroll, not just Funimation, but they've also got Aniplex. They've also got Sony Music. They've got, all this other stuff. They're trying to get Kadokawa now. I mean, Sony is going to have this huge monopoly on the entire anime industry to the point that they're going to literally, we're going to talk about it. In the Anime Awards, they're literally picking winners and losers. And it involves shows that they have a direct hand in producing now.
Yep.
And this is the shit that's killing anime. No one's able to take risks anymore because the entire industry is being consolidated into these mega corpos, and the mega corpos are like, "Oh, what makes the most money? Oh, this show. Oh, this concept that you've come up with, that's experimental. Oh, that's not going to make any money. So we have to go with more shonen slop, more isekai, more
it's like that,
waifu stuff."
It's like that Homestar Runner bit. Is like, that's a real popular song. I think I'd like to hear it 50 times more.
Yeah.
That's it. That's when a big corporation owns everything. That's what you get. Whatever somebody likes, they're gonna do a quintillion more of it until you never want to see it again. And then even the good thing that started all this starts to get looked at again in a more negative light. Like, people are starting to reconsider shows like Freakazoid. Like, actually, Freakazoid was bad, actually, just because they're lashing out at the millennial humor it spawned.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I've seen a lot of that coming up, where people are taking the modern Hell World interpretation of stuff and looking back and being like, "Oh yeah, so this is what made this happen. Actually, I hate that thing." Yeah. I feel like South Park's going to get some of that in the coming years. They're going to be like, "Oh, actually, South Park was stupid and cringe, and look how it like polluted people's humor." And I'm like, "No, South Park's always been pretty funny. It's only fallen off recently because they're too scared to actually like break the mold anymore."
Mm-hmm. I said before, I think South Park went to shit when Book of Mormon happened. Like, not even that Book of Mormon was bad. Book of Mormon was great. I saw it. But like, now they're too scared of rocking the boat, and then like theaters or actors, whatever, refusing to do Book of Mormon, that they started to fall a little more in line. I think
they're scared of
getting a little TDS and all that, and not really hitting hard like they used to. Once Book of Mormon hit,
they're scared to get canceled.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's really what it is. Yep. Like a lot of these, like, these creative types that back in the day, would always like be the habitual line stepper. They'd always be like, "Oh, this makes you mad? Oh, this is controversial. Well, let me just step over this line and just kind of dance across it." Now they're like, "Oh shit, if we actually do this, we're gonna get canceled. So let's tiptoe up to the line, but we're not gonna cross it." And now it's like, I don't want to get close to the line. Let's take this out. Let's change this character. Let's remove this. I mean, we're getting to the point now. It was in My Hero Academia Vigilantes, which just started airing recently. They censored a character design, which is like the chick, like the one of the vigilante chicks. Like, her whole thing is that she's like a pop star, and one of her like defining traits that people remember about her, they don't remember anything else. They remember her ass. That's her only defining, and it's really funny that this is all people remember about her. They censored her ass. The only defining trait about her character. Like this is what anime is becoming now. And I look at like games like God, what game was it that's getting a remake? Trying to yes,
okay, in the
Onimusha.
chat's right.
Onimusha.
Oh yeah, Onimusha, yeah.
Where they're censoring designs of female characters from that game, and not even like actual like, oh, this is actually kind of lewd. Actually, it's like you know, a little bit of tasteful like side boob. Can't have tasteful side boob anymore. It's got, and it's
like
not
deep,
even
super deep V.
Yeah, well, and it's not even like they're it's not even like they're actually replacing it with something that like matches the design. They're doing the black void. It's like, oh, I'm wearing a sweater vest under the, you know, this outfit, and it's
like how Toonami used to draw bathing suits on naked women back in the day.
Yeah, and the Tenchi Muyo and Tenchi Universe airings. But it's not even like that, because at least the bathing suits still showed the skin. But this is like they literally just put a black void there. They don't even like try to come up with like a clever redesign that still keeps some of the aesthetics. No, it's just like, oh yeah, she's just wearing a sweater vest under her, you know, sexy outfit. And it's like, why? You couldn't even like be half-assed to just like redesign the outfit slightly so there's a little less boob. It's just straight up, yeah, black void. I hate that.
Larry Fink money.
It is. It's all about money.
They gotta get Uncle Larry's blank check.
And not even just Uncle Larry's blank check from BlackRock. It's also the fact that they want to push the ratings down as low as possible, because they think that, oh, if it's E for everyone, then everyone can buy it. But that's not really how it works, and that's traditionally not how it's worked. I mean, most games that people actually want to play and buy are either rated mature or teen. Mm-hmm. That's like, and I would say probably most games that people actually want to play are mature.
Yep. Because I mean, if you're young, you wanna play that game that's got the thing that'll make your parents go, ooh, no.
Yeah, you want to play that.
That's why I said we're going to get to the point where everyone's going to be super, super edgy, because the generation of parents that were the censorious, you know, like the cancel culture people, like, oh, the male gaze, oh no. You're going to get now a generation that's like, well, I want the most perverted fucking thing ever because it'll piss off mom and dad.
But you're already seeing it.
Big old titties on her because piss off mom and dad.
You're already seeing it. You're already seeing it with the latter end of the Zoomers and Generation Alpha, or whatever the hell they're going to be called. You're seeing it. They're massively degenerate.
Mm-hmm.
Because the millennials and like the latter part of Gen X and like the early part of the Zoomers, they're all prudes. They're all woke-tard prudes.
Yeah, I said before, it was a response to how obnoxiously sexual the 2000s were. And you know what? I get it. Back then, I was sick of it too. I really was. I was. If you...
Chen Poster. Bold of you to assume the cancel culture people are procreating.
Oh, they are, but it's not. See, when you think of cancel culture people, you think of the
blue-haired shrill harpies.
Blue-haired shrill, yeah. That's not the only ones. You have the ones that sort of acquiesced to that crazy shit because it was sold to them as intellectual and enlightened, right? Like, they're the ones that let the vampire in by like, oh, if you just do this, it's going to make people feel better and feel more included. Isn't it nice to make people feel more included? Included is a good word. Like, it was them first. Then came the blue hairs. Then came the soy boy predators from the Stone Toss comic. You know, they came after that. It was the first wave of those prudish Gen X millennials that thought that they were being common sense and smart and intellectual. I mean, just be freaking nice to people. That's how it starts. Yeah, that's why you kind of got to be zero tolerance with tolerance in a way. Like, you know, just like, oh, you're offended? I don't care. fuck off. Because
You're
it was
offended?
that first
Good.
wave of people. Oh, okay. Well, I won't do that then if that bothers you. I'm sorry, man. Like the first wave of people that just said that started all of this. And those are the parents. And they came from that era of the 2000s where it's like titties, sex sell, sex sell. I said before, if you had told me that these changes would be made back then, I probably would have been in favor of it. Just because I would, at that time, have been so ankle deep, or hell, fucking thigh deep, waist deep, in the obnoxious hypersexualization of the 2000s, out of pure spite for what I would have seen as horn dogs that have no self-control, out of pure spite for them, like, good. Maybe now they'll be forced to shut up. These boobies. Like, just constant. It was so fucking irritating. It really, like, it probably seems to younger folks now, like, if you're like a teenager today and you see something from the 2000s, like, man, we used to be a proper country. Oh, it seems like a breath of fresh air to you. You don't understand. It was everywhere and inescapable, and it is the reason why Gen X and millennials became such prudes. Because it got to the point, it's like, no more, please get the breasts out of my face. I can't take it anymore. Like, every fucking video game had huge jiggling tits.
Well, all of the advertising,
tits.
like you open up like an EGM magazine, and it was just like, you know, the ad was just like, it'll blow your mind, and it's like a woman with like, you know, she's like taking a lollipop out of her mouth, and she's, you know, obviously doing the blowjob face, and there's like a little bit of her saliva coming from the lollipop, and it's like, you know, a puzzle game or something.
Yeah, so it's like half of these games, like, oh, is there a female character? Oh, well, she's gonna get a pinup in Playboy. They're gonna advertise on the front of the game magazines as like the new heartthrob of gaming, all the fucking time. And it just got to the point where you just get bitter at it, and that's how we got here. And like, I'm fine with the pendulum swinging back. I just don't want it to swing back too far. Like, don't let the Coomers have an inch, man, or we're just gonna be right back here where we just got out of. We're gonna be right back there in another 20 years.
Yeah, we need to bring back a little tasteful side boob.
Yeah, like every video game does not need Z cups that jiggle in the stupidest of ways. Personally, I see jiggle physics like that. I'm just like, it's not even hot anymore. It just looks stupid. Boobs don't move like that.
See, this is why I like what Nexon did with the first Descendant, because it's like they added the jiggle physics, but they said, yeah, you know what? You could just turn those off if you don't want them. You turn them off. It's like, yeah, you know what? Okay, Gooners, you can have the ridiculous breast physics, but if other people don't want them, they can just turn them off or turn them like down really low so they move more naturally.
Yeah, it's just, it got stupid. And it's like, oh, like, and the girls would have to move in a way that just made the boobs just fling. And it's like, Jesus
like
Christ, like, it's not boobs anymore.
Like High School of the Dead.
Yes! Unironically, every video game was High School of the Dead back then. I remember playing Bloody Roar on the GameCube. You select a character, and if it was a girl, she'd, like, turn, and the boobs would just fling to the side. Like, and don't give me, I mean, DOA. Need I say more? I feel like the only motherfucker. I played only the men in DOA as a fucking statement. Like, you will not have control of me. I'm not a part of your system.
I will not be assimilated.
Yes, exactly. That's how I felt. Like, I will not be part of your fucking horny Borg, DOA. And also, the guy characters were cool. They use Command Sambo. I like Command Sambo. Break your fucking neck. And then I had Ryu from Ninja Gaiden. Of course, I fucking played Ryu from Ninja Gaiden. I grew up on Ninja Gaiden. I'm not exaggerating. Brad DL in chat. I am not exaggerating. You think I'm exaggerating. You were not there. You were not there for the GoDaddy advertisements.
Oh, yeah, I remember those. Chat says, Hayabusa will never not be cool. Exactly.
Yeah. My God, man. Fucking K145. You weren't paying attention then. I mean, any advertisement geared to the young male demographic was titties. There was the number one show on TV from the 90s into the 2000s was Baywatch. The entire gimmick was women running in slow motion. No one remembers any character names from Baywatch. No one remembers any plots from Baywatch. It was look at the girls in the swimsuits run on the beach in slow motion. Oh, and Giancarlo, I played Ninja Gaiden back in the NES days into the Xbox. I may have actually soy-faced when they announced they brought Ninja Gaiden back on the Xbox. I may have actually soy-faced.
Soy-face points at the screen. Ooh!
Ninja Gaiden's back! Yeah, but that was the fucking 2000s, man. It was like horny. Every major TV show had to have a sexual angle. There had to be sensuality somehow in the advertisements of whatever fucking show it was. The main girl probably had a spread in Playboy somewhere. It was everywhere. It just got tiring. There was a point where it was just fucking exhausting. That was literally an advertising slogan, was sex sells. Everybody knew it. It was a cliche. Sex sells. And they were selling fucking everything. It was a cliche, like, because they did it all the time to everything. That's why children's shows were horny. Children's shows were horny. Do I have to pull up the Tiny Toons bit with Julie Brown?
Looks at Totally Spies.
Yeah.
Squints a little bit.
Where do you think the furries came from?
On tonight's episode, the author's thinly veiled fetish.
It was to the point, and like this, I can't even fault too much because it was just kind of normal. Where it's like, yeah, you want an attractive female, big old titties, big old hips, let the titties jiggle in a children's television show. You know, they would just do that shit, and like that's how we got furries because they were still doing anthropomorphic characters, and that's how we got furry. Look at April O'Neil. April O'Neil had just deep ass cleavage.
Yes, she did. Well, look at Bruce
Timm's
Timm's art
because this is what was going on.
Bruce Timm's art from Batman the Animated Series. Like that art was very, very as close to explicit without getting blatantly explicit. And even then, there's still some scenes from Batman the Animated Series where it's like it's kind of pushing the line there.
Look, Brad, you can cope all you want. This was what was going on. This is literally why we have what we have today. This is where the new wave of prudish people came from. Because of this. If you weren't paying attention, oh well, on you. But that is where we got these people. Because they came from that era, sex was shoved down their throat. And so they snapped back. It is the exact same thing happening now.
They became activists and extremists against it, and see, this is what like they grabbed onto the woke stuff because that was the ideology that kind of pushed their thinking. Like I feel like if it was the right wing, like the right wing, like ultra conservative, hardcore religious side was like the dominant side, they probably would have like sided with them a little bit in censoring stuff. But because they're not, because it's the left that rose up and became like the overly censorious like retards, they sided with them. And we're not talking about like strictly like straight up woke people. We're talking about like people that are like anti-sex, anti-titillation, anti-boob.
Yeah. Yeah, because what happened was the people that were, no dress longer than your ankle, they were in charge. So
it was fighting against like them. Yeah, they rebelled against their parent. Like everything just goes back to my dad made me mad, and so I became the antithesis of my dad. I mean, that's it's like a philosophy based entirely around being Sean Schimmel.
Yeah, and in doing so, you became your dad.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. Like, look, you know, the 70s, you can say what you want about the 70s, but at least the 70s cartoons didn't have fucking Minerva Mink. You know, the 70s didn't have GoDaddy ads.
Freaking Minerva Mink. Oh god.
Yeah, like
One-shotted way too many autistic boys.
yeah. Like, and it's not that any of those things, in isolation, is a problem. It's the fact that it was all at once to an entire generation, and then they just rebelled against it because they were rebelling against the new wave of adults that were okay with this shit, and so they became prudes.
Well,
And
that's why
now
we're
you're having
seeing
a snapback
the
again where
opposite.
you have where now you have the older generations a bunch of prudes, and you have a snapback against that. And I guarantee you, in 5, 6, 7 more years, we're going to have a new wave of horny games, horny media, and then I'm just hoping to God they don't go so far in the other direction. We do this all over again because it was lame and boring. It was lame and boring with the 2000s sex era. I mean, Jesus Christ. God forbid you turned on MTV in the 2000s. I mean, they just have like girls in bikinis twerking at like 5 o'clock in the, you know, like in the afternoon. It's like you don't want to go that stupid. You don't want to go so stupid where it was like the number one show on TV is Baywatch. Everything's just horny, because then you're just going to get people that are going to snap back. Yeah, Girls Gone Wild. If you turned on the TV after a certain hour, it was girls flashing their tits. Oh, but it had, you know, the words Girls Gone Wild over the tits, so it's different. Like, it was the Girls Gone Wild era. Like, this shit was just advertised on regular ass TV. It was in front of everybody.
Dude, I remember that stuff being advertised on like freaking Cartoon Network during Adult Swim.
It was on Adult Swim, but it was.
Yeah, I was like,
I know, because
I was sitting there and I'm just like, I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, what? Why are they advertising this on a? I mean, yeah, it's Adult Swim, but still, like, what the actual hell?
Yeah, it's just, as I said, it's just, I don't want the pendulum to swing back too far, or we're just gonna play this out all over again. And it was shitty the first time. I don't feel like doing it again. I'm fine with sexuality coming back. Sexuality is good. I'm fine with the kid shows being a little horny. I'm fine with it. As if I would rather you have Minerva Mink than weird Steven Universe propaganda shit.
Picture of Hitler. It's okay, guys. He says he's sorry.
Yeah. I would rather just have a busty female character in a kid show than an entire episode about consent. Because that's
oh my
fucking
god.
Yeah. So, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm fine with it. Just don't go as crazy as the 2000s did. Don't make it everywhere. Don't drown us in it.
Yeah, Mr. Insane in the chat thought this was about the Crunchyroll Awards. It is. We're getting into the cancer, that's kind of infected the anime industry, and like where it stems from. Like what you're seeing now is just like this is the after effect. This is what the infection in the anime industry wrought. You know, this is you're now seeing the disease, the full blown AIDS. Like, we're talking about like how they got HIV, but the Crunchyroll Awards this year was the full blown AIDS. Do I have to do the meme? Yeah. AIDS. AIDS.
Yeah. Basically, this whole preamble has just been like, Crunchyroll has been infested by everything that's been fucking everything up. Like, it has been for a while, but the Crunchyroll Awards are like a monument to what is ruining your favorite blank.
A monument to all your sins.
Yeah. It's like, think of the root causes of what's made modern media shit. And Crunchyroll stands as like a plutonic personification of it. Like, the slop, the corporate slop, the what's the word I'm looking for? Not dumbing down, but like lowering of like anything that might be offensive. Like everything has to like be overly sanitized and corporate curated.
It's
and
like
just,
the corporate Memphasization of anime, where everything has to be like a almost a caricature of what it used to be, and not the medium itself.
right. And also, I feel like the state of this year's Crunchyroll Awards is also a testament to how, a little bit of a white pill for you, how the movement that made entertainment bad in the modern era is fucking dying.
Well, even some of the
Like-
presenter, like we're going to talk about it, but even some of the presenters that were there, like Giga, have been shitting on the award show and how it was
wasn't
handled.
Not even an award show.
Well,
Like-
it was, but it was like the way that they did it is that it was like 70% the judges voting and 30% like fan votes. But it really feels like the fan votes didn't even really matter all that much. And there's a bunch of weird stuff with the vote. Like it used to be a ranked choice list. So for everything, what you would do is you would pick in each category like your number 1 choice, and then your number 2 choice, and then your number 3 choice, then your number 4, etc., etc. And doing it that way, if somebody hadn't seen a show, obviously they're not going to rank it like super high or whatever. It became a better representation of the breadth of the types of shows they're into, because everybody may have like Solo Leveling on their list, but it might not be number 1 or number 2. It might be like number 3. But more people may have like Frieren on their list. They watched it, and it might be like number 1. And there's also some other stuff too. We'll get into in just a second, with certain shows being produced by Crunchyroll, but like the whole problem with the Crunchyroll Awards, right? And we've been talking about this like every single year pretty much. One of our biggest streams was we were watching the Crunchyroll Awards, live streaming it and mocking it about how bad it was. They want to try to turn it into like the Game Awards, where it's this like blend of, you have all these industry people coming in from all these different companies and voice actors and, famous celebrities and, cutaway Muppet gags and, goofy, woo, wacky, sort of stuff there. We're going to, show game trailers and all this crazy, like it's clear that they're trying to ape the Dorito Popes thing. If you watched any of it, you can see they're 100% just trying to ape Jeff Keighley in the Game Awards.
Yeah.
That is 100% the vibe that they're going for. The problem is it's being managed by Crunchyroll that can't even build a working website. And so it's as much of a disaster as you think it is.
Yeah. Do we just jump into the shady shit?
Yeah, I think
or do
we
you
should
build up to that?
I'm gonna read some of these super chats. They backed up just a little bit. I think there's only 2 left to read right now, but this is from Ryobe, and I wish that it would pop up on my thing here, but for some reason it won't. So I'm gonna have to scroll back up to the top and grab it here real quick. Yeah, there we go. Ryobe for $5 Canadian says, everything looks glossy nowadays, where 20 years ago every show had a unique aesthetic. You could tell apart Full Metal, Black Lagoon, Cowboy Bebop, and more. Yeah, talking about how everything's kind of starting to look the same now.
Yep, he's 100% correct. 1,000% correct.
And then his next one for $5 Canadian says, those same oversensitive girls are the ones hating media and boys for being horn dogs, but they would blast WAP by Cardi B and rap the whole dang lyrics. Yeah. Well, and then that's the other thing too, is they're not even consistent with the woke shit. It's like, it's okay for them to sing a song, WAP, which I can't say because YouTube will demonetize. You can have that video and that song with those lyrics on YouTube, but if I say what WAP means, I get demonetized for that. is this the double standard of it's okay to have your tits and your ass hanging out in these music videos, and it's, culturally enlightened, but if I even say what the fucking goddamn lyrics are, I get demonetized for it. And this is how it is with like literally everything nowadays. It's just this massive hypocrisy and double standard, and it pisses me off. Yeah, it's female empowerment unless it's an anime girl, and then they call you a pedophile even though it's like, a 30-year-old anime woman.
Well, that's the thing, because a lot of this is brought on by mid girls. I mean, you look at the empowered women in these music videos, and they're the fuggliest bitches, but they've got like surgery to give themselves big tits and nice ass, but then they got the face of a fucking gremlin. And the anime pisses these people off for the same reason. I can't believe you'd say that's about Pokemon. Well, he's like, you're getting ahead of me. Like that's the same reason that like e-girls hated VTubers. That's one of the reasons that video games had to have their pretty girls removed, because in video games you can make a perfect woman. And who really hates perfect women? Imperfect women. Highly imperfect women. It bothers them. It pisses them off, and a lot of them got jobs in the industry. And that's one of the reasons that like they hate anime. Anime won't stop because anime does not employ a bunch of fat women that think like, oh, but we gotta. It's unrealistic expectation. When they say unrealistic expectations, they mean unrealistic for me. Because a lot of that hatred toward the male gaze, it's bitterness at not being gazed at. You don't see a lot of hot women complaining about the male gaze. In fact, a lot of them monetize it.
Yes, they do.
Yeah. Yeah, like that's why e-girls hated VTubers, because VTubers could look perfect and could be funny.
Cue the Shondo clip. My womb is eternal.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's what it is.
Well, I have to do all this work, and then I will eventually fall off and get old. I have to do all this work and make all the bag that I can before my looks start to fade. And then here comes VTubers, and they're beautiful all the time. They don't have to work for it, and they're funny. So like these women, they can't get on their personality. That's why they're using their looks. So then you have women that look perfect, unattainably perfect, and can have personality. The e-girl is fucked. And that is the same thing with like the whole male gaze complaints, the WAP stuff. WAP is fine when a fucking woman that looks like a deformed Gerudo is singing it. But when you get a fictional woman that has no visible physical flaws, oh, this is a problem. We can't have this. We have to do something about the depiction of women in this media. No, it's just making ugly girls feel bad, and ugly girls, much like nerdy guys, sort of wormed their way into positions of influence. It's kind of the same thing. It's like it's the suspiciously wealthy furry. This is niche that just snuck into the upper echelon. It's the same thing with ugly girls.
This is a bit of a boomerism, but I was raised listening to Rush Limbaugh on the radio on the car ride to school and stuff. Rush had one of these undeniable facts of life, and one of them is, and I think about this all the time when I'm talking about this stuff, said one of his undeniable truths of life is that feminism was created as a vehicle to allow ugly women access to the mainstream of society. And I'll be damned he got it. Like every single day I think about that quote, because I'm like, damn, this is so true.
Yep. You know what? Say what you will about Rush Limbaugh. That man cooked when he said that.
He did. He
nailed it.
He 100% nailed it.
He cooked like Gordon Ramsay. He cooked so bad. Or good, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. That was, and we're sort of living it now. Like, that's why we're still dealing with the effects. Like, we still got to deal with them censoring remakes. Good on fucking Lollipop Chainsaw did not tone it down. Yeah, my boy Suda. But like we're still kind of dealing with the fact that a lot, like some brought up in the chat, the wealthy furry is usually an IT guy. I mean, yeah, they have some other skill that they use to rise to the top. Like a lot of these ugly girls are, they have some artistic skill, or they might even be good at STEM that gets them in the gaming industry. And then they're like, now it pisses me off that the girl Ratchet from Ratchet and Clank has boobs. We got to get rid of her boobs. It's annoying me that girl Ratchet has boobs because people want to fuck girl Ratchet but won't want to fuck me.
It's this confluence of events where these women all gained a modicum of power just from having a sort of talent and the sheer nepotism that exists within the industry. At the same time that society is pushing this idea that we got to get rid of white guys in charge of everything, and it needs to be women, and specifically like black women and women of color and women, not women that aren't straight, and all this other stuff. Like, those women mixed with the woke stuff, mixed with the DEI bridge stuff, all hit at the same time and created this confluence of events so that everything is shitty and everything is being destroyed because they look at it and they get jealous of something that, like, a person that's not even real. It's imaginary. It's fiction. Mm-hmm. It's fiction. And they hate that they can't be that. So if they can't be it, they want to destroy it.
Yep, it's what I said before. We are sort of dealing with the ass end of an attempted coup d'état by the mentally ill and the rejects of society. They failed, but they tried really hard, and they fucked a lot of shit up along the way. So,
yeah, it's I can't remember who said it, but somebody said it was like it's a coup by all of the losers of society.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I said on the show before.
Yeah, it may have been you.
Maybe me.
It might have been you that I'm thinking about. Yeah, that literally all of our problems today stem from the fact that all of society's losers got together and teamed up and staged a coup on the rest of society, imposing these ridiculous rules and beliefs that are totally, like, completely out of touch with the way that reality and society actually work. And what you're seeing now is you're seeing, the way things actually work versus the way they think things work in their headcanon clashing and creating these not just internet battles, but like, actual battles on like college campuses and shit.
Yeah, and then you have the old adage of you're horny bad, my horny good, with that whole, what's that image of like the two lands, and it's like our glorious homeland, their heathenous, hell,
the
the
one with like the guy, and it's like shining, and then it's the guy, and he's like, leaning over, crowded, and he's got like flies buzzing around him and whatever.
No, it's the one. It's like it's a mirror of like a castle and like a ship or whatever, and it's like just has a label of it, but like on the one side it's like our glorious homeland, their den of evil or something, and it's like just the same shit. It's that, but with like horniness. Like, what makes me horny is fine, but what makes you horny is wrong. In fact, it's rape. And also, Sea Striker is clearly might be behind, but he did remind me. He said, "I'll take Hello Nurse over weird fart fetish stuff in preschool shows." I forgot that was a thing, but it was a thing. Yeah, there was a kid show with a whole fart fetish episode. I remember that now.
I think we talked about that on this show before. We were talking about like authors doing like weird stuff.
Yeah. It's like, I know what. At that point, bring back the girls in the kid shows with big titties. Let April O'Neil have her deep cleavage. It's
at least they'll have a normal. At least they'll grow up liking normal, like, degenerate stuff.
Yeah. I feel like a lot of the shit that's in like modern kid shows is gonna have that Elsa Gate effect, because now we're far enough along that people that got Elsa Gated as kids are like grown up, and they've talked about how that shit really did fuck them up, like actually did damage to them. And I feel like that's the kind of thing a lot of these kid shows today are doing. At least, you know what? If the worst thing you can become is like a vanilla furry, that's okay.
I
Fine.
can't
Just
believe
don't be.
that we're at that point now where it's like, oh well, thank God they only became a furry.
Yeah. You know what? At least they'll be successful.
At least they'll have a very high paying job and possibly be a brain surgeon. You know?
Exactly.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, okay, they're going to spend a large chunk of their money on pictures of Fox McCloud, you know, like sitting on a building and crushing it with his giant ass. But you know what? At least that's the worst that it's going to be. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I remember there were of the two Minerva Mink cartoons. One of them they very clearly censored. Like there was the first one and they didn't, and then the second one, her fucking top was so fucking low that it was, and she was clearly supposed to be pulling things out of her cleavage. It's like, no, that's too far. That is too fucking far, and that's where we were at back then. I was like, you know what though? It's just boobs. It's boobs. It's the pulling out items out of the cleavage gag. That is far healthier for a child to be exposed to than an entire goddamn episode of a character walking around and like erotically breathing in fart clouds. Like that, I feel like we need to bring back the horny children's cartoons of old just to kind of realign.
To try to raise a
'Cause I feel like-
generation of kids that like actually is kind of normal, and it's like, yeah, they like women with big boobs. Okay, that's pretty normal.
Yeah. And not get Elsa-gated in your fucking regular TV shows with the fucking fart fetish. I'm
Or the
still
weird Amogus
mad
shit.
now that I remember it exists. Yeah. Yeah, and then like the problem is like the people that got in were worse than the people that were just regular horny, and like I want to draw the girl with the boobies. I want to see Princess Jasmine's midriff. That was the one generation horny, and then the next generation came in and they were fucking weird because they're a bunch of little fucking shut-in gremlins. The old horny animators, they went outside. It's like the same shit with anime I've mentioned before. The old horny generation went outside and had sex. Then the new horny generation came in and they've never known the touch of a woman. And that shit fucks you up. And so you come in and now you can't draw them. You're already repressed because you can't draw breasts. And you've got your weird fucking fetish.
Makes
so
me think of that one anime panel where it's the guy. He's like, you know, she has her legs spread open and he's like trying to like learn how to draw a proper vagina. And he's like looking at it. He's like, that look, you know, it's like, it looks weird. And she's like, huh? I think about that panel. I sit there and laugh, but it's true. It's like, this is what's happening. He doesn't know how to draw pussy because he's never seen one. So he gets a girl that actually like opens her legs to show, and she's like into him, like she wants to bang him or whatever. And he like comments, and it's like, wow, your pussy looks fucking weird. It's just like, bruh. It's like the funniest shit I've ever seen. I laughed when I first saw that panel. I laughed my ass off for like a solid 5 minutes.
I think the worst that can happen is the sexual expression of someone that has gone too long without sex. Because like the longer you go, the worse it gets.
Look at iDubbbz.
You have
iDubbbz is like the example of this, right? Because you know the meme says y'all talk about what no pussy does to a motherfucker, but I've seen what pussy does to a motherfucker. Because like freaking Anissa revealed that like she was iDubbbz first, and like you could see like how that shit changed that man.
Oh
like
yeah,
he is so wrapped around her finger that the man no longer has a spine. He is a jellyfish creature that defines his entire existence between her legs and when he's getting it.
Yeah. I mean, like, I can't even say because it's in chat, like because they made normal horny bad. That is one sort of source of stuff of like people got to express themselves somehow, but it's not really what's causing the fart fetish shit. That's what causes the obnoxious mommy shit, the dommy mommy shit, because you're not allowed to be horny in any way where the woman is not in charge. So that's the one way they've been allowed to express sexuality, is in a way where, like, step on me mommy. That's where that comes from. The fetish shit, I've seen that play out because I was very online as a teenager. But I was like Jane Goodall with the gorillas. I'm in the bushes watching. I'm not like look but don't touch. I'm just watching this shit go on. And I saw it play out. Like I said, I've seen before. I've seen how the furries happen, and that's how I know that it's happened. How it happened to everybody else, and why everybody's the furries now. Like, you see how it happens when you have someone that's sexually frustrated. Their sexual frustrations will warp their sexuality. Remember I talked about the gradient, the transition to jailhouse gay? Like where you see a furry's art gallery and it starts with like big booby bitches, and then all of a sudden the big booby bitches start having penises.
And then eventually it's just like there's no boobs, it's just dudes. Just big buff dudes with massive dicks. Like every furry that like Jim has ever covered, like that's basically how their art evolved. It was like, furries with large tits, and then mysteriously they were all fudas, and then there were just dudes.
Yeah. It's the gradient. It's like, remember when everybody was making fun of Linkara?
Yeah. Linkara wants to fuck the green M&M. Ha, what a degenerate. And then
this came back up, by the way. Because Gamer from Mars did a video on him. And
I didn't even know that. That's amazing.
Yeah, and guess what? Once again, one of the former members of AO, his tweet about what was in that gallery lives on as like historical record.
It's in the video.
It's in the video.
That's amazing.
One of the ex-AO guys. Because when that first dropped, the first thing we did when people were talking about it, we went to that site and we went through his gallery. We were his favorites. And we were just going through all of them. And like it was a hit of nostalgia because the Gamer from Mars was talking about it. Like I think it's personally funny that the green M&M was like the most infamous thing about his porn list. Because what his porn list actually was like painted a different story. He had one picture. To be fair to him, he had a single picture of the green M&M favorited, and it was an extensive list of favorites. That one stuck out to me because it was so weird. Because it was super detailed. Now, I'm describing it because A, it's burned in my brain, and B, I want anyone listening to know that image. So if you see it in the wild, you'll know that was the famous green M&M picture that forever changed Linkara's life. It was the green M&M getting like full Nelsoned or like hang positioned, like holding her up. And what stuck out to me was it was super detailed, but for the green M&M's body, the artist just used the fucking ellipsis tool in Paint or Photoshop or whatever. And the line is clearly different, and I couldn't stop noticing that. And that's really what burned into my head. It just looked like the line of the green M&M's body just didn't match the rest of the image. And that's why I'll never fucking forget that. Also, it was incredibly messy. Like, gallons. The green M&M was doused in gallons. But like, that wasn't even the weirdest fucking picture in there. Like, he had Kermit railing Miss Piggy in there. But the one that stuck out to me was that there were so many pictures of Harley Quinn. So many pictures of Harley Quinn. And it was either Harley Quinn has a dick or Harley Quinn is getting raped. And there was no in between. There was no vanilla Harley Quinn.
I feel like we don't talk about that enough, being in the Lightbringers porn collection.
Like everybody focuses on the green M&M. Nobody focuses on, he really liked Harley Quinn, but she had to either be having a penis or struggle snuggled. There was no naked Harley Quinn as a woman. There was no Harley Quinn in consensual sex. It was just Harley Quinn was either being forced or she had an extra appendage, and there was no in between. And to me, that is way fucking weirder than the green M&M, because it's so specific and unhealthy. Like, that's not normal. You know what? Harley Quinn? Okay, that's kind of normal. Harley Quinn specifically only either rape or fuda? That's troubling. It's troubling. And then you see, like, his dating history, and that paints a picture. A dark fucking picture. It's, I think, a lot more fucked up than the green M&M. But I like that. I just think it's really fucking funny that the tweet that he posted as we were going through it, because we were all like, we were in a group call just dying, just everybody, there's this just hysterical laughter drowning out everybody every time we pull up a new one. Some of us were like looking ahead in the page. It's like, go to page 3, look at the third row down, and it was just, we're just losing our fucking minds. And that fucking tweet is now a matter of historical fucking record. Oh, you don't know the Lightbringer's dating history. Oh, well, there was Iron Liz, transgender, and then right after Iron Liz was a what I can only describe as an enemy from a Final Fight game. Large mohawk. Just look at that. Words don't do it justice. I don't know if that's who he married. I believe it was another transgender individual. If so, he might be what they call a chaser. I don't think, and then according to Iron Liz, he was pressuring her not to get bottom surgery. Iron Liz really wanted to get bottom surgery. But yeah, you see where this is going. You see where this is going.
Oh god, he's literally deaf. He's literally. Oh, is this where he got it from? Is this why he's the way he is? Because he watched too much Linkara? You're saying it now, right?
Yeah, it's
oh shit.
It's I see the vision. Yeah, he maybe got a little Jim Norton in him. Except Linkara tries to be funny and isn't. At least Jim Norton's funny. Yeah, so like I said, I think that stands out a little more than the green M&M to me.
God, I'd forgotten all this shit. Did they at least cover it in the Gamer from Mars video?
Yes.
I gotta go watch that later.
As I said, that's why it cracked me up. Like, oh my god, it's Max's tweet. His fucking tweet is just in the hall of fucking. It's a historical record.
It is. It's Hall of Internet Fame.
That tweet that he put out while we were in a group call going through his fucking porn stash before he deleted it is now a piece of internet history. Holy shit. How much gay, lame internet history am I going to be fucking connected to?
Dude, you have no idea.
Well, I mean, I forgot who I'm talking to.
Yeah, man, like, not a fucking day goes by where I'm just like, oh no, not again.
Yeah.
I you know, there's just run from it. You know, it's like dread it, run from it. It always arrives.
Yeah, but see, your lame internet history connection is kind of like it's more than mine in numbers, but it's more
it's like Forrest Gump. I wasn't the driving force. I just happened to be like the passenger that was at all of these events. And for some particular reason, that man talked about a big black bull fucking his girlfriend.
But it was like a scene, you know, like you were connected, like it like connects in a logical way. Like, I keep finding myself at the It's some kind of connection to random ass fucking degenerate shit that I like knew, or like the fucking Sonic Passion shit. Every time a new YouTube video comes up on that, I'm like, Jesus Christ. There's some other stuff I haven't mentioned. I don't want to mention. The now I can put the fucking Linkara tweet from Max. As like more my fucking 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon of internet fucking degenerate. Why can't I at least be connected to something that isn't fucking niche degenerate internet shit? I don't mean like, and I like niche degenerate shit. At least your history, it's like it was popular in the internet at the time.
As was the style at the time.
Yeah. I'm like, I was one of the group of guys that told the rest of the internet about like the first schizophrenic fetish video game board, Sonic Passion. Like they were ahead of their time. Like the schizophrenic fucking shit.
Yeah, right. Ryobe in a super chat brings up Rain first. Says, while we're at it, I'm surprised you didn't bring up the infamous Rain first. Holy, show me it was the pro Smash community and the bronies had relations with nuisance streamers.
Yeah. Rain first, weirdly enough, actually softened my outlook of furries because it was furries that were whistleblowing the shit that was going on there and getting pissed. Like even before I could get pissed, there were like 3 or 4 furries getting pissed. You could ascribe whatever motivations to them getting pissed, but I came from a time where the furries would circle the wagons at all times to their degeneracy. That seeing the furries call out other furries was like, oh, how refreshing. How nice. They're getting better. You know, I still remember like the Something Awful days. I remember like the I mean, I told you the stories of the shit that I saw, and like the fucking they had the fucking Goofy wedding, and then the animators for WB that worked on Animaniacs saw the Minerva Mink wedding and then went and drew that thing and put it on. Like that's what I remember. I remember like it didn't matter, like it was the Mark Merlino effect. Of like the fandom was getting more and more degenerate, and everybody had to circle the wagons, and you weren't allowed to judge because if you judged somebody else, then people could judge you. And it's kind of the degenerate thing you see. That's why I say like we've all become the furries. You see this everywhere now, of like you can't judge degeneracy because I am a degenerate, and if you judge that degenerate, you can judge me, which means I must even defend the most heinous shit in all of society because otherwise they'll come for me next.
Well, and that's what you're seeing with like the woke stuff too, because it's like it's wormed its way into just like the woke ideology in general, where it's like you can't condemn this insane shit because if you condemn this insane shit, then I'm gonna condemn your insane shit, and so it just becomes a race to the bottom. The most disgusting, degenerate paraphilias are now being promoted by the left just because they don't want to be judged for their weird shit. So they're like trying not to judge other people's weird shit. And then just with the weirder and even weirder shit gets thrown in there. And it just becomes this just disgusting mass of chaos. That's what it is. Slaneshi just degeneracy.
Yes, it started with the furry fandom, and now it's everywhere.
We're literally about to birth Slanesh, the humans, but in IRL.
It's in children's television. Drink that in. The kind of paraphilia degeneracy that was reserved solely for the furry fandom in the 90s, 2000s has now become so ubiquitous, it is in children's television. Just absorb that for a moment. Feel that in your veins. Again, that's why I don't hate them anymore. They're not special. They're just,
that's kind of a sobering thought to think about. That like it's like, oh yeah, now the furries aren't the most degenerate things on the internet. There's worse. There's so much worse.
They were just ahead of the curve. because they had like accelerationists like Mark Molino in there.
They were the
ahead of the
canary in the
curve.
coal mine.
Mhm.
Wasn't Mark Molino the one that had like the fuck palace or whatever? Where it was just him and all those gay dudes, just endless orgies.
It might have been him. I think so. He was the one that like, because if you remember, if you're old enough, or if you might remember from like, and this was even in Frederick Knudsen's little Down the Rabbit
Down
Hole
the rabbit hole. Yeah.
Yeah, like there was like the first cons, and then you would have people complaining about the cons as like, someone came on the elevator walls. Some other dude leaned against the wall, like, what the hell? It's wet. Pulls back, and there is male spunk on his arm. This is what happened in old furry conventions, and those guys were considered prudes. Oh, he's so lame. There was the burned furs that were trying to wrench furry fandom out of that, and they were laughed at and mocked and called like lame Republicans or whatever. And you know, in hindsight, they turned out to be right. That was just them. Now it's everyone, and they're not even that bad anymore. I mean, I'm gonna say, they still got their freaking, but like, you can even say, whoa, what about the zoo sadists? And to that I say, otaku murderers. Like, the cartoons aren't safe because you got Randy Stare. Like, everyone now has their psychos. Just, you can't be into anything anymore without a fucking psychopath somewhere in your fandom. You like fucking ponies? Well, this guy likes fucking ponies.
Ryobe for $2 says, "Can't forget Sonic Fox. Wish I could."
Yeah. Just everything now. Everything is fucking poisoned. So, it's just have fun. And you know what though? In a way, it's freeing. It's freeing. I said before, Cloud Scratcher, right? I had that comic on the back burner for 7 years before I actually started making it because, like, well, I'd really like to do this kind of, throwback to my childhood, but well, I can't because my childhood was like funny animal cartoons and furries are a thing, and I don't want people thinking I'm a furry, so I'm not going to do that thing. And like, well, now everyone's a fucking degenerate, so just do whatever the fuck you want. Just whatever. Sky's the limit. You don't have to worry about associating with this group or that group because everyone's a freak. Everyone's terrible. So it doesn't matter what you're into, what you do, what media you consume, what you draw, doesn't matter. Everyone's a fucking freak. I mean, hell, I do VTuber fan art. And like, have you seen some of the people in the VTuber fandom? You look up, like, I drew a really nice piece of Pippa fan art recently, and if you hit her tag, I'm sure my Pippa fan art will be right there next to some fucked up piece of art of Pippa's feet.
Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right.
So at this point, my message to anybody out there, just do whatever, like whatever, consume whatever, make whatever. It doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't matter anymore. Everyone's a fucking freak. You can't not associate with degenerates, no matter what interest you have. So you can either be an old school actual boomer and just not have imagination or hobbies and do nothing but build tables and go to work and drink beer and watch the news as the only way that you can avoid being associated with degenerates.
Yeah, they're just in every industry, in every community.
Yeah.
So that, I mean,
every industry, every community, every fandom, everyone, every single one.
You can't even enjoy literature because there's an entire Barnes and Noble section of 6'6" dark and brooding vampires that don't know the meaning of the word consent, and that's like all women's literature is nowadays.
Yeah.
There's a lot of viral tweets from even like right-wing women that were getting like irrationally outraged because like dudes were just like, yeah, it's like, I've seen, I don't care about your booze. I've seen what makes you cheer.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just, I would love to go back in time because like I said before, furries were my reality TV as a teenager. you look at a modern day performative, gas the furries, exterminatus, man. I
Yip and
guarantee
hell.
you I had a beat. Yeah, I was all kinds of yip and hell, back in the day. I would love to go back in time, meet my teenage self, kind of put my arm around me and go, dude.
You have
Guess the
no
fuck what.
idea.
guess what path this is gonna go down.
Your cute little anime conventions? Yeah. You know how the furries, all they do is they hang out and they do drugs and they fuck? Yeah. I got something to tell you. The free hugs. Free hugs changed into something else.
oh, Teenage Cody, did you just finish playing Final Fantasy IX? Did you get to the part where they play the song "We're Not Alone"? How interesting. Why are you saying that in that tone? Why do you keep winking? No reason.
Oh dear.
We stopped talking about the Crunchyroll awards. We didn't bring up the big snake in the grass about the awards. We were like, we got to build up to that, and then we just went away from it.
Went on to see this show is like just endless tangents, but that's what makes it fun. That's what makes it fun. Yeah. Ryobi for $10 says, just don't mind the Ruby community. Oh God, they are the worst, degen and weird people. If you miss the old seasons or dislike the newer awful writing, they will start mauling and use the dead creator's name in vain. No, I was a big fan of Rooster Teeth back in the day. I was a big fan, especially of Monty Ohm, because I thought the stuff he made was really cool. I was an early watcher, early fan of Ruby, so I know all about how that show got ruined. Yeah, I know a lot of behind the scenes stuff too, because again, I was in the Rooster Teeth community. I know a lot of people, tangentially and otherwise.
I hated Ruby before it was cool. Like that's
fair enough.
Beginning. But I think like everybody was still a fan of Rooster Teeth at some point because of Red versus Blue.
Yeah, that was my shit back in the day because I loved Halo. Yeah. And Red versus Blue was great.
I didn't even play Halo, and I fucking love Red versus Blue. Red versus Blue was great until it wasn't, But Rooster Teeth, that company, like, it started out fucking magical, and then it just became a depressing fucking, just a heap of ash and feces.
Well, it just shows you, like we're talking about like Funimation, Crunchyroll, Rooster Teeth basically went through the same exact thing where they were very funny. They were very creative, very talented, but slowly but surely this like mind virus took over, and then they were no longer allowed to be funny and they had to virtue signal. And all of their shows and all their content suffered immediately as a result. It's the same, they say, I hate to say because it's such a cliche term, the woke mind virus or whatever. But I mean, that's literally the best way to describe it. It's literally what happened. It just kind of seeped in and metastasized like a tumor.
Yeah. It's you rebelled against your parents and you became your parents. It used to be, hyper-religious Christianity, you can't be funny, stick in the mud. Then it became hyper-religious, like, I would say woke. I hate the term woke.
I feel like it's just overused now.
It's overused by, like, rage bait YouTubers, but we'll use it for lack of a better
term, yeah.
Yeah. Like, they became hyper-religious woke because it's we're ingrained as a species to have some kind of belief system in religion. That's how we got here.
Right. If you don't
that's
have
how we killed the Neanderthals.
Yeah, if you don't have a system of values, you will substitute it with something else. And rather than believing in a god, they believe in the god of degeneracy or whatever, or however you want to describe it.
It's the thrill of being God. That I have a religion where I am the Almighty, and everything that I say goes, and all must contort to me. You think about it this way:
they have a concept of an original sin, right? It's you're sexist or transphobic or homophobic, like this concept of original sin. And if you sin against God, which is, you know, in their mind them, then you must be punished. You must suffer penance for your sin.
Yep. And like it's I said on the AO account, it's the same thing with like these people that their religion is their politics, because they just nature abhors a vacuum, and
Yes.
they had a vacuum of dogma.
Right, yeah.
And because like that's how we got here, because the earliest Homo sapiens banded together because they had the concept to imagine and like higher reasoning the Neanderthals didn't have, and they would basically like, oh, there's a river spirit, and then everybody a river spirit, and they would create communities around a belief that there was like a river spirit. And so they could create communities, they can outnumber the Neanderthals, and that's why there's only one species of human, because we literally, there were multiple species of humans, and we murdered all of them. Because we created communities, and we were able to create communities around belief systems. And that is why it is so evolutionarily built into us to have dogma. It is as built into us as reproduction is. Because that's how we got here. That's why there's no Neanderthals. So, like, you have these people that reject religion because their parents were religious and made them go to church, and, Sunday church, I wanted to sleep in. You won't let me listen to rock and roll because you say it's Satan. Nah, shut up, mom and dad. So, they rejected religion, but they didn't fill it with anything else. You know what I mean? Like, even, like, I'm not saying, like, atheists don't have a moral code. They do. But like a smart atheist like has a belief system they replace religion with, you know, some kind of moral compass based on something. You need a dogma. They don't have a dogma. Nature abhors a vacuum, and so all this political science shit just gets in their head and becomes their new religion. And then they become the sticks in the muds their parents are. And it's like you can't listen to rock and roll. It's satanic. You can't watch Sam Hyde. He's problematic. It just turns into the same shit. Same damn shit. And now, like I said, we're seeing the next snapback, and that's why the next generation is just going to be absolutely fucking offensive, and it's going to be really funny until it gets old. It's going to be really, really funny when Moon Man comes back, and then it's going to get old when Moon Man's like on a McDonald's commercial or some shit.
You know, they did kind of bring him back a little bit.
Yeah,
but it was overseas.
No, like not McDonald's Moon Man, the internet's Moon Man. It's on a McDonald's commercial. Like that's what it's gonna get old. Like that's kind of the road we're going down. I hope we don't. Like I said, I don't want the pendulum to keep swinging wildly and us keep repeating this over and over. I'd like to kind of like slow the momentum down. But yeah,
I don't know. I kind of want to see Moon Man, like not Mac tonight, but like straight up Moon Man in a McDonald's commercial.
Hamburgers. Just say like you need to buy a Big Mac, or you're just like insert slur here.
Only the white vanilla milkshakes are on sale.
They have a Moon Man themed deal where it's like white vanilla milkshakes, and like all the buns are dyed pure white, the way it should be.
Oh man.
You know, it's like Burger King has a competing white power deal.
And all of the condiments aren't on the burger because they're segregated, as they should be.
Yeah, that's Burger King. Burger King, they don't have the Moon Man IP license, so they just do like a Klansman, but they've got like they go one up with like the segregated burgers. Like, that's where it's gonna get like everybody's being so edgy and offensive that it gets like corporate and boring and overplayed.
And people are like, actually, racism's kind of gay. They walk away.
Exactly.
It's like, you know what? Racism's kind of gay now. I'm going to go find something else to be funny with.
Exactly. It's like, I can smell it. I smell it happening. It's like, you think, oh, they would never. Yeah, now they would never. Give it, like, look how much changed in just 4 years. Give it 5, 6, 7, 8 years. Watch. I guarantee you'll start seeing like racist jokes in like fast food ads. You'll start seeing like jokes about dudes in dresses in mainstream like lowest common denominator unfunny comedies.
They'll bring it back
We'll
in
have
the
a joke
beer
about a guy in a
commercials
dress.
where like the guy's like, you know, drunk and then he wakes up the next morning and it, you know, it's like they pick like this really hot actress and then it's like the next day he wakes up and he's like next to a dude with like a full beard.
That's
like Jason
absolutely gonna come
Momoa
back.
in the bed.
Yeah, that's absolutely going to come back. Absolutely going to come back. It's not even a doubt in my mind. I'm not even guessing. No, I'm telling you with 100% certainty that those jokes will come back in the mainstream. Absolutely. Especially like after so fucking idiot.
Yeah, the $14.88 value meal from Burger King with all, you know, choose your toppings and they come segregated so you put them on the burger yourself.
You can choose who the chosen people are.
Oh.
Well, yeah, it's absolutely like the man in the dress jokes are going to come back because people are just getting pissed at all that. So you're gonna see social revenge. Brace for that. Yeah. We still have not gotten to the punchline of the Crunchyroll Awards. We still keep getting off topic.
I know, we do.
Let's just like rip the Band-Aid off. Surprise, surprise, the Crunchyroll.
Hang on, you're breaking up for just a second. I think your internet shit the bed for just a second.
Okay.
Okay, now you're good now.
Surprise, surprise, the Crunchyroll Awards are 110% rigged. They're rigged.
Yeah, let's just go ahead and just rip the Band-Aid off. So let's just get it like the big thing here, right? This is the lead. So these are all the animes that were up for Anime of the Year. You had Dan, Delicious in Dungeon, Frieren, Kaiju number 8, Solo Leveling, and The Apothecary Diaries. Now, mind you, this isn't Solo Leveling Season 2 that was airing right now. That's going to be on there next year. This was for the original season, which, let's be real here, the first season, outside of like the one episode that went hard, was boring as shit. And they phoned it in. They phoned it
things.
Because the actual like the Solo Leveling, the manhwa itself is dope. Like it's actually pretty good. The problem is the company that produced Solo Leveling, the anime, cut a lot of stuff, rushed the hell out of it, and it was not a good adaptation. And this is something we see a lot of nowadays. Like Solo Leveling, it's mid-leveling. It's not a good anime. Like it's enjoyable, but it's not something that I would be like, yeah, this is like the best anime of the year. I'm like, you know, I like it for what it is, but it's not like something I would like recommend to people. Like the action's great. Yeah. Like, you know, for the one episode where they blow the entire like animation budget. Yeah, that's great. But it's like somebody on Twitter said it best. Like, you know, epic battle moments and aura farming is not an anime.
Yeah. Yeah, you need a fucking story. That's why
you
Dragon
need a
Ball
good story,
is a
yeah.
legend. Because Dragon Ball's fucking fun, and then there's also aura farming and epic moments.
Yeah, Brad yelled in the chat, right? So yeah, it's been reduced to shonen slop. They cut out the nuance. Yeah, like a lot of the side stuff and the stuff that kind of explains the world and sets the story was just totally left on the cutting room floor because the way they produced it, the way they designed the show was to essentially cater to shonen tards. And if you look back at the Crunchyroll Awards since, you know, the lockdowns, right? It's been the same thing. Like you would get all of these great shows, these really creative, artistic shows with like really good plot that would win awards. And then what happened in 2020? Demon Slayer, Jujutsu Kaisen. Like that's it. That's all it is. It's like pick whatever is like the top shonen show today. It's going to win every award. Because now not only do you have these new fans, the hood weebs or whatever, that are in the fandom now and trying to dictate to these companies like what's good and what's not good. You've also got the companies that are feeding into that by saying, oh yeah, this is what these people like. We want to cater to the normies. We want to cater to these guys. What do they like? Retarded, low-brained grug shit. So you're going to get retarded, low-brained grug shit. And worse than that, we're going to take all the really good shows that could be really awesome, and we're just going to make them grug shit, shonen slop.
Everything now has to be like bad imitations of the fight scenes in One Punch Man Season 1.
Yes.
That's everything now. It's just trying to be One Punch Man Season 1's fight scenes.
But designed and drawn like One Punch Man Season 2.
Yeah, like it's, and half of these fucking oh my god so hype moments, they look exactly the same. All right, you're gonna have a camera sweep, but animated. Right, the character's probably gonna be hunched over, and you're gonna have the same fucking impact every time. It's gonna be a slow mo wind up, impact, slow mo wind up, impact. Again and again and again. That's every quote-unquote hype moment. Oh, the animation is so peak. Every fucking time. Slow-mo wind-up, quick impact. Slow-mo wind-up, quick impact. Every time. Without fail. And, yeah, it's bullshit. I'm sick of it.
No one's allowed to be creative anymore. No one's allowed to like do something like different against the grain, try something new. It's everything has to conform to the same thing. And this is why homogenization of the anime industry and pretty much Sony taking it over almost wholesale is going to be even worse. Because now, not only is Sony giving itself more awards, you know, spoiler alert, handing itself an award, but now they're the ones that are going to decide what animes get produced and how they get produced and how they get adapted.
Yeah, to the Chen poster in chat saying 300,000 overnight ballots for Solo Leveling, I get the joke. You don't realize you're right.
Actually, stop the steal. Stop the steal.
Yeah.
So, spoiler alert. I think you guys can get where this ended up going.
Spoiler alert, your votes don't matter.
Yeah. Everything's made. It's like, whose line is it anyway? Everything's made up and the points don't matter. So let me go ahead and pull this up since we're already knee deep in the dead. Yeah, so here is the page here. These are your winners. Yeah. Anime of the year. It's not Frieren. It's not Dan to Dan. Solo Leveling. Not just, but mind you, it's not Solo Leveling because everybody's like, oh, Solo Leveling season 2 was dope. This doesn't count season 2. This is season 1. Season 1 sucked. You cannot tell me outside of the first couple of episodes that season 1 was dope. It was okay. It was, and you can go back to anime boomers when it came out, and I said, yeah, you know what? It's not a great adaptation. It has some cool moments, but no, it wasn't a good adaptation. They could have done better. Frieren, contrast, was loved by literally everyone. You could not go anywhere on the internet, on Twitter. You couldn't go anywhere on there without a Frieren shitpost. Everybody was talking about Frieren. Frieren was a phenomenon.
I mean, it just says that I don't even fucking know the plot of Solo Leveling. I know the plot of Frieren purely by osmosis. Because I said before, I'm not interested in Frieren. I'm not gonna say it's crap. It's not for me. I don't want to watch it. Even then, having not watched it, I know the plot, I know the characters, I know the themes, I know story beats, all through osmosis.
Yes.
Because it was that prevalent. I didn't need to watch it. That's how omnipresent it was. Solo Leveling, I don't even know those people's names.
Yeah.
Like, who is that on the poster? Dick and Harry?
That's yes. It's the same character but before and after. That's Sun Jinwoo. Oh yeah, all the names are Korean because it's South Korean.
It's Silly Bob and the Mac Daddy. Like, is that?
It's Silly Bob. It's pretty great actually.
Is that Crusher and the Milkman? Is that who they are? I don't know. Like nothing. There's no Solo Leveling in the public consciousness for me to absorb, like with Frieren. Frieren, I can tell you entire storylines for a show I've never seen. Purely through social osmosis.
It's to the point now where people that never even watched Frieren are making, like, you know, Himmel the hero loved this burger back in the day, you know, jokes.
Yeah. Yeah, because, like, they know the bit. Even without knowing the bit, they know the bit. It's clearly should have been anime of the year. Even, like, as someone that, like, basically doesn't... I guess I could say I don't like it, right? Like, I'm not... the premise does not make me want to watch it. I'm not buying what it's selling. I have zero interest in it. So I guess it's, like... You just say I don't like something because I've seen it and I think it's crap. I don't like it. It interests me zero. Even as someone with that viewpoint, it absolutely should have been anime of the year if you're going to have a serious anime award show. Like, if you want this anime award show to mean something and be taken seriously, yes, it's Frieren. It's Frieren. What else would it be but Frieren? You know, like, duh. But no, you see, everything that they chose, wouldn't you believe it, just happens to be a Sony or Crunchyroll production. Imagine that. It all happens to be something that the parent company either produced or is in some way financially invested in.
Yeah. Crunchyroll had direct production of Solo Leveling. And guess what anime won so many awards? See, we had some Frieren, best director, best background art.
You can throw.
But look how many. Look how many. Look at this. There's an entire row that's just Solo Leveling. And it's the voice actor. Do you think... Look, Alex Lee's talented, but do you think that Alex Lee was the best English voice actor in anime of last year? Because I don't.
Was Sakamoto Days last year? Was that count? Because I never watch things when they actually come out, so I don't know.
think Sakamoto... I think Sakamoto Days will be considered next year.
Okay, well then never mind then. Because that's some fucking performances. Because like I said, they got actors on that one. Yeah, Alex Lee is like one of the few like really good actors that will slum it out to do like Crunchyroll dubs.
Yeah. Well, you had... Because
I've said before, like, the best voice actors went to either video games or now they do Netflix. Like, they don't... the quality shit ain't coming out of Crunchyroll. So Alex Lee is like one of the few people that will for the love of the game, go do Crunchyroll.
But see, the problem here is that he didn't win it because, like, Sun Jinwoo as a character kind of sucks. Honestly, like his whole thing is he's like the I'm a brooding anti-hero.
Mm,
you know, but then you've got a character like...
Of course he is.
Yeah, but then you got a character like Senshi from Delicious in Dungeon that's like... he's a dwarf that likes to cook and eat monsters, and he's hilarious. Like, the Delicious in Dungeon dub's actually kind of funny. Like, it... Even the guy that does the voice of Okarun from Dandadan, right? Like, I would argue those were better performances, and that's not to take anything away from Alex Lee. It's just simply... It sucks that he won because of the show that he's in, not because he's as talented as he is. And that sucks.
Yeah. Let me guess. Delicious in Dungeon was not a Crunchyroll dub?
I think Delicious in Dungeon was Netflix, if I'm correct.
Oh, there you go. That's just kind of... If so, that just goes into what I've been saying, that Netflix is like raising the dub game. Like, again, their anime adaptations are fucking horrendous, but like maybe that's the weird Faustian price to be paid.
Yes, it was it was licensed by Netflix. Yes. So it was Netflix.
So basically, if you want to see an English dub, go to Netflix. Or pirate Netflix.
Which is insane to say nowadays when you think about it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's that's kind of where we're at. Like, you know what though? At least we're getting good English dubs again. Thank fucking God.
Well, here's the thing. Did Delicious in Dungeon win even anything? I don't even...
Probably not. Probably not. Because it's Netflix. It's competition.
Yeah, look at that. Delicious in Dungeon, which was a fantastic show, didn't win a damn thing. Best Original Anime, Ninja Kamui. This is literally... I watched 3 episodes and I thought it was neat. That's literally, that's the anime. I watched 3 episodes and I thought it was dope. I didn't watch anything else. I watched 3 episodes and this is my favorite anime. Well, did you watch episodes 4+? No. If you did, you'd know it's dog shit.
I think I remember seeing a YouTube video about this show.
Yes. Yes.
I think the video specifically was like the show that fell off after 3 episodes or something like that.
Yes, it's the show. It's the show that's the meme. We put all of our production value into 3 episodes to get you to watch this shit. And then we just immediately like ran out of budget and so we had to fuck it. Said, just throw our hands up, fuck it, whatever. Over Girls Band Cry, which was by far more popular. It's crazy.
I've not heard. I'm gonna be real. I did not.
You've not heard about any of these. Yeah.
Except for Ninja Kamui, and that it's because it's like the one
because everybody's
like,
mad about it.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, like some other examples too, right? Best continuing series, the Hashira training arc. Outside of the last episode where UFO Table like spent their entire animation budget on that massive explosion in the Aura farming scene with, Demon Michael Jackson. That was a boring ass arc. It's literally just like a couple of episodes to set up the next arc. That's it. It was like what, 8 episodes or something? How is that the best
Aura?
How is that the best continuing series? By the way, One Piece is in there. They were one of the nominees. Bleach.
To be fair,
Bleach was in there.
Oh, well, then that should have fucking won. To be fair, the One Piece anime adaptation's kind of bad. But no, the 1,000-Year Blood War, Bleach?
Thousand-Year Blood War was one of the best continuing series.
What the fuck?
Spy Family Season 2 was in there. Oshinoko Season 2. All that stuff was in. My Hero Academia Season 7 was in there. But no, Demon Slayer. And you go through the awards, and it's like Solo Leveling, Demon Slayer, Solo Leveling, Demon Slayer. And then you get actually Dan to Dan shows up. Frieren shows up for like 2 token awards because like if they literally didn't hand Frieren the award for the art, like somebody might have gotten strangled.
Yeah, it's like the stuff that's like that sounds like they're giving it a big award, but it's not. Like best director.
Right. It's like throwaway. Like best supporting character, Fern. Give him something.
Best main character with Solo Leveling.
Yeah, best main character, Sun Jinwoo. He's one of the worst main characters to come out of anime in a long time. He's literally just like South Korean Kirito. Like that's it. He's South Korean Kirito. That's it. That's it. Tell me when I'm telling lies, chat. That's what he is. He's South Korean Kirito.
Kirito is like the benchmark for like shitty self-insert main character shit.
SAO can rest easy now. Yeah, we now have something new to bitch about and compare to. Yes. Kirito is a better character. and it sucks because the solo level solo leveling does fall off as a story when it just like the power level just gets so high that it's like, yeah, nothing's a threat, nothing really matters anymore. He literally becomes a god. And then he like resets time or whatever. There's a lot of weird shit. It goes off the rails. It jumps the shark pretty quickly. But yeah, like it starts off pretty good, and then the anime adaptation is just it's not good.
It's also like, again, I know enough through osmosis to know who the fuck, what else was up for main character that would have beaten Freerin in a actual match. Like the whole thing that anyone even talks about Freerin is because of fucking Freerin herself. Yeah, this other shit. No. The entire reason Freerin blew up was because of the title fucking character.
Yes, Freerin. Like
No.
it's literally the meme. She became the meme.
Yeah. I mean, she literally became the meme with that whole thing of like her holding up the potion with the smug look on her face.
Yes. There is not a single thing about Solo Leveling that has gone viral outside of the face that the statue makes. And even that is not as you don't see that nearly as often as you see Freerin holding the bottle where something has been photoshopped where the bottle is.
Yeah.
Or Freerin getting stuck in a chest.
Yeah.
In a mimic chest.
Freerin being racist.
Right. Or Freerin, surrounded by lightning, pulling the low tier god. Yeah, and they put that. Yeah, someone in the chat pointed out. Yeah, they put 2 characters from Dandadan in here, Momo and Okarun. When they could have put Senshi. Well, I guess he's not a main character, technically. But still, I mean, like, well, I don't know. It just, the way the nominations were done was stupid. The way the voting was done was stupid. And here's the kicker. Everybody says, oh yeah, the audience, it's because of the audience. The audience did this, It was a 70% 30 split between the judges and the audience, by the way.
Yeah.
70-30. So literally the audience vote doesn't even fucking matter. The judges essentially
you got outvoted by the super delegates.
You did. You literally did. You literally got outvoted by the super delegates. And you wanna know who the fucking super delegates are? You wanna know who voted for this shit? You wanna know who voted for this shit? Let's meet the judges. Let's meet the goddamn judges, right? And you're not gonna be surprised by who you see.
I see bald heads, so I'm already not surprised. Oh my, what is that guy on the left? Oh, your poor genetics. Oh dear.
Yeah.
That's the kind of guy that like hassles the Goonies.
Yeah, you know what it is? It's a bunch of journalists. It's a bunch of podcasters. It's a bunch of YouTubers. It's a bunch of cosplayers. It's a bunch of industry insiders. I think Lindsay Loveridge from Anime News Network's in here too. Yeah, this is who voted. This is who voted for Solo Leveling. Yeah, it's exactly
Saudi prince out of nowhere.
the random Saudi guy, CEO of Anime Therapy.
Okay. So that's how you know it wasn't the Saudi weeb prince. He would have had base taste.
Yeah, the only person, Shibi Kaho was in here, but she's like one out of many that like actually is a weeb.
Yeah, it's all like influencers.
It is. It's all
insiders.
like influencers and industry insiders. Like all these. There's Lindsay Loveridge right there. Yeah, see.
Yeah.
Lindsay Loveridge's vote counts as 70% over your vote. And you're pissing in an ocean of piss. Her vote actually matters.
Yeah, she was the 300,000 vote dump at 3 a.m.
Yeah. These are all the people. Yeah,
This looks like just this feels like I'm in the stereotype factory watching them come out of the assembly line.
This is the assembly line.
Yeah. I can hear the machinery going by. I see the smoke coming out, the cartoon machinery kind of bouncing up and down as these come out on the conveyor belt. I can tell you everything about their personalities, politics, Twitter timelines, everything just by looking at them.
And then like Yumiko Watanabe, who's like actually like somebody that should be on this list, right?
Yeah.
It's like all these random people, and then like, and then it's like, you know, Shibuya Kaho, and then an actual anime culture journalist, like people that actually, whose opinions actually matter. Yeah, that's it. I've read the titles. They are literally, a lot of them are literally nobodies.
Yeah.
But see,
they're just
like Anime News Network, they've been around for so long that they've built connections with a lot of these people, and they're all, you know, they're all like woke activists and stuff too, which makes it even worse.
Despite the fact that ANN is like utterly irrelevant now. What was the last piece of information you got from Anime News Network?
Like never.
Like nothing.
Like the last time I ever paid attention to ANN was when I was shitting on it over their disastrous interview with the author of Delicious in Dungeon.
Oh yeah,
that was the last. That's the last time we talked about ANN.
Yeah, and like, you know, I see them on the AO Twitter feed, because on the AO account I follow just a bunch of anime industry stuff. Just kind of keep tabs, and I swear to God, they're always announcing or reporting on something like days after everyone else has already said it all over social media. Like they're so
that's
far
literally
behind
it.
Everything.
Well, because they sacrificed what little bit of credibility they had left just so they could go after Vic. And after that, people just said, yeah, fuck ANN. They suck.
Yeah. Yeah, they feel like a zombie at this point. And they feel like, you know, I got that one relative that's just like, they're so far gone mentally, but they just won't die. They're just going to keep making all your other relatives change their diapers as they stare off into space, because they just will not fucking die. They're basically dead, but they won't go. And it's gotten to the point where it stops being a tragedy. He's like, okay, Grandpa, just why are you dragging this out?
Yeah, he's saying
like, that's ANN.
Black Mage 9 for $2. Twitter meme that was posted characters not. Yeah, it's like you, and then Sun Jinwoo, not you.
Yeah,
it's that meme. Chen poster for $5 says, "Oh wait, this is a list of judges, not the registry. Oopsie."
I can see how you make that mistake looking at the side of those guys, you know.
Well, and the other thing too about this award show is that they do the thing where, like, you saw how all the people look. Like, it's a lot of like woke activists and stuff like that, you know, social justice warriors, you know, the old Sargonism. But that's literally what they were. They had a drag queen as one of their presenters. I shit you not.
It's like, why?
A drag queen.
Why did we need a drag queen? What does a drag queen have to do with anime? Unless it was like a Ladyboy, a Stolfo cosplayer, which I don't think
unless they were dressed as an Okama from One Piece. I failed to see the relevance. Here, I'll pull this up. Yeah, this is Pablo. Can't even pronounce the name. Hold on, I'll pull it up in a second. This is your anime awards. This is your anime awards right here. Endless pandering to alphabet people. It's Pablo Vittar is the name. Is this the name? Yeah. Yeah, your anime award show is now Drag Queen Story Hour.
Yeah.
It literally, it's not just the tourists. That's the thing. It's not just the tourists. These are your Western anime culture insiders. And this is the kinds of people, because see, these are the kinds of people they like and that they think are influencers and like bigwigs and media. I guarantee you, no one in this chat, no one who's watching this VOD knows who the fuck that drag queen is.
Nope. Because a lot of these people, they're like Californians in their little Californian bubble.
In their
Or, you know,
California
other
clique.
West Coast.
Yeah, they all know who this is. They had Finn Wolfhard from Stranger Things as one of the presenters. When was the last time Stranger Things was relevant?
What does Stranger Things have to fucking do with anime? That's a better question. Well, see, it's Stranger Things, and anime is full of strange things.
Yeah. It says, the Anime Awards pre-show, which was broadcast live from the Grand Prince Hotel Shin Takanawa, was co-hosted by Crunchyroll hosts Lauren Moore and Tim Liu, and featured top global drag star Plastique Tiara, English professional boxer Ben Whitaker, American recording artist D4VD, I don't even know who that is, American Chilean singer Paloma Mami, Demon Queen VTuber Iron Mouse. Yeah, the Iron Mouse jump scare happened at like the very beginning. I was like, oh hey, it's Iron Mouse. She's like the only like guest I look at and I'm like, yeah, you know what? Iron Mouse should be there. This is actually appropriate. She is an anime woman. That is her race.
And you know,
she's an anime woman.
This crowd only did it because she's sick. So they could feel good about themselves. It had nothing to do with her credentials, nothing to do with her as an entertainer. It's the fact that A, she's popular enough that she's like the normies are aware of her, and the fact that she's like she has like her illnesses. So it's like, oh look, we're like, you know, helping a Make-A-Wish kid. Guaranteed fucking to you. Yeah, they only cared that she was disabled. That's it. That's why she was special to them. See, we know why Iron Mouse deserves to be there, but that's not why they did it.
Yep. I think I might be wrong. I think I might be. I'm like fact checking myself in real time because I think I mixed. No, that is Pablo Vittar. So there were two drag queens there.
Oh,
There wasn't just one. There were two drag queens there.
Yes, I mean, you can never have enough drag queens at your anime awards show.
Yeah, there were two. They were okay. Yeah, so because I saw it and they were like Plastique Tiara. I was like, oh, did I get the name of the drag queen wrong? No, I didn't get the name wrong. There were two drag queens at the Anime Awards show.
A second drag queen.
A second drag queen has hit the awards show. Holy shit! They hit the fucking Pentagon. Jesus. Like you can't see it right now, but my head's just in my hands. I'm just like. This is anime now. This is what it is. Yeah. This is and
the problem is too, like we talk about hood weebs, and as someone that grew up around the hood, anime is now being used in the same way that rap music is often used, where it's not about the music, it's not about any of the artist or the song or anything. No. It's about how can the media I consume, publicly and loudly consume, be used to elevate me and my perceived coolness, toughness, whatever. Because like in the hood, you know, you have to force respect out of your peers. Otherwise you'll get beat up or robbed or whatever. If you ever wonder why is that car driving by blasting rap music out of it, it's straight up look how fucking tough I am. God, I'm the toughest guy in the neighborhood. Don't mess with me. That's why what they blare is always like, I'm the hardest. Boom, boom, boom. I'm swinging in pussy. Boom, boom, boom. I'll shoot people. Like that's why. That's the whole point of it. They're doing the same thing with anime, where everything they consume is just aura farming and fights. Cause I'm cool and I'll whoop ass like Song Woo, and I'm standing there looking cool just like him. That's me. All the media I consume has to be like insecure and looking cool at all times. If at any point it shows vulnerability, that's my vulnerability. I might get robbed. You know. It's the same shit. It's the same shit. The constant fights and aura farming hoodweeb shit. It's the same as like blasting brain dead rap music. That's all about how many women they fuck and how much guns they have. It's the same shit. That's why, like, I've always complained. You know, there's a million good rap songs out there. There's a world of amazing hip hop. You could blare that. Why do you never blare that? Why is it always because Mumble Boy makes them come off as tough. You know, they're not going to come off as tough blaring the vulnerable Tech 9 song about his ailing mother. That's not going to make them come off as tough. If they drive by and play Murs the Science, that's not going to make them look like the toughest guy on the block. It's the same exact goddamn insecure shit with this anime now. It's all shonen slop fights or a farming shit because they have to look like the toughest guy on the block. So all their media that they consume, no matter what genre, no matter whatever, any kind of media they consume has to contribute toward them looking cool, tough, and intimidating. They can't eat a sandwich that might look too feminine. Even like the food they eat has to look like tough guy food. The drinks they drink have to be the hardest. I don't drink no fruit juice. I gotta drink the hardest liquor with some name like fuck you. Fuck your mama. I'm gonna drink a tall glass of 45 fuck your mama. Cause if any of the boys catch me drinking fruit splash, I might get jumped. And now anime's gotten roped into that. That's your hood weebs. And no, to anybody that might wander in here, tourist motherfucker, no, it's not a race thing. As someone that grew up around the fucking hood, I can tell you, it's ubiquitous. And it's annoying. And now it's here in anime too.
I'm just pulling up while you've been ranting, I've been pulling up the screenshots from the awards show. Like this is it. This is what like this, and this is the problem with like the California Insider, like the Hassan clique, the Twitch clique, is this is the kind of stuff that they think like general anime is into. Like Iron Mouse, yes, 100%, 110%. People like Iron Mouse, not so much for everything else.
Global drag icon, such an icon that no one's heard of him, her, whatever, until we did this episode. No one watching this podcast stream, whatever, neither you, Gator, nor I, none of us have heard of this sumbitch, motherfucker, whatever, until this. What an icon. Yeah, so drag that they're dressed fucking normally. This is the low standards for drag now.
Well, that was that was like a pre-recorded segment. This is what they actually showed up to the award show.
Fucking God.
Yep.
Okay.
Anime? Question mark?
Anime.
You know the Stone Toss comic?
Yeah, anime.
Anime? I feel like I need to make that edit. Just put it up there.
Anime? What the fuck is it? It's supposed to be like, I think I know what Evangelion looks like costume?
That's kind of what it feels like, right? It's like they're trying to ape Evangelion.
I'm dressed as Rey. I watch this anime too. I'm a big fan of Japanimation. Timu Eva outfit, yeah.
Yeah, Timu Eva. Might be worse than Timu. Might just be straight up like AliExpress or something like that. Like even Timu's got a quality it has to look up to.
That's that you go to Spirit Halloween and you find German robot pilot.
Right.
And there's your costume.
There's your costume right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, your grandma's into anime. She buys you a Hot Topic t-shirt. Yeah, that's it. That's the meme.
Yeah, I have been the victim of that. I got a Naruto t-shirt that I re-gifted. I don't like this show.
Of course, now they had some live performances in there too, because they do at least do that. But like, I want to show you a screenshot of one of the performances because this is like they very rarely pan out to show the crowd who's there. It's an award show, but it's like set up like a comedy club. It's literally like a ballroom at a hotel.
I mean, it's probably all their industry friends. Like,
It's literally industry insiders, and that's it.
Yeah. I mean,
it's like Crunchyroll. It's probably not even just like regular run of the mill Crunchyroll employees. It's probably like only like the people that matter at those companies, and then like a couple of industry people and the California clique insiders.
Yeah. It makes sense that they would be set up sitting like that because this whole thing is one giant circle jerk.
Yeah, it is. It is a Sony Crunchyroll Funimation circle jerk, where they hand themselves awards, pat themselves on the back, and say, man, what a great job we did. Aren't all these shows awesome?
And 90% of the people you're seeing in that group shot hate anime. They are here because anime has cultural impact. They are essentially here because they believe being in the industry of something with cultural impact is a form of power. That's it. If I control the anime, I control the youths. That's why they're here. That is not a room full of anime fans. Maybe half of them have watched an anime. There's a room full of Californians using anime as a means to elevate themselves.
Well, the Californians that flew to Japan and then like, Japanese businessmen who like work at these companies.
Yeah.
And that's like it.
Yeah.
Like if you're doing anime awards, I feel like you should be like hosted by Japanese people. Like there should be a lot more Japanese like it's so weird to see like because I'll show you a shot of like the audience, right? And it's literally like a bunch of it's like the weirdo Californians that stand out like a sore thumb, and then like the Japanese businessmen. And it's like, really? Like here you go. Here I'll show you this picture here. Because what's funny is I had to watch the award show by watching somebody else's restream because they took the original stream down because they were getting shit on so hard. And only recently did they re-upload it to the Sony channel with cuts to it, by the way. They cut something out. I'm not sure what they cut out, but the runtime is totally different now. So I'm going to have to do like a 1-to-1 comparison to compare and see what they cut out. But yeah, they cut stuff out. Here you go.
Here's the Japanese basically half of that audience introduces you with konnichiwa, and half of that audience introduces themselves to you with their pronouns.
Right. Yeah, pretty much.
That was everybody at the Crunchyroll Awards.
Yeah, Chin Poster in the chat's right. So these awards used to be hosted in San Francisco, and it made more sense to have them there. Yeah, but when Sony took over everything, they moved it to Japan because they wanted it to have more legitimacy. Because what Sony is trying to do is Sony's trying to monopolize the entire anime industry so that they get to be the arbiters of what content you consume. This is why we say on this podcast a lot that you think Disney's evil? Disney's evil is like, Pilaf compared to like fucking Majin Buu.
Yeah. I mean, never forget, Sony killed Michael Jackson. Killed him.
Because they wanted the rights to his songs in the Beatles catalog.
Mm-hmm. At least for all Disney did, you can't say that they directly tried to kill a man just for money. But Sony would, and they did. I don't think he's the only one.
Jen Post in the chat says, yeah, they're there, but they still don't have people who worked on the show coming up on the stage to accept the award. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why it's literally just a circle jerk. It's literally a circle jerk for Crunchyroll / Sony to just go up there and be like, yeah, look at this. Oh, yeah, we're so important. We're so great.
Yeah, it's utterly pathetic.
And see, then when you get to the actual award show, that's when they actually brought out like the actual Japanese hosts. Because see, what they do is they fool you and try to fool people because they only post the pictures of like the actual award show. It's like, oh look, it's the hosts are Japanese and there's all these Japanese people, so it must be legitimate. But no, they go away from that real quick.
Yeah. How weird do you think it was for those Japanese businessmen when the drag queens came on stage?
You just have to like imagine their face as they're like seeing this stuff. They're like, really? This is
what they think the West is. Like, this is just their idea of the West being put forth.
like, here you go. Like just imagine, you see these Japanese businessmen here. Now just imagine them like seeing this on stage. Like just imagine.
Oh, come on. No, don't you can't say that. You can't say that.
That's problematic. That's average Brazilian male. It's they did actually have them, some of them for the big main awards. They actually did have them come up on stage and accept them, but only for like the really big ones, like anime of the year and stuff like that. See, it's so like you go through the whole thing, it's just pure cringe. It's pure cringe. And most of the shows that won have some sort of involvement with Sony or Crunchyroll or Aniplex or something. One of those.
Yeah. Man, it's what I just hate them. I hate Sony so much.
I do. I hate him. I hate him so much. When I think of an anime awards, I think of not just one series or a handful of series. I think about celebrating the entire industry. Because that's what it's about. It should be about. The fact that Frieren, which became not just in Japan but in America, became this like massive social phenomenon where like everybody knows who Frieren is. You post the elf girl with the white hair and the pigtails, and they're like, "Oh my god, that's Frieren. I know who she is. She told me to X myself." Chin Poster says, "I know the guy that brought the Frieren plush on stage, so that was cool." Yeah, well, that's neat at least. But see,
Yeah, this company's an embarrassment. Their entire operation here is a fucking embarrassment. The anime awards have been an embarrassment for a long time.
We brought it up on the show. You know what Crunchyroll spent all their money on back in the day? They built that ridiculous studio with all of like the meme and like fake Japan, like what a weeaboo thinks Japan is really like. They built and modeled their studio like that.
Yeah, I don't mean to give them any free aura like this, but they basically turned their offices into the roof of Geese Tower.
I think that's giving them too much credit, but yeah,
but that's basically what they went for. It's just Japan it up. Just go with Japan. Just put all of Japan on my rooftop. I mean, that's basically what they did with their offices. Just put Japan in here. Except they missed the part that signals that you are a BAMF through the Weebery. They forgot to decorate all their Japanese shrines with American flags. That's the tell.
Yeah, just going back through the We have Japan at home.
You're like reading while we're talking, and it's like, are you dead?
I'm reading through the list and just like being angry all over again. I'm just like, it just makes me mad when I scroll through. Like a great example. Best ending sequence, right? Best ending sequence was Request solo leveling.
Of course, it's solo leveling. Why am I not surprised?
Like you've got the Dandadan ending, you've got the Kaiju number 8 ending, you've got the freaking ending to Ranma 1/2. The Elusive Samurai was dope, by the way. I think the Oshinoko season 2 ending was probably better than Request. It just it really gets on me, like going back through this list. I'm just like legitimately angry.
But look, they gave ReZero best isekai. You like
Yeah, and
ReZero?
Look what they were up against, right? Like you've got Mushoku Tensei, you've got Konosuba, Shangri-La Frontier, which was pretty good. The Suicide Squad Isekai, which I thought it was going to be trash. I actually kind of liked it. I'm kind of... It's one of those things where I'm like, it went way harder than it really had any reason to.
We're talking about Konosuba, you said?
No, Suicide Squad. The Suicide Squad Isekai. I thought it was going to be trash, and I was ready to watch it and just shit all over it. And I'm like, actually, this is not that bad.
Okay, look, are you just saying that because Mori Calliope did the song on
No,
air?
I'm not saying that because Mori Calliope did the song. Like, it's actually okay. And that might be because my expectations were at the bottom of the barrel. And I'm like, you know what? That was actually better than what I thought it was going to be.
What an indictment of isekai is like. I gotta give the show props. I expected it to be hot fucking garbage, but it was just okay. You did it. You're okay. Clap, 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 clap. Well, you know what? Noachi, he said that they don't call Gator the trash isekai enjoyer for nothing. You know what? His trash isekai taste did sniff out Uncle from Another World, so I gotta give him props for that one.
I don't like
It's really
all
good.
trash isekai. Like, I will watch just about anything to just so I can say whether it's garbage or not. But I don't always enjoy every trash isekai. I will watch them, but I don't always watch them and I'm like, oh yeah, I love isekai. I watch it and I'm like, God, I'm too deep now in the rabbit hole. I have to see how this ends.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
But I do find some gems at the bottom of the massive pile of dirt that is the isekai genre.
Step away from the dirt. Go watch that Overlord movie.
I do need to watch that Overlord movie really bad.
You need to watch that more than you need to watch these fucking isekais. It's so good. It's so good.
Now
Into my veins.
Now I will say, I liked Mashal, but look at the shows that it was up against: Delicious in Dungeon, Konosuba, Spy Family, Ranma 1/2, and my dear friend Nokotan. How in the hell does Nokotan not win Best Comedy Anime?
I haven't seen any of these. Why is Spy Family there? That's not a comedy. It's got comedic elements, but it's not a comedy.
Because the nominations were done by the judges themselves. So now we're going to talk about the voting process a little bit.
Mental retardation. Got it.
Yeah. So all those people I showed you that were on the judges list, those were the people that created the list of anime in each category. There was a first round of nominations that were sent out to the judges where they got to vote for shows and actors and people in each category. And then there was a second round where instead of having a ranked choice where you get 5 options and you rank them in order of the one you like the most or the one you think deserves the award the most and the one you think deserves the least, it's just strictly you just put one there. And so, yeah, because didn't Dear Friend use AI to translate? I feel like that's true.
Yeah, that's the one that used AI. I remember that.
Yeah. So obviously they're pissed off about that, but my Dear Friend Nokotan was dope. It was funny. Like, and everybody was shit posting, Shika Noko Noko Noko
Yeah.
Like, that became, like, that you can hear that in your mind's eye. Like, if I showed you the picture, it became a meme again. Like, it became super popular.
Images you can hear.
Images you can hear. Shika Noko 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 Koshitanta. Yeah. It was hilarious. It was one giant, like Pop Team Epic, it was shit post the anime. It's been a while since we had a brain rot anime. Yeah. Literally the last one was Pop Team Epic.
I miss Pop Team Epic.
I love Pop Team Epic. I love me a good shit post anime. Gave me true Nichijou vibes. But no, I think Nokotan should have won that over. Like, Mashal is funny, but it's not that funny. It's funny in a circumstantial kind of way, because it's like, oh, it's Harry Potter, except he has no magic power, and so he just punches the shit out of people. That's kind of funny. But it's not like Konosuba, which was like legitimately hilarious, or even Delicious in Dungeon, which, like, in my personal opinion, one of these two, Delicious in Dungeon or My Dear Friend Nokotan, should have been the winner in best comedy anime.
Is Delicious in Dungeon? I don't think it's a comedy though.
It is.
Are we that hard up for comedies that we're just picking animes with funny stuff in it?
It's written to be kind of a comedy. It's because it's all about, like, the monsters in the dungeon that they can eat, and they get put into ridiculous slapstick kind of situations.
I mean, it's like, overall, it's got a serious plot to it, and it's like
it's got a serious overarching plot, yeah, and it has serious moments. I feel like it's more grounded in comedy than it is in, like, the serious plot elements. You're supposed to laugh. Yeah, that's right. It's written to be laughed at. Yeah, it is, even though it does have its serious undertone to it.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know. Most I know about Delicious in Dungeon is the weird that it's got some weird fetishes in it, and it blatantly rips off wizardry, and that's the big part of, like,
even the author even admitted that's one of the things they ripped off of was wizardry.
Oh god, Delicious in Dungeon. The more you learn about, like, the more you know about wizardry, the more you realize this is just a wizardry adaptation with the numbers filed off. This is like Chinpokomon. It's like that card game Pippa's been into that's just like Pokemon with the numbers filed off. Celestials. Like, even, like, say we have a Power World. Power World at least takes, like, what it's taking from Pokemon and then goes in its own direction. Like, Alestrals, this is just Pokemon. Like, that's Delicious in Dungeons. This is just wizardry. And that and the gaminess really turns me off. Like I said before, I really hate gamey fantasy, and it's too wizardry, you know what I mean? Like, if anything came up with a piece of media that was just, like, so aping something else to that degree while presenting itself as an original work, it just pissed me off. This is the same thing with Delicious in Dungeons. Like, this is fucking wizardry. You took the plot from wizardry, you took the world from wizardry, you took the party from wizardry, and you didn't even do the shit in wizardry that would be interesting, like the fairy ninjas. Every fucking wizardry game, it's like meta to have a fairy ninja. Why does your fucking manga not have a fairy ninja? That concept goes so hard. And you didn't do it. You just did generic fucking party. You didn't have one fairy ninja. Fuck you. Actually, fuck you. If you're gonna rip wizardry off, do it right. It's so wizardry. Like, it actually pisses me off. It's like, bro, did you create anything?
Well, here's the other thing too. My Dear Friend Nokotan was not exclusive to Crunchyroll. It was also on Amazon Prime Video. And if you go down the list of stuff that won versus stuff that didn't win, it almost lines, it's not perfect 1-to-1, but it's close enough to be suspicious, where Crunchyroll had some level of involvement, or it was streamed exclusively on Crunchyroll with a couple of bones thrown here and there just to make it not look too weird.
Yeah.
Like that's it. It's the Nepo. It's the Nepo Awards.
Yeah, McSkittle's right. They needed a gnome paladin. Yes, a fairy ninja and a gnome paladin. I'm very salty. I'm extremely. I am a salt mine when it comes to like.
Yeah, wasn't Mashal on Netflix? Yes, Mashal was on Netflix.
Yep.
Like I said, they threw a bone here and there, but Mashal's also on Crunchyroll.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're really not going to give like a major best blank to something that's on Netflix and not Crunchyroll.
Yeah.
I don't think any of the major best blank whatever categories, I don't think any of them are not on Crunchyroll. Like, you know, best genre, best there's best director, but again, that's like the no, totally won a major award. No, for reals, guys. No, that matters. People think of that. No. In terms of like best comedy, best action, best.
Well, they had to give Frieren at least 1 or 2 awards because they did do the dub of it.
Yeah. Yeah, well then there you go. They did the dub. So,
but because Solo Leveling was actually produced by them, it got to get all of the awards because they're basically it's the Obama meme where he's putting the medal on himself. Like that's literally what it is. It's Sony, aka Crunchyroll, awarding themselves for their great production.
Yeah, it's like you said, it's the 300,000 votes at 3 a.m. I'm not. I haven't watched Frieren, but I don't know like how overall the dub is, but I've heard good things about Frieren herself, because apparently the actress that played Frieren is a big fucking fan, and was like super stoked, and was like all over social media when she got the role, like, oh my god, I'm Frieren. So like, I don't doubt that she probably killed it.
Yeah, I will say, yeah, Mallory Rodock. I think a lot of people have complaints about it because she doesn't have like a higher pitched voice like Frieren, but she does capture the like I'm over this shit in her voice, and her delivery of the aura, kill yourself was dope. I think her performance as Frieren was good. Zugsway in the chat says she did mommy voice. Yeah, dub Frieren has a mommy voice. I mean deep voice. Yeah, she has a deeper voice. But the way she does the tone for Frieren matches the tone of the Japanese voice actress. It's just she has an overall deeper voice.
Which is just going to happen with English dubs, because Japanese women generally hit higher registers than Western women. It just happens.
Yeah, Mike Skill suggested the English voice for Frieren doesn't quite make it for me, but I will admit she did good. Yeah. It fits it. The Japanese voice actress fits the Japanese dialogue better. The English voice actress fits the English dialogue better. In my personal opinion. I think the Frieren dub was actually really good. I know everybody has their nitpicking complaints, but they did a good job with it. I got to give them credit when it's actually due.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, Crunchyroll can produce good dubs. It is basically the same as Funimation, where when they give a shit, they'll do well. Or when the money's on the line, if it's the big shonen show, they're gonna do a good job. It's like, as a Dragon Ball fan, I was never worried like when they started dubbing Dragon Ball Super and everything like that. Of course, like the big money stuff is always gonna have a good dub. And the stuff that tickles the ADR director's fancy is going to have a good dub. It's when you get your otaku niche show that gets dubbed. That's when it's in danger. That's when you get your bitches, bros, and non-binary hoes.
Yeah, exactly. Because since the industry doesn't care about the show, they don't care about the show.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And so they decide, I'm going to make it better. And then they don't. They make it worse. They make it exponentially worse. I still, every time I see a new anime, though, I got to check out the English dub because I would just much rather watch a show in my own language. So it's still
Well, I
like,
think that how it is for a lot of people. A lot of people, they just
It is for
prefer to hear it. See, like it depends on the show for me. Like, I'll almost always watch the subtitled version, but there has been a show where like the dub is actually really good, and I may like listen to a little bit of the dub and watch a couple episodes of the dub, and I'm like, actually, yeah, this is dope. Especially if it's a show like
gives you an excuse to rewatch.
Yeah, it gives me an excuse to rewatch. Like I did that with Freerun, actually. Like I watched the entire series start to finish, and then I rewatched it entirely in the dub, and I was like, actually, this is pretty good.
Yeah. I did the same with Dragon Ball Super, which I'm glad I watched through the English dub of that because we got James Marsters Zamasu, and that's like one of the all-time great fucking
that was so great. Like that man said, I am sorry for the Dragon Ball movie. Let me make it up to you by putting one of the most dope-ass English voice actor performances of all time. Yeah.
And it's like, he's a fan, too. And, feels like a little personal present.
Well, it's just like they weren't going to make Piccolo green until he, like, bitched. He's like, Piccolo's green, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to keep Piccolo green. I think they were going to make him, like, pink or flesh-colored or something.
Like flesh-colored, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, no, Piccolo has to be green. He, like, put his foot down. This is a fan. And it's like, as then he goes and not only did he put on the best performance, but it was as my personal favorite Dragon Ball character of all time. So I got spoiled. So like that's something, the dub will give you a nice excuse for a rewatch. There's some shows I can only watch dubbed, like Overlord, because the dub voices of the Nazarick crew are peak, especially dub Ainz. I can't watch Overlord in Japanese. Ainz starts talking. I was like, this is wrong. This is wrong.
Yeah, you like when you hear dub Ainz, he's got that resonance in his voice. Ainz ul Goon.
It doesn't even sound like the same dude, because it's the same dude doing his inner monologue nerd voice and his speaking voice. Yes. It does not sound like the same man.
I know, it's that's what's so great about it. It's like, it sounds like it's two different people talking, and it captures the difference between, the person that he was and the person that he is. Yeah, Brad DL in the chat gets it right. That's called acting.
Yeah, and the fact that it is the same guy, so as his character progresses and he loses his humanity and his inner voice has the cadence of outer Ainz, like yes. So like, I can excuse because the Overlord dub was like also used as like a testing ground for some new actors. So there's like a couple performances that like, what? But it's like 2 or 3 side characters that are in maybe 1 or 2 episodes. So I don't fucking care. Like that's like it's got Vic in it. So I don't fucking care if Hilma sucks ass. She got better in season 4. She took acting lessons in the break between seasons. But man, dub Hilma was really bad. It's really bad. Dub Hilma was so bad. And it's like, stands out because like, she'd be in scenes with good actors. So like, so she talked right after someone gives a really good performance. And it's like when the shitty B movie gets a real actor in it, and he delivers his lines right before like the main character that's like the director's friend.
Right.
Like when Christopher Lee was in Howling 2. It's like any scene she's in. Yeah, basically the Megan Fox Zatara and Mortal Kombat. Yeah, you're not far off. It's really bad. I still love the dub though. I was like, you know what? I'll take a 1 for the 10 that is Ainz. The 10 that is dub Albedo. Dub Albedo is like transcendent. Oh my god, when she fucking goes sicko mode, dub Albedo gets it, man. It's a thing of beauty. But yeah, like they're I have always felt lucky that like I prefer to watch dubs, and my favorite shows are the ones that get the good dubs. That's probably might be why I continue to prefer dubs. It just so happens that like I like the shows that these companies continued to give a shit about after the dub industry went to shit. So like everyone else is talking about these terrible performances, and I mean I'm sitting here like watching like the dub of like Tanya the Evil going, what the hell are you talking about? This shit's great. If this was my only exposure to Monica Rial, I'd think she was a real actress.
It's amazing how much she killed it as Tanya.
Yeah, considering everything.
Considering like done. Literally the person that she is, her entire existence. Yeah, it's like, wow, you know, this really shouldn't slap as hard as it does. But she was made to be, you know, Lolly Hitler. as everybody, you know, because I made a post on the X machine, and it was about you know, I said, you know, because Kirsha had posted the you know, commies aren't people, the Japanese assassination meme, and I posted, you know, a screen cap from the Saga of Tanya the Evil movie, where she's like, you know, talking about, you know,
communists aren't people, yeah.
Communists aren't people. Yeah. And that went a little viral. And a lot of people were like, oh, this guy must be a Nazi. He's posting Lolly Hitler. Excuse me. It's World War I Germany. It's the Kaiser, not the Nazis. It's the Kaiser. Yeah. Get it right.
In fact, if you fucking knew anything about what you were even talking about, you would know that as the story and the books progress, because of Tanya's outside knowledge that she brought to World War I, she effectively created an accelerationist effect, pushing Germany to World War II Germany in the middle of World War I.
But it's still World War I. Yeah, it's still World War I Germany, but World War II happens basically at the same time.
Basically, because she fast tracks German warfare so much, like the rest of the world goes past like Weimar Germany. They go past.
They literally
like, the
skip
World War II. Yeah, post World War I sanctions and all that, and go right to no. We must.
We have to get this country right now.
Yeah, essentially, she prevented World War II from happening, but in the worst way.
Yeah, you skipped World War II and proceeded directly to World War III.
Yeah, yeah, and as Nochi said in the chat, yes, Hellsing Ultimate's another example, pure perfection. The dub of Hellsing Ultimate, like Hellsing Ultimate's dub is so good, you're actually retarded if you're watching that subbed. Like, what are you doing? What are you actually doing? What like she did save millions of... Yeah, in a way, Tanya saved millions of lives. There is no Holocaust.
you make a good point.
Because Germany didn't get to go that far.
Yeah, see all these commies that got mad at me because I said they weren't people. See, I'm right. I'm right once again. See? Think about how many millions of lives Tanya saved. You call Tanya Lolly Hitler? Tanya prevented Hitler from rising to power, okay?
I was just about to say she can't be Lolly Hitler. She prevented Hitler.
She literally prevented. He's just in this alternate like isekai world, he's just a painter.
Yeah, he just stays a painter.
He just stays a painter. Rio paid for $10 Canadian. This was from earlier. It says, same RVV was the best up until the Shizno Paradox. Season 3 was peak Ruby, and Camp was pretty good too. I even enjoyed X-Ray and Vav because they were from Achievement Hunter. Funhouse was the last peak that Achievement Hunter had. Yes, pretty much. It all went downhill from there. But you know, Saga of Tanya the Evil is supposed to get a new season, I believe, next year.
Oh yes, yeah, that's got a lot of material too. Like I was like, where the hell's new Tanya? Because like they got a lot to work with. And I mean, Overlord, if anything, they rushed too far. I mean, as much as I appreciated not having to wait, like the crunch was real. And now they've basically caught up to the books. Now we're just waiting, I guess, for more books
For
so they
the
can
for the
do
more books to come
Elf
out, so they
Kingdom arc.
yeah.
What, the Elf Kingdom arc so fucking bad.
They're gonna have to wait till they're gonna have to wait till the end of it, and till at least there are a couple books ahead again, because they're gonna have to release at least enough content to do a full season.
Well, I think there's only 1 or 2 more books left. He said, like he's only got like a certain amount of books, and he's at the end. We're coming up to the ending. I can't remember if the next book is the last one or the next book is the second to last one.
I believe it's like second to last.
Because I think he said 17 books, but that was before the first Elf Kingdom came out, so I don't know if he like had to split that into 2. So I'm not sure, but I know they've set up for shit to go down in the next one. So I'm assuming after the next one we'll probably get season 5, and that'll be Elf Kingdom and the next one. But I want my Elf Kingdom arc so bad. I need.
You've described it. You've described it on air before.
I need it. I need to see how much are they going to keep? Are they going to keep all of the rape? Are they going to keep the pedo elves? I need to know. Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust did have a great dub, Noichi, and it annoys me that John Rafter Lee does not do more voice acting. He is so good, and his voice is like ASMR. And he's like barely been in anything. He just does books on tape now and shit. And I was like, no, get him in more shit. He was also he was Trevor Goodchild from Aeon Flux, and he was the bad guy in Bloodlust. And like, what? Why is he not in like a million more things? Drive me crazy. There's all kinds of like good voice actors that just dipped. They did like 2 or 3 things and then dipped. And I guess they just went back to theater. They're like, bro, come back. Come back. I like you. I miss you. It's sad.
Yep.
We need, especially nowadays, we need more good ones. There's a lot of nepotism going on. There's a lot of YouTubers.
I keep forgetting that I have F11 toggled to change to the angry suit. I keep forgetting that. I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. I can't full screen something because I go to the angry suit.
We don't have the black checkerboard background. You don't need to put that suit on.
Yeah, I don't have anything to like fake apologize for. I apologize for nothing. I did everything right. I had nothing wrong.
Yes. Space Dandy, yeah, Zogs Wayne. Space Dandy was not only a great dub, but it was like the end of the golden era of dubs. It was like the last dub of a time when you knew dubs would be good. Like the era where sub versus dub was a matter of preference instead of like actual quality control. Like nowadays, it's like, you know, as someone that prefers the dub, I gotta check it out first to find out if the dub's any good before I start watching it. Back in the day, you did not. You just plop that shit in and your language of choice. And Space Dandy was the end cap of that era. And then after that, it was it became a crapshoot. Emphasis on crap. Yeah, Ghost in the Shell again. It was like all the shows that I really liked had good dubs, and I'm very privileged. I have dub privilege. All the ones that I watch have excellent dubs. Gungrave, Noichi, put it in there. Yeah, Noichi's been listing off shows. Yeah, he's right. They're all great shows. All the ones I like are great in English. I'm like, why is everybody complaining about English dubs? You know, I'm sitting here like on my 3rd rewatch of Gungrave. Like, this is great. What are people talking about?
And that's what makes it so sad when you see the dubs where they just literally don't give a shit, is you know they're capable of great stuff.
Yes.
That's even worse, they could just like pull out like an A+ performance, but they don't. And they don't because they don't have to. Because when you're not
Mhm.
competing with anyone else, you're gonna get this role no matter what. Why try? Why push the
I think
envelope?
it was when Funimation became number one with a bullet. That was the first thing that killed dubs. The second was simuldubs. When they had
Yeah.
to rush shit out to match up with the Japanese release dates, that also started to fuck it. It was simuldubs and Funimation's dominance. And McSkittles, we don't know if it was a lie. There was like actually, I've seen a couple YouTube videos kind of going in like little documentaries about that. It's more of a game. It's the Ghost Stories situation seems to be more of a game of telephone. Like the director was told this from the people that got the license, and he then told the staff what he was told from the licensors, and it's
If you ask
the
anybody that was involved with the Ghost Stories dub, they'll tell you, like, if you ask 10 people, they'll tell you 10 different stories.
it was like the show was not successful in Japan, so they said do whatever you want. But like, oh well,
But
the
I
ratings
think that
really
turned
good.
out, yeah, I was about to say, I think that turned out not to even be true. It was actually it was decently successful in Japan.
I think the issue was the show, and I think this is what the game said, the game of telephone. The show didn't make money. The show itself, because Ghost Stories is a larger
The
property.
show, like, people liked it, people watched it, but it was not marketable.
Yeah, I think like DVD sales weren't great. There was like merchandise of the show that didn't really sell. Like I don't know the details because again, it was one big game of telephone. So
Yeah.
it was like the show didn't make money. And so they told the licensors that, and I think the licensors just took that as because they don't give a shit. They're not looking at the details. So they tell the ADR director, the show was a failure in Japan, so we've been given carte blanche to because what they were told was do whatever you have to make it
Make it
money
profitable. Yeah.
in America. Yeah. So that's what they do whatever you have to make it profitable, and that becomes well, let's do whatever we want.
Let's throw the script out and let's just do whatever we want to.
Yeah. It was like an intentional Samurai Pizza Cats.
Yeah.
Or Samurai Pizza Cats, they
literally did not have the script, so they just kind of had to wing it.
Yeah. They threw the script out and pulled a Samurai Pizza Cats. And like I said, I think people, because it's that sort of thing we talked about before of people taking the modern hellscape and applying it to something previous, like within the context of the modern hellscape. We're like, oh, it just shows that English dubs didn't care, it's disrespectful to the original source material, just like all these other shows are disrespectful. Like, no, this was a different situation. This is a completely different context, completely different situation, completely different environment. Everything about this was different. I would not trust a modern Ghost Stories. I would not. I said, because when we had Pulp Fan on, I said, I am fine with localization and changing the script if you're doing it in service for the product. And there's been examples of that. I wouldn't trust anyone today to do that. I can think of like a million examples of localizations that changed the script and it was great. Because it was still in line with what the original story, the product was doing.
Yeah, like I think the most famous, the example is the line from Gunsmith Cats, I'm from the ATF. Yeah. Oh, the organization, I'm going to find the exact quote because I don't want to butcher it because it's so good. It's so good. It deserves for me to quote it exactly.
Yeah, Black Maid saying, nah, if you like the Ghost Story dub, you can't complain about bad dubs today. That's so way off base. Like, the part about bad dubs is not just mindlessly that things are changed. It's why were they changed? What were they changed to? What was the motivation behind the change? It's like, is it racist to say the N-word if you're singing along to a rap song? Are you going to argue that it's just any time you say the N-word, it is 100% racist? Even if you're like singing along to a song by a black artist that you really like, but somehow it's still like that kind of thing. Like it's a matter of what, when, why, how.
Yeah, here's a great example. Here's a great example of localization improving anime work. It says William Collins, ATF. And what can we do for the Department of Regulating Everything People Like?
Yeah.
Like that's Kino. That is Mwah,
That's
beautiful.
in service to the product because that fits in with the character and the vibe of Gunsmith Cats.
Yes.
That is how you do it. I will always bring up the crowning jewel of localization to me is Final Fantasy V. Oh, this is the funny Final Fantasy. Okay, well, we can put in some jokes, but they didn't put in jokes in the serious scenes. They didn't ruin the pathos. They didn't put in jokes where it felt inappropriate. They didn't put in just memes. There's pop culture references, but it's like I mentioned with the Ninja Turtles joke. When Guido, the Turtle Sage, and X-Death are having their pre-fight banter, and Guido says, like, did you think I was sitting around for the last 1,000 years eating pizza? Like, that's a Ninja Turtles joke. But it's not like, so in your face, do you remember the Ninja Turtles? Like, it's just a joke. In the funny Final Fantasy. This Final Fantasy is much more comedic than any of the other ones in the series, so they inserted jokes where appropriate. And it worked so well that, like, those jokes in the localization are, like, canonized. Like Gilgamesh referencing Power Rangers. When he goes into his final form and says, "For Gilgamesh, it is morphing time!"
Yeah.
And now when he transforms, he does the in other media, he will do the it's morphin' time line.
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
And it fits with a goofy ass character like Gilgamesh, who's literally like a joke throwaway character from the joke Final Fantasy.
Exactly. Well, he's not a throwaway character. He's like X-Death's number 2, and he's like one of the big characters.
Well, I mean, like in other works, he's a throwaway character. Except for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth for some reason.
Yeah.
They made him actually important to the plot, strangely enough.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I really need to finish that. I really need to finish that playthrough. If nothing else, so I can just tell you how it turns out in the end. Gilgamesh was the goat. Liked Gilgamesh. Yes, Gilgamesh is great.
Yeah. He's great. He does not belong in Final Fantasy VII, but he is great. I love that he brings his goofiness because he is the Gilgamesh from 5.
In every piece of media media he shows up in, it's the same Gilgamesh. It's always him.
Yeah. Except for a couple times. I think Final Fantasy
9 is a different
9 and 15.
Yeah.
Were a different guy with the name Gilgamesh. Every other time it's Gilgamesh. And like when he breaks the fourth wall in Final Fantasy 13, I fucking love it. It's like one of the few good things about Final Fantasy 13 is his appearance. Because he's DLC, and he makes a remark like, it took you forever to get here. I thought you were never going to get the DLC. And then he starts fighting with guns in each hand, and then he's like, guns are lame, and then he gets rid of them and brings out all the swords. And then like he activates his true power. Like he's weaker with guns. It's great. He's great. But yeah, like Final Fantasy V was peak localization. They did the changes based on the vibe that already existed in the product. They did the changes to basically put that vibe through a prism. They didn't go too far. They knew when to stop. Hell, all the best lines in 5 are from the English localization. X-Death's catchphrase is from the English localization, and it's one of the hardest lines ever written. It's your viscera shall see the light of day. Like, that's what he says whenever he tells somebody he's going to kill him. That's his line. It's like, say the line, X-Death. Your viscera shall see the light of day. That's the hardest line ever written. That's in the localization.
It really is. It goes really hard. Well, just like when he's like making fun of Galuff, right? And he's just like shitting on him. Just when he meets up with Kryl later, and he's like, the shit he says is just gold, especially in the localization. He's just such an evil shithead.
Yeah, he's just an asshole. Because he's just like, oh, this guy's pure evil with no nuance? Good. Have fun with that. Crank it to 11. We don't need him to be humanized in his dialogue. Just, what's the most evil thing to say right now? In this very moment? Like, he's already doing it. He already spent an elongated amount of time beating on a small child. At this point, just have him say the worst fucking shit to whoever he's talking to. And it's beautiful. It's beautiful. I mean, I love that his first line is to laugh at his own joke. His first line of dialogue is,
Oh, yeah, where
it's
he's
good
like,
to see you again.
For it means I have returned.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah, it's like, it's good to see you again, because that means I'm free! Because he can see you again, because he's out of his prison. His first fucking line is to laugh at his own joke. It's like they took... the Final Fantasy V was already Kino, and the localization took that and made it like super Kino. It's like Super Saiyan Kino. It's like the game has like a spiky gold hair just appears on your monitor when you're playing it. Like localization can be good. Like any of these English adaptations of media can be Kino. They can make it better even if they so choose. And yet they choose not to. And yet they choose to pimps bros and non-binary hoes, or whatever the fuck. We could have, every series you see could have been localization Kino. Could have been, because there was a time where we were tripping in localization Kino. Bakano is Bakano might be one of the greatest English dubs of all time. One of the greatest localizations of all time for one of the greatest anime of all time. Imagine, not only do you have one of the greatest anime ever made, but then you give it such a perfect localization that is effectively a definitive version, because it's a series that takes place in America in the 20s or 30s, in the 30s. So you have American performances doing like the accents of the time and the lingo of the time. Like they did fucking research to get it on the note, and it results in one of the best anime experiences you can have is watching that show. It's incredible. Like, and that could be every show. Every gritty show could be a Cyber City Uedo that just adds all the HBO cussing because, well, why not? It's gritty and raw and violent. Why would you have a show with like gore and hyperviolence, but the worst they can say is "you bastard"? You know, like I feel like if people's innards are coming out, somebody should say "fuck." It's stupid not to. I know Japan doesn't have that level of cussing in their language, but add it to we do. So put that shit in there. If it's gonna be hyperviolent, it should be like they should be cussing. Like if I have any complaint to the Overlord dub, it's that they do that. They pull back on the cussing, and I'm like, this show has rape in it and hyperviolence.
Yeah, it's up into a tiny splinter. I was like, I gotta find the line. I gotta find the splinter line. It's just, this game is so great.
It's so great. And it's like it's so goofy and taking itself so seriously. And the localization never fucks with the pathos. I love it. X-Death is a legitimate threat, but he has the personality of a Saturday morning cartoon villain. But he lives in a castle made of human flesh. And he's the only Final Fantasy final boss where if he kills you in the final fight, the character is actually dead and it affects the ending.
Yep.
Like X-Death does not fuck around. Not even when it comes to being evil. He is like, I don't need a tragic backstory or humanization or even, I don't need depth. He put all his points into just evil. Evil. Like I know, like other villains, like I love Emmett Selk to death. He might be my second or third favorite Final Fantasy villain. But like every time Emmett Selk is sympathetic is a moment that he could be talking shit. X-Death would be talking shit, and it might not be as like tear jerking, but it's like X-Death was entertaining as fuck. Yeah,
I'm a tree. Oh well, okay then.
And then like he shows his true form, and it's like the freakiest fucking tree you've ever seen. It's great.
It's like the tree from Evil Dead, but on steroids. Yeah. That's literally X-Death. He's the tree from Evil Dead, but worse.
He's a tree whose home is made of people, where you must traverse rivers of digestive acids from like the bodies that he's been, because it's made of the flesh of his enemies. That goes so hard. He did not. That's what he traded for like tragic backstory and like, oh, but his motives are so basic. Yeah, so Did you see where he beat the shit out of a small child for some seconds?
Beat the shit out of a small child in front of her grandfather just to prove a point.
Again, not even smacking her away. No, every wall of the room, slammed her into every wall of the room in front of her grandfather. Like, that's I don't need relatable motivations, okay? I just want, it's like, you know, you could use your science to say cure cancer, and you just made dinosaurs. I don't want to cure cancer. I
want to turn people into dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Like, that's X-Death. That's it. He's like, I don't want to do, you know, I don't want to, you know, rule the world. I want to just totally burn it to the ground.
Yeah. He wants to rule it, but he wants to, you know, murder everybody and then make a world where all the demons and monsters and shit get to rule. Because evil, like, people aren't evil enough for X-Death's evil utopia of fucking hell on earth.
He's literally a tree that absorbed all the evil on the planet, and he's like, I have all the evil on the planet, but it's not evil enough. I need more evil.
We're evil. Yeah, exactly. This is a guy who, as soon as he got the power of the void, the first thing he did. No, I'm sorry. He starts sucking like places into the void, and then when you confront him at the end of the game, out of pure spite, he sucks every single party member's hometown into the void. He's like, "Hey, watch this!" He just wipes all of their towns off the map. Out of pure spite,
just because he can do it.
It's like, hey, check this shit out.
Watch
you from there?
Watch this drive.
Watch this drive.
We're gonna find you. We're gonna kill you. Watch this drive.
Yeah, it's fucking great. It's fucking great. Like, sometimes that's, you know what? You don't always need the tragic backstory. And again, the localization didn't fuck with that. It made it better. All of his lines are because, again, the localization team understood. They understood the assignment. Oh, this guy is just a Saturday morning cartoon villain cranked to 11. So shall be his dialogue. And it gave us some of the best lines in the game. I mean, even his response to Guido's Ninja Turtles reference for some reason cracks me up, because he just takes a pop culture reference and manages to have a supervillain retort to it. When he says, like, did you think that I was sitting around for the last 1,000 years eating pizza? He responds, perhaps you should have, for you will find no such tasty diversions in the afterlife. Ninja Turtles reference, and then an over-the-top villain response to a Ninja Turtles reference. Oh, I need a bask. You gotta bask. That's so good. That is just, that writing in that fucking game is second to none. Second to fucking none. Not even the best of Final Fantasy 14 and all the shit that makes people cry comes close to Final Fantasy V, because Final Fantasy V can do that fucking balancing act of being ridiculous and taking itself seriously and never fucking it up. And that's art. That's fucking art. The fact that the supervillain has banter with the talking turtle, and both of their lines are Kino, and one of them is a Ninja Turtles joke. God, it's so good. Everybody listening right now, if you haven't played Final Fantasy V, you just get you could get the Pixel remaster. It's got the Kino localization. Just, you get that shit. You get that shit right now. It's I don't even remember what we were talking about anymore. I just want to like look up clips of Final Fantasy V, because I can't replay it because it's long. Like, I want to get to the memorable parts. Like, oh, that's like hours in. Does anybody just have a playthrough where I can just watch the cutscenes? I can just see the part where Bartz dances with a bunch of dancing girls on stage.
Yeah.
He just gets on stage and dances with some dancing girls, and that's how you level up the dancer class.
Yeah, literally. Well, it's like the joke about Ferris, right? Like, you don't realize that Ferris is a chick until the one scene where it's got the music, you know, the goofy ass music.
The comedy moments are happening theme. Anytime you hear that like that, wackiness,
Wacky
times
shit,
are afoot.
wacky shit's ensuing.
Yeah, the herp derp theme.
Yeah, it's literally the herp derp.
Final Fantasy, Final Fantasy IV had theme of love. Final Fantasy V has theme of herp derp, which is fitting for
Which
the,
yeah,
the
it's
difference between 4 and 5.
It is basically Final Fantasy herp derp.
Yeah.
And it's great. That's what makes it good.
It's amazing, and it still has like serious moments and like and still jerk them tears right after like fucking. If you're not crying manly tears at Galuf's last stand against Exdeath, you're a sociopath. There's something actually wrong with you. If you ain't feeling that shit, and then like the scene right after, where like his spirit talks to Kryl, and gives her his job crystal. So basically, she gets all the stuff.
All his abilities. Yeah.
Galuf. Yeah. So like it didn't go to waste. And like that scene where he talks to her and then he fades away, like, Grandpa, come back. If you're not fucking tearing up, you have mental damage. And I feel for you. And it's the same fucking game that has a running gag.
And that was what was so great about the Final Fantasy anthology series of games, was just like people got to experience this game, because like back in the day,
not from anthology, that fucked it up. That was the one, the infamous PlayStation port that had the terrible localization where they like got names wrong and Forrest talked like a pirate all the time. Oh yeah,
that's right, that was that one.
Yeah, and it like had terrible loading times, and it was just like, don't play it. But then what happened was, what brought it to people was the
advanced one?
GBA. The GBA.
Yeah, it was the GBA. Yeah, it was the GBA.
Yeah,
so that's the one I was thinking of. Yeah, the GBA that went back and like actually like properly did things.
Yeah, because that was when they were re-releasing a lot of old SNES RPGs on handheld, because they did the GBA re-release of 6 too, that added stuff.
Yeah,
and had a better script, but the script for 6 wasn't that bad, so there wasn't as much.
They didn't do a ton of changing for that one, from what I remember.
Yeah. But like they did, because they did Chrono Trigger on the DS, and that had the really good localization update. And localization of the original wasn't even that bad. So like that was kind of a thing Square was doing at the time. You really don't know how good you had it, right? Until like today, because you think of Square today, and like back then they were like re-releasing their shit with like all this new content and like updated everything, and they made the script better. They didn't take shit out. I was like, man, it's a queue up. Don't know what you got till he's gone. Put up the lighters. Like Square now, man, it's like one of my favorite franchises is in your hands. Most of my favorite franchises are in the hands of people I don't trust with them anymore. Like, I love Mega Man, and Capcom is bad. I love Final Fantasy, and Square Enix is bad. This is why I just keep glazing SNK. They're my last refuge. I love Kirby, and Nintendo is greedy assholes. Everything that I love is owned by a piece of shit. It's just SNK. That's it. They're the last guys that I can trust. It's rough. It's depressing.
It's tough. It's tough being a fan of literally anything in 2025, because it's like,
yeah.
I mean, like King of the Hill's getting an update. You know, it's a new season that focuses on a couple years down the road, where Bobby's an adult now and he's a chef, and like I saw the intro and I don't know, I'm feeling a little iffy. I'm feeling a little iffy on it, but it is Mike Judge.
That's about to say, Mike Judge has a good track record. The Beavis and Butthead revival was great. Fantastic.
Yes, it was.
When he brought Beavis and Butthead back, it's like they never left. I mean, everybody, I think, has seen the clip of the white privilege joke.
Yeah.
This rules. Like, it's great. The Beavis and Butthead movie, Beavis and Butthead Do the Universe, fantastic. And Mike Judge himself is not the West Coast liberal type. I don't even think he particularly likes liberals. If you look at his work like throughout the years, he is very much like a pretty populist guy. If you look at like King of the Hill, right, and the things they spoofed and the direction that the old show came from, if Mike Judge is like directly involved enough, I think it has a good chance of sticking the landing. Like I have seen, like Ghost Dog mentioned, the Hills moved to Saudi Arabia for a time, and that's out of character. Depends. Like
What they do with it.
Moves to Saudi. Yeah, he moves to Saudi Arabia to teach them propane. And some people were pointing out, and I saw some people in the comments, that's out of character for Hank Hill. It's not out of character for something Buck Strickland to make Hank do. So
That's a good point.
Why did he go to Saudi Arabia? And they say in the thing it was for Hank and Peggy's nest egg. So it was something like, did an opportunity come along that he wouldn't have taken, but he saw the amount of money, and maybe Peggy was like, you should do this so we have enough to retire early. Or, you know, if it would also feel very King of the Hill for like a Saudi prince to visit Arlen and become fascinated with propane and then just start throwing money at Hank to teach him propane. That's something Hank might do. Like if some Saudi prince like wants to learn the ways of propane, would Hank decide to take all these millions of dollars to basically mentor a rich Saudi prince in the majesty of propane? That's also in character. So it depends on what they do with it. I'm tentative because I adore King of the Hill. I think as most people do. It's one of those just special fucking shows. That's just like, I think it's like sometimes a TV show, piece of media becomes more than a piece of media to people and just becomes just beloved. Like the word beloved gets thrown around a lot, but there are some pieces of media like, no, man, that shit's special. I have a parasocial relationship with that fucking piece of media. And King of the Hill is definitely in that realm for like a lot of people, if not most people. So it's like, you better not fuck this up. I think the prospect of bringing King of the Hill back is a fucking risk because of that. Like, you better not fuck this up. This isn't like bringing back, I don't know, yet another Ninja Turtles property. This isn't like bringing back even Beavis and Butthead. Like, Beavis and Butthead's kind of easy, you know? As long as you keep the spirit of these two characters just being stupid and just throw them into more modern situations, it's the same shit. King of the Hill had a lot going on that was perfect for the time and made it timeless.
Yeah.
That is really easy to fuck up today.
Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? I just want a picture of a goddamn hot dog. Like, that's still relevant today. Maybe it might be, do I look like I know what a WebP is?
Or do I look like I know what a NFT is? Yeah. And like it really could fall into trappings of like making fun of Middle America, which King of the Hill did not do. It highlighted funny things about like Southerners, flyover country, conservatives, that kind of thing, without making fun of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like it wasn't like modern media has to be nowadays, where it has to be like mean-spirited. It's laughing with them, not at them.
Right.
It's the difference between the IT crowd versus the Big Bang Theory, right? IT crowd is for nerds. Big Bang Theory is for people that aren't nerds to laugh at nerds.
Yeah. It's like so much of King of the Hill was like, even when Hank was clearly out of touch, it was like, oh yeah, that's just like my Uncle Dave or something. Like, it was that kind of out of touch where it was still either sympathetic or, yeah, that's a character flaw he has and it's fine. He's not evil for having that. Like, that's the key. A lot of shows today would give them that character flaw and then make them like morally in the wrong for having that character flaw. King of the Hill didn't do that. You know, there was a lot about Hank and Bobby trying to connect. There was the the different worlds Hank and Bobby lived in, and I just it could also fall too much in the trapping of like, oh, Hank Hill talking about drones. Whoa. It's just like shoehorning modern stuff in. Rather than the original show, the things that were modern at the time, it was more naturally woven in because there was a larger plot about something that was timeless. So even if like Hank not knowing what a JPEG is, the whole episode wasn't about Hank and JPEGs. That's like a modern
Right.
Simpsons thing to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. And King of the Hill wasn't about that. And it's like there's the fear that this could do that. The fear that it could be mean-spirited. It could like, oh, Hank has to learn to be liberal now because liberal is correct. That is absolutely what it would do. Or even if he doesn't become liberal, the show beats it into your head that he's wrong for not being liberal on this issue. I think everybody is dreading the episode that even mentions transgenders, anything.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Well, it's like the argument of the day is now they want that one person, Hunter Schlaffy or whatever. Yeah, Hunter Schafer,
Yeah.
a trans woman to be Zelda in the Legend of Zelda film. And it's not just like it's not just shit post accounts posting that. It's like, movie news accounts are posting that. And I really hope it's one of those things where it's just them like wishful thinking and trying to
will it into
existence. Because look, it's like I said on Twitter, if like normal people can't play trans characters, because I remember there's a big blow up about that maybe like 2 years ago or so, then trans actors and actresses can't play like normal characters. Like period, just flat out. Like if it's just like the only Asians can voice Asian characters, only black people can voice like tan skin characters, which is retarded. Like it's the same thing. It's like, okay, if we do it this way, we have to do it this way all around.
Mm-hmm. It's like Pro ZD sort of, well, isn't the consequences of my own actions.
Yeah, fucking around and finding out. It's like, oh yeah, by the way, you're only going to get cast as Asian characters now. It's like, but I don't want to get cast as Asian characters. I want to get cast as the main character. Well, sorry. You're one of the people that said, oh, you should hire authentic voice actors to voice these ethnic roles. Well, even though they consider any character with a skin tone that's like, slightly lighter than Nagatoro as black for some stupid reason, as if, Osakans don't exist.
Yeah, that's insane. Like any brown skin.
That's Osaka. I mean Okinawans.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like any brown skin character has to be viewed as black. I feel like it's like hoodweebs and like racial politics obsessed, brain rotted college students that are just desperate for black people in anime. So which like is, anyone that's brown,
which is stupid because like there's some great characters in anime that are black, like legitimately black.
Yeah. But they're like, there's not a lot of them. And like, well, we need more. Do we? What do we need? Why don't we just do whatever the setting, the author wants to do?
Yeah, if it fits the setting and it makes sense in the context of the story, doesn't matter what race it is. But it's like they see a character that has like slightly tan skin and they're like, no, that character's black. And it's even gotten to the point now where they're redrawing Asian characters to be black. And then it's like, isn't that just blackface? But it's positive blackface instead of
you know what it is. You know what it is. It's the same kind of a mix of ego and self-loathing that brought us the Black Israelites.
Oh, the narcissism, but also the self-loathing.
Yeah, it's where it's like my race actually did all your things because they can't know their own history and be proud of their own history and the African empires of old and all these things. No, it needs to be your stuff because I view your stuff as the cool stuff. I view your stuff as the stuff that's like above me, so I want it. So I'm going to say I did it. I'm going to say that that's my history, that the real this, that, and the other were actually black. It's the same thing where you have black characters in anime, but I don't like those black characters. I like these characters, so I want these characters to be black. It's the narcissism and self-loathing combination. It's the same thing where you can't appreciate what is. You have to change what already is into you, like what you have or what you are, because to you the other is better, and you want to be the. But at the same time, you have this narcissism. So you want to just implant yourself on the other. Ergo, it is now good. It's the exact same thing.
Yeah, it's this crazy self-loathing narcissism thing where it's like our stuff sucks, but your stuff is good, so I want your stuff, so I'm gonna say your stuff is my stuff.
Yeah, and it's even like your stuff doesn't suck. It's just that you view yourself as suck. Like there's, if you know, like Black history, there's plenty of cool Black history. You don't need to be Egyptian. You don't need to be Israeli. You don't need to be Jewish. You're fine. You have your stuff. Then like, it's the same thing here. It's like you don't need Mirko to be black. She's not black. She's just tanned. You have cool black characters in anime. You have a lot of them.
They act like they act like Japanese people can't get darker skin colors.
Yeah, like oh my god, one of the best characters in one of the best anime is black. Dutch from Black Lagoon.
Oh man, that
He's
takes
like
me back.
He may be the coolest non-female in that show. And like, yes, he's black. Like Afro Samurai has been mentioned in chat a couple times. Afro Samurai, another great example. Coolest shit, voiced by Samuel L. Jackson. There you go. You have myriad of cool black characters. Even characters that I would agree, I hate this term, but are black coded. Like, you cannot tell me Aokiji from One Piece is not black. I know he's based on a Japanese voice actor. I mean, actor, like screen actor. I know that. I understand that. Look at that fucking character and the way he is fucking drawn and the fact that he has darker skin in the anime, and you tell me he's not black. I'll give you that one. That motherfucker's black as shit. But like, there's plenty of cool black characters. You don't need to take every tan girl and say they're black. That's insane. You don't need Casca to be black. That's insane. And it's the same shit. It's just this goofy fucking shit of this weird identity politics. Oh yeah, black guys in Bleach, another good example. The black characters in Bleach. The Mexican guy in Bleach. You have characters there?
Chad. Literally his name is Chad.
Yeah.
Sado Yasutora.
One of the most powerful characters in Bleach is black. The one Quincy god man that became an eldritch chicken.
Oh yeah. God, I can't. His name escapes me, but I know exactly what you're talking about.
It's weird. It's a weird fucking name. Like that was the problem with Chad though. He was Worf. He was there to get whooped on to show someone else was strong.
Yeah.
But yeah, like you have plenty of cool black characters. You don't need the brown girls. You don't need anyone with a tan. That's stupid. It's the same shit here. You don't need this stupid identity casting. It's yeah, exactly. It's Korean. No, I hate to tell you this, Noah, but your grandpa's black. But hey, on the upside, since he's your grandpa, and that means you're part black, which means you have the pass. So congratulations on your new acquisition of the N-word pass. Yeah, that's what a lot of it is. We was anime. K-pop and consequence. Yeah. K-pop is K-pop stands these psychotic fucking women. It's like, you know what? I guess it's we're not so different, you and I, with men and women. Psychotic thirsty men, psychotic thirsty women. Y'all make every scene you're in worse. Please, I can't even say get out of your system and then come back to me. No, you'll still be the same. Get out of here. Just get out of here. Yeah, Jormungand's another great one. It wasn't the main fucking character black in that one. Like, wasn't he like an from an African child soldier or something?
I think so.
Jormungand came out. It was so good, but it came out of the really bad time for me, and I never finished it. And I keep wanting to because I remember Kino.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, Jormungand is absolute Kino. It was like it wasn't as good as like a Black Lagoon, but it feels like, hey, did you just finish Black Lagoon and you need something to scratch that itch? Have some Jormungand. Like, yeah, it's pretty much up there. Like, it's that cool kind of like gritty crime, dark side kind of show. But like, again, not as good as Black Lagoon, but it's in the same vein. It's like it's Black Lagoon's cousin. It's like, the celebrity has like a relative that's also an actor. Like, it's, what it is? It's the Billy Baldwin to Black Lagoon's Alec Baldwin in terms of bigness, fame.
Yeah, Lily Barrow was the name of that Sternritter. I cannot remember. I know it was something short.
Yeah, it was something like Lilie or Lilie.
Lilie Barrow.
We can find out how to, like, a lot of the Sternritter names, like, no one knows how to pronounce it until the anime drops.
Right? even I, because I always called him Lily or Lille. Like, I have, this is what messes me up, because like I'll see something and I'll pronounce it a certain way, and then I'll never ever for the rest of all time ever get the pronunciation right. It was like that. It was like that with me, and it's like that with me and some VTubers, where like, and you'll still even occasionally hear me mispronounce a name, and they're just like, "Oh, Gator doesn't know." It's like, you can literally see me in their chat in like 2022. Like, if you go back and watch the VOD, it's just I'm retarded and I pronounced it the wrong way the first time, and then I can never remember to pronounce it correctly.
Infamously, the biggest big bad of Bleach, who I fucking adore, no one fucking knew how to pronounce that fucking name for a while, and now thank you.
Oh,
Thousand Year Blood War English dub, Yuhabacha.
Yeah,
because it's based on Yahweh and like an archaic pronunciation of that, because he's literally evil Jesus. But like there was like all these other different pronunciations, and like how do you even spell it? And then
I remember in the translated versions of the manga, like the fanlations, they always called him Yuhabak.
Yeah.
Instead of Yawach.
Yeah, and we found out the spelling is like YWACH.
Yeah.
And then no, it's called Yuhabacha, because it's the spelling of Yahweh in like the old Jewish kind of like letter number thing.
Yeah.
Which was like YWCH, and he just put an A in there. So it's like Yuhabacha. And like now we know, yeah, it's Yuhabacha. Thank God. Thank you, English dub.
Yuhabaka. More like Yuabaka, am I right?
Oh, I can't scream. I can't scream. My girl's trying to sleep. But
I'm glad I got to steal that joke before Sawa made it.
Yeah.
More like Yuabaka.
But yeah, and as for someone asked about the Jormungand dub, I remember it being good. It came out during the golden age, when dubs were just all good, or at least all watchable. There was no really bad dubs back then. So, even having not seen it in years, which is a crime, I should watch it.
You should go back and watch it, yeah.
Yeah, like I remember it being quite good. Again, not as good as Black Lagoon, but Black Lagoon's dub is like gold standard. Like, that's like apex dub.
It is the dub by which all other dubs are measured.
Yeah, it's the canon version. Like, even like the author has said, they're all canonically speaking English. It is the canon version, and good, because the performances are great. Even the Yakuza arc where they're speaking Japanese, they do the Japanese speaking really well. They don't just like play the Japanese track over it. They don't. Rock's voice doesn't switch when he's talking Japanese. And it's like all the same cast as Death Note. It's like the Canadian voice actor scene is really fucking good. It's just a shame that they're all kind of relegated to little kids shows now. You don't see those guys dubbing anything like Black Lagoon or Death Note these days. It's a damn shame because like they've got Scott McNeil up there and Brian Drummond just sitting there with all this talent not getting used. It's like, bro, what the hell?
I mean, this is kind of the modern indictment of like what's wrong with dubbing nowadays is you have all these talented people and the only way they can get cast now is they have to go to like freaking Netflix.
Yeah. Yeah. So, you know what though? I never thought I'd say this, but thank God for Netflix.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah. I'm starting to, as I'm seeing more Netflix dubs, I'm starting to paint a picture in my head that these like it is like a okay, have you ever seen the show Darker Than Black? Darker Than Black?
Darker Than Black. Yeah, I love Darker Than Black.
Yeah. Do you remember how like the contracts work in that where like you get a power but then you have to do some kind of compulsion?
Something you have to do something. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like
it could be something as simple. It could be something as simple as like you have to like eat a cheeseburger every single day at 3:00 p.m. on the dot, or you have to eat like a pack of cigarettes.
Yeah, or like there's one guy that every time, sometimes it would be like a schedule, or sometimes it'd be like every time you use the power, you have to do this.
You have to do this thing, yeah.
If there's a schedule, if you don't like the cheeseburger, if you don't eat the cheeseburger at 3:00, you don't have their power that day.
Right.
You lose your power for 24 hours until the next time where
you could eat the cheeseburger at 3:00. Yeah.
Or like there's a guy that every time he uses power, he has to arrange stones in a straight line. But then like the level of power is like also the level of your compulsion. So there's one contractor who can create miniature black holes, but then they have to devour the blood of children afterward. And if you don't meet your contract, you die. So like if that guy doesn't arrange those stones after using his power, he dies. So like if this black hole creator, doesn't then drink baby blood, they die. Netflix is a contractor from Darker Than Black. They can like create really good English dubs with like film and television actors and all this, like have all this budget to actually make good dubs again. But their contract is then they have to make god-awful live-action adaptations of anime. That's their Darker Than Black contract. That's the narrative in my head. Like
that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's the only thing that explains it. Like their dubs are on point. Every dub that I've seen come out of Netflix has been really, really good. But then you see their live action adaptations. And it's like, what? Do you just hate anime? Well, clearly you don't. Look at the work they're putting in the English dubs. They're getting fucking film actors from Marvel movies in fucking anime dubs. Everybody knows there's no money in anime dubs. I know it's not because no one watches them. In reality, more people watch dubs than subs. It's just that the sub people are very loud and annoying. It's like for every one person screaming about how subs greater than the dubs, there's like 5-6 people watching things in watching dubs. They just don't talk about it. They just watch it and move on. Because the sub people are very annoying and no one wants to get involved in that. But they don't pay well. Despite the fact is how most people consume their anime, they don't pay well. And Netflix is getting like WWE talent in their dubs.
Yeah, like Alexa Bliss. That kind of threw me for a loop. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah, Giancarlo Reyes has a good Netflix is like Dr. Doppler from X3. Their anime dubs are akin to the cure for the Sigma virus, but their live action shows are the Sigma worshippers. Yeah. It's like Dr. Doppler got the cure for the Sigma virus and then he got infected by it. But he had the cure. He made the cure. But then he got Sigma.
Yeah, honestly, the English dub for Sakamoto Days is like really, really good.
Yeah.
Like they actually crushed it. I'm like, oh shit. Like I feel like we're on the verge now that slowly but surely the monopoly's being broken. Like and this is why I think Sony's trying to buy up Kadokawa, because their monopoly is being threatened now by all these other productions that are popping up. They have to, well, if we can't make the anime dubs, then we're just going to buy the anime industry, and then we will make all the dubs, you know. But it's like Sakamoto Days is great. I feel like if we can somehow stop the Sony machine, we will have a golden age of English dubs again.
Yeah. And Netflix, you know, I got to give them credit. They're doing it. Netflix dubs are on point. I think if you see a show is dubbed by Netflix, you can safely watch it in English. I mean, didn't they do Pluto? Like, that was like one of the all-time great English dubs. And I'm pretty sure Netflix did that.
They
You know
did?
what I'm talking about, right? Pluto?
Yeah, they did actually. Yeah, I'm looking it up right now.
Yeah.
They did.
Yeah. Like, holy shit. Fucking Keith David.
I could listen.
Yeah.
I could listen to Keith David in literally anything.
Yeah, and his performance in that show was fucking incredible. Like, absolutely fucking next level incredible. Like, yeah, Netflix, I think, is doing better dubs than the Golden Age, because they can get like these big name actors in their English dubs.
Well, and this is something
Like,
I think we covered on the show. Probably one of the really early episodes. We talked about how what's going to end up happening and what's going to screw over the clique, you know, the Sabat army, is that they're going to start getting like actual actors and like cartoon and video game voice actors to start doing these roles, and then you will never see the Monica Rials and the Jamie Markeys ever again. And guess what's happening?
Lo and behold.
Tell me the last time you've heard Markey in literally anything that's not a legacy role.
Yeah. Yeah, and then Netflix, like I said, they got actors in that shit. So, like, I'm just waiting for, I think the final cherry on top will be when Vic Mignogna gets back into anime.
Yeah, I think so. And I think it's gonna happen sooner rather than later. I mean, you know, Anime Matsuri, AM Studios, they've been very slow walking that, but they have put out a couple shows here and there. I'm waiting to see like what happens, if they're going to ramp up production or what's going to go on with it. I do know that Jacob Takanashi is actually kind of like, you know, been thrust into the limelight a little bit, because, you know, he took over that one role. And got a lot of shit for it, even though he lives in Japan and he's not subject to the union.
Oh yeah, Monica Rial had a shit fit because she's not Kid Bulma and Daima. That's another thing. Daima bringing back Stephanie Nadolny.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Who was
the times they are achieving.
Blacklisted by Sabat for shit that happened.
Because she wouldn't fuck him.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think within the next few years, I think we'll see Vic back. Not few years, like, oh, next year or whatever. I think between AM Studios, like I said, they're like I don't want to say struggling, but because of their size, everything's going very slowly.
Very slowly, and it takes a long time. Like, licensing agreements are hell.
Yeah. And AM Studios doesn't have like big backing money, so it is like that shit is going slow. Yeah, nature's slowly healing, and I think as AM Studios stuff starts finally coming out, and then like Vic's just gonna get, like, I think most people, the general consensus is in Vic's favor. I think there are the people that are obsessed with him, but like, for every one person that's like, Vic is a sexual predator, there's like 5-6 people that are like, no, he's not. He's great. No, there was never any proof. There's never any proof. He was never charged with anything. You know, that kind of thing. So, well, like,
and the people that always would cite the case and say, see, Vic lost in court, that means he is this, that means he is that. Vic's case literally had nothing to do with any sort of investigation at all. And they try to make it sound like Vic is the defendant, which is so bizarre because he was the plaintiff. He was suing them because they defamed him.
Yeah,
The only
and the
problem
only reason he
is
lost his lawyer was incompetent.
Yeah, he had incompetent counsel who decided that trying to, epically pwn the other lawyers was more important than like actually doing his fucking job.
Yeah, he didn't follow procedure and he got the case thrown out.
Yeah. Because it was more about, like I said, epically trying to pwn the other side, the opposing counsel, than actually winning the fucking case, which still pisses me off to this day.
Yeah. Yeah, it's he got too drunk on that like social media and streamer clout, like, going on Rikita's streams and just being touted as this hero. He was like he was gonna look cool for the internet. You don't fucking try to look cool for the internet in fucking court.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And especially, I think the other thing too, that because Rikita's in the news, because of the fight, the hubbub about whether the footage is going to come out, is it not going to come out, is it going to come out, whatever. It's not really the subject of an anime podcast, but talking about the Vic case at large, I mean, you brought in a lawyer whose law firm had no one that specialized in this particular kind of law, just simply because you were familiar with him and he did some work for like your family. I felt like from the outset, it was like a misrepresentation, not just to us, but to Vic too, about their capability. Like they really should have brought someone else in that had experience working on defamation cases. Now, that's not to say that nothing good came out of it, because the fact that Vic brought the lawsuit saved a lot of people down the line, because I don't think you would have seen the Johnny Depp case go as it did without somebody like Vic fighting back from the outset. I think it wasn't the direct cause, but it was like the first ripple in the water that eventually led to the tsunami of this shit getting pushed back on.
Maybe it affected Johnny Depp, but I don't know. But I can definitely say it did affect other people in the industry, like Todd Haberkorn.
Like Haberkorn in particular, yeah. They were doing the same thing to Haberkorn that they were doing to Vic, almost to the letter.
Mm-hmm. He was next on the list.
He was, literally.
He basically, Vic put a stop to the Fixing the Broken Staircase hit list.
Yeah.
Because they were going down that list and taking out everybody on it, and they made it to Vic, and he fought back enough that he put a complete kibosh on that being a hit list. If it wasn't for him, you just look down that list. Every one of those people will be out of a job, or they would be forced to bow to the mob, to the religion. Like I forget his name, the founder of ANN. He had to bend the knee because he got Me Too'd.
Oh yeah, Chris.
Gay man.
What was his name? Christopher. God, what was his name? His name even eludes me now.
Yeah, you tell how much relevance ANN has lost.
Yeah, I don't even remember.
Yeah, no, not Jesu Otaku. It was,
not Jesu Otaku.
The founder of ANN. No, not Zach. He wasn't the founder. He was just known. Wasn't Christopher McDonald? Was it?
Was it Christopher McDonald?
No, I don't think it was that. His name was shorter than that. I don't even remember.
God, it's been so long. I'd have to look it up. It's been so freaking long.
Yeah, I can't remember. I'm trying, but either way, they came for him. They made him toe the line. They made him, say the apologetic speech and, worship at the altar of the new religion. And then Vic was next. And then Vic fucking fought. And because he fought, he made it too much of a problem to continue down this road. They were going to do it to Johnny Young Bosch, if you remember, and he came out and said no. He just made a very flat out thing on social media, like, no, I'm not playing.
Oh God, I finally
Don't even
found
try
it.
to-
It was 6 fucking years ago. Justin Savakis.
Jackson Savakis, that was it. Yep.
God, was that 6 years ago? No wonder I couldn't remember it.
No. And all that shit, like, it would have been Todd Havercorn and Johnny Young Bosch next on the chopping block, evict it and fight back. They tried to do the thing with Johnny, I think because Johnny is like an open Christian, kind of a stealth right-wing guy. So they were going to try to say, like, oh, he had, like, oh, this inappropriate interaction, that inappropriate interaction. Oh, he totally said this awful thing to me. And he just came out and said, do not. It was both a very definitive denial, and it had an undertone of, do not play with me. I will make this a problem. Basically, I will sue you, and I'll hire a good lawyer.
Yeah. Pretty much. Like, I like to say, like, because people do say, like, oh, you know, nothing came out of the Vic case. There were no positives. No, there were. There were, like, silver linings to basically taking a massive L. And that was other people that were accused pretty much, like, got to defeat the allegations, the false allegations, just simply for the fact that they wasted so much capital fighting this that they didn't want to fight this battle anymore. They just gave up and moved on. And the other silver lining too was that all of the people involved, the Okatron 9000 or whatever people, have been isolated in the industry now. Nobody wants to associate with them anymore. They've lost all of their power.
Mm-hmm. Chris Sabat, he used to be like the Don.
Yeah, he used to call the shots, and now, especially with Sony kind of taking over things, now they call the shots. They decide who's in or out.
And, like, you don't hear him as much. Like, you really, like, if you think about it, you don't hear him as much as you used to.
No, you really don't. I mean, it used to be back in the day, if it was produced by Funimation, you're going to hear Monica Rial. You're going to hear Chris Sabat. Somewhere.
Yeah. And here's the thing. Sabat's a piece of shit. Man's a good actor. The man can act.
Well, it's like Sean
act his
Schemmel
ass
with
off.
Goku. Like,
Yeah.
Sean Schemmel does a hell of a job.
Yeah. Yeah, he's just a piece of shit. But just because you're a piece of shit doesn't mean you can't do things. You know, just because you're a piece of shit doesn't mean you can't have any talents or abilities or skills. And you know what? Like, but if the trade-off for less Chris Sabat is that he sort of reaps the repercussions of his behavior, and we still get all these other great actors, and then Netflix starts putting Keith David in anime, you know what?
That's a trade I'm willing to make.
I'll take that trade.
I'll take that trade every time.
I'll gladly trade Chris Sabat for Keith David. Like,
And
Chris
that's
Sabat's done a lot of really good roles. Like, I can think of a lot of things. Like, I wouldn't have anyone else play Garland from Final Fantasy 1 Dissidia. Like, he fucking nailed that. His hammy, like, this is the cycle of battle. You know, crush you. I love it. I love it. But, you know, I'm willing to have less of that for him to basically have to sit in the timeout chair, the career timeout chair.
Yeah, I see Ghost Dog in the chat says, Sabat with losing more power every year, the chances of him getting a Me Too case grow higher. I don't think so. And the reason I don't think so is because he has the right political opinions, number one. Number two, he's not as relevant to the industry now as Vic was at the time. There's nothing they would gain from doing it to him.
That's all really Me Too was ever about.
Yeah, Vic was the most popular English voice actor in anime, like, period. Hands down. He had the biggest lines at conventions. Everybody loved him. Like, that's why they did what they did to Vic. because they wanted to. Because it was all it was all pure jealousy. So they cooked up these bullshit allegations.
And crabs in a bucket,
Yeah. I mean, literally, like we've talked about on this show many times, that he was in line for a major job at Funimation that was going to basically put him in charge of everybody else. And so they kneecapped him to get him fired and taken out.
Yeah, again, crabs in the bucket. They wanted what he had.
Yep.
And I guess they thought if they made him look like this really bad guy and were the ones to expose him, they would get his lines, They would get all those long lines of cons by being the new hero.
Yeah, they thought people would actually fall for this.
Yeah. I'm so sorry for liking that Vic Mignogna guy. I'll like you instead, hero that brought down the big bad Vic Mignogna. That's what they thought was going to happen. And the opposite happened. Have you seen the last few times Jamie Marchi and Monreal are at conventions and their quote-unquote lines?
Dude, it's so bad now that I don't even hear about their convention appearances anymore. Like, I don't even see tweets about their convention appearances. Like, I actually honestly wonder, like, what conventions are they still going to?
Yeah.
Because it's none of the ones I go to.
No. I don't even hear like tangential announcements, there's somebody retweets a thing.
Yeah, I looked at a thing here. So she had an appearance scheduled in Raleigh an Animate Raleigh that got canceled. Fan Expo Portland 2025, that was in late January. MegaCon Orlando, that's one of those like super con things like that just gets a bunch of random celebrities there, like a ton of them. It's literally just it only exists for like the meet the guests sort of deals. So she was at that. So that was in February. GalaxyCon. So she's literally just doing those big, massive conventions that brings in like 120 different people.
Yeah, the shotgun conventions.
The shotgun conventions, yeah, like the WizardCon and all that stuff. GalaxyCon. Yeah, that's literally it. Those are the only conventions that she goes to now, apparently.
Yeah. That's kind of what Vic's doing, though. But Vic, I don't know, Vic's doing kind of like everything these days. Like, he's always going to a new con, it seems like. And it's always some, like, niche interest con.
But see, he's also, like, super mega canceled and banned from a lot of the anime conventions. So that's all he's got. Monica Rial is not banned from, like, Fanime or, like, Anime New York. She could go to those conventions. They just don't want to invite her.
Yeah. Yeah, and then meanwhile, like I said, Vic still got his stuff he's doing. So it's not like
Anime Matsuri is the third largest. Anime Matsuri is still the third largest convention in the United States. I mean,
yeah,
that's a pretty good one to go to.
Yeah, and I mean the man's still making his money.
I'm gonna try to make it. I'm gonna try to make it to Anime Matsuri if I can afford it this year.
Yeah, I wish I could, but I got this house.
Yeah, I feel you. I do want to. I hated not getting to go last year. I just literally couldn't afford it. I was gonna go despite the fact that like all the the big cool YouTubers didn't go. I was still gonna go, but I just couldn't afford it last year because I spent way too much money on that trip to Offkai. I might be able to squeeze the trip this year because I like basically paid for the Offkai trip early. It was smart.
Yeah, I want to just go more for conventions, mainly just, set up booths, artist alley. I got shit to sell now. I got so many more drawings.
I was about to say, could we get you like a nepo booth at Anime Matsuri next year or something? Just to use our nepotism powers and get you an art booth.
Yeah. I got cool shit.
As I said, we could do it. We could do a twofer, and it's like Cloud Scratch.
Yeah, it's like book.
It's like Cloud Scratcher, and then like right next to it is like the Anime Boomers display or something. I don't know.
See, what I do is I lure them in with all my cool drawings, like fan art and VTubers and all that. And while you're here, do you remember the 90s? Do you remember when cartoons were cool? Well, have I got a comic for you? Straight out of the 90s. You'll think that you just came home from school and just caught the Disney afternoon mid-block. Oh, DuckTales has just ended and it's time to go on another adventure. This one, Cloud Scratcher. Or did you just wake up early on Saturday morning and you've just tuned on to your favorite cartoon block on a network television channel? You've got your bowl of cereal in your lap and your little jammies. You're sitting on the carpet. You're looking up at the TV, that big CRT TV in the living room, and you're just waiting to go on another adventure. Well, I've got that adventure right here. It's called Cloud Scratcher. It's full of wonderful characters and I know you're a grown-ass man, and that's okay, because it's also got a lot of intrigue and lore for your grown-ass brain to chew on, too. And then you can enjoy all the bright, colorful characters, just like you did when you were a kid. And anyway, also buy my prints.
Right.
Just luring people in like an anglerfish with all the fan art shit before they get the Cloud Scratcher pitched.
Yeah, it's like look at my cool art. Hey, you ever wanted to read a webcomic about Saturday morning cartoon characters?
You ever want to read a webcomic but find that most of them are fucking terrible? Well, I got news for you. It's free and it's great. And I'm not just saying that because I wrote it. I'm saying that because every time I pull up my own pages to reference shit, I get caught reading my own comic, which I'm pretty sure is a sign that it's good.
Alpha Omega for $5 says Jamie Markey.
My own shit.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was saying if I get caught up reading my own shit, that's how you know you're gonna get caught up reading it too.
Very true. It's good stuff. Alpha Omega for $5 says Jamie Markey screwed her career after the school shooter tweet. Even her own were like, not a good look, and backed away. Yeah. Well, she's one of those people, like her and Monica have a really bad habit, and of course, you know, crazy wine ant. They all have a terrible tendency to stick their foot in their mouth and say something completely and totally stupid. I mean,
because they're in an environment where they have no accountability. So they don't know what it is to say something stupid, because everything they say is a thought or opinion or feeling that must be heard.
I mean, like how many roles has Amanda Wine Lee gotten recently? Like, I think she was in the dub for the new Evangelion movie. But like, again, you know, like with all the other ones, legacy role. Like, she gets legacy roles, and I don't know of anything she's been in pretty much since.
To be fair, allegedly she did retire from voice acting a long time ago to raise her kid. But, like, she's done. She's retired or not. Again, I say allegedly retired because she comes back for shit. But it's her career is dubious, and I don't think she retired on her own terms as she paints it out to be. I think she retired when she decided to drunkenly twerk on a pen cosplayer at a convention in front of the people that worked on Evangelion.
Yeah. Yeah,
also,
apparently,
Noachi in chat.
I said, I discovered Cloud Scratcher from the Dreamkeepers guys. Love it so far.
Hell yeah.
Emmanuel Osorio in the chat says, you know, I do feel bad for Giga seeing the industry change, but he advocated and is signing off on it, so how much can we feel for him? Well, there was that whole thing with the with those guys. God, what was that thing they were trying to set up like way back when? But they were basically setting up like this industry insider thing where it's like they were going to like get together and they were going to pretty much like create a sort of like soundboard for the industry and tell them what kinds of shows and shit that they should make and recommendations and stuff. God, I'm trying to remember the name of that.
That influencer brain.
Yes, well, it was like an influencer thing. We talked about it like right before the stream. Flying Colors Foundation, yeah.
Oh yeah, that shit.
Yeah, because Joey and Giga were part of that whole thing.
Yeah, I remember we had an article on the AO site back when we made stuff for the AO site. There was like a whole expose on flying colors. I think it's still up there.
Well, I remember because Necro did a big ass video about it way back in the day. About that whole shit show. I mean, basically what Crunchyroll is now is basically kind of like the end game of what that was. Because they wanted to like their whole gimmick was like they wanted to kind of like take over the industry, and like the way that anime got produced. It was basically like they wanted like a Westerner mindset takeover of the anime industry. And that's basically what they got with Crunchyroll, which, you know, now that you really think about it, now that you really kind of think about it, like the Crunchyroll Awards kind of is like the canary in the coal mine for, yeah, these guys are the ones that are telling the studios what's good and what's not good.
Yeah. Not the audience, not the people actually watching your shit. No, some little clique of influencers that no one fucking asked to be in this position. Like, everybody why did we ever pretend Giguk was cool or made things worth watching? Why did anyone ever gaslight themselves and think, yeah, I like this guy. He's great. He's great.
Well, yeah, and even, I mean, I'm looking at the list, too. I'm looking at the list, and this is like, I'm like remembering all the shit from back then. They had 5 influencers when they first started out. It was Giguk, it was Glass Reflection, Digibro, Mother's Basement, and the Anime Man.
Yeah. Is this a who's who of who was awful?
I was gonna say a who's who of people that suck. Yeah, like literally, like, and this is so funny because back then Crunchyroll, like people involved in Crunchyroll were against them. They were like one of the early people like calling this out, like, hey, what the hell is this sort of deal?
Yeah. It was, oh god. It's all coming back to me, man. I said before, anime YouTube has changed so much for the better. If there's any more white pills to give, oh my god, just like anime, there's like a new wave of anime YouTubers now that are like these sort of essayists, like video essayists. And there's so much, because like it's not the fucking Mother's Basement type fart huffing slop. It's like, I like anime. Let's talk about something I like in anime, or a show, or a recurring theme, or some old show that people didn't really look at that they should, you know? It's a lot of that. It's a lot of like, I want to talk about this show no one's talking about, but they really should because it's good. And like, you got guys like Masked Man, what's it, Culture Crusader, No Bones. I guess Almighty Lowly count. He's kind of, you know, media in general. But like, thank God, because anime YouTubers back in the day were AIDS.
It was
They
bad.
were actual, like they do to your soul what AIDS does to your body. Like, they were the worst. And for some reason, I don't know, this whole thing of like, Giguk, yeah, Giguk. Why are we pretending Giguk is cool? What are we... What started that gaslight? I need to know. Like, what this mass hysteria where we're pretending Giguk is a cool guy. Why? What has he done? What has he made? Is he advocated for something? Did he have a really good video? Did he have his equivalent of the Plinkett Star Wars videos? Like,
I mean, if I was gonna pick
what do we...
one of the 3 people out of Trash Taste to like say is like all right, it's probably Connor.
Yeah, like at least he, you know, has a nice little relationship with Iron Mouse. Just sweet. But what do we... Like, people keep pretending Giguk is cool. I like Giguk. Why? What's his best
I miss when Giguk was cool. Giguk was never cool.
Jesus Christ! Like, what is his best take? What's his best moment? He has none. Yeah, Connor's bros with his son. Yeah, I know Connor's retarded, but he does nice things for the sick girl.
Yeah.
Like, even a retard can do good.
Well, all of them are friends with, like, Giguk and Joey. They're all friends with Hassan.
Yeah.
Because it's the Twitch clique. They're all a part of the Twitch clique.
Yeah. You can be stupid and still do good. Yeah. Who has the hentai loving wife? I think that is Giguk.
That is Giguk.
I think he's the one with whose wife is a lady Coomer. I don't know if she has a Fansly or anything.
Yeah,
but,
Sid Snap is his wife. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's fucking awful. She is insufferable. But it could be worse. I don't know if she has a OnlyFans, Fansly or whatever, but I feel like you're not allowed to be in a relationship with a girl that has either OnlyFans or Fansly. You're just not allowed. You are a cuck if you are. And like, well, what about the poor girls? They're doing that. That is the price you pay. You wanted to get easy money. You wanted to sell your body for easy money. That is the trade-off. You don't get companionship. I feel like if you're with an OnlyFans girl, you are a cuck and you are the bottom of the fucking social hierarchy. My God. Good
What's
Lord.
the old saying? Can't turn a hoe into a housewife.
Yep. That has been a fact of life in human society since we were living in huts. So like don't try to reason me with some like, oh well, you see, but well, if you really think about it, no, if you really think about it, you a hoe. She a hoe and you a cuck. That's what happens if you really think about it. There's nothing to think about. You are a cuckold, and she is a whore. There is no sex work. It's real sex work. No, you see, well, it's different when they do the thing because no, it's not different.
It's the same thing.
Whore, cuck.
Like iDubbbz, you know, as we famously say, Anissa's husband and Anissa.
There is no example of a relationship with an OnlyFans girl that is healthy and happy.
No, never.
It doesn't happen.
It just doesn't, because once they get that taste of being a hoe, it don't go away. They like the money. They like the attention. It's like how guys burn out their dopamine receptors because they like are hardcore into the OnlyFans stuff and being a coomer. Women burn out their dopamine receptors by being the OnlyFans thought.
Yeah. That's what I said. Like I will 100% judge people that play fighting games and pick certain characters and main certain characters. Like, on the one hand, I firmly believe that there should be sexy women in fighting games, although I also believe maybe not, because these devs can't balance these characters. They see the titties jiggle in their face, and they go to like adjust an attack, but then see the titties jiggle, like, what was I doing here? And then they forget, and then the character releases fucking overpowered and annoying. But that aside, like, I do feel like these characters should exist, but I will still judge you for picking them, because no one picks Mai as their main for her gameplay or her lore reasons. So I'm still going to judge you. But if I see someone, like if I'm playing KOF and it's an all-female team, it's an all-waifu team, I know I need to lock in, because that dude is obviously a porn addict and his dopamine receptors are so fucking fried, he's going to play sweaty at all times. Even in a casual match. Even if it's outside of rank, we're just casual match here. You're just here to try out a new character. Not that guy. Because it's the only way he can feel anymore. Is to just go full sweat all the time. I say, you see a motherfucker with those kind of... That shit is real. That fried dopamine receptors, and they're going to make it your problem one way or another. If you're playing them in a video game, they can't just chill. They're going to go in.
They just can't turn it off.
They're going to be really annoying. Yeah. Yeah, no, they can't play on one hand. That's why they got to play so hard. So they can hurry up and finish the match and then get back to fapping to Mai.
Yeah, you've got the guy.
Or
You've got the guy
Vanessa.
that's like sitting back, and then he's like, "Oh shit, it's game time," and he leans forward. That's
Yeah.
that guy.
Yeah, like that's if you see someone in KOF with 3 girls, you gotta lock in because that's a Coomer as a porn addict, and they can only play sweaty.
Meanwhile, if you see
Only
somebody
ever play.
playing 3 bosses, it's probably Cody.
I'm tempted. I think I told you. I think I brought it up in last show. The fucking CVS 2, where they made the bosses legal. I'm still tempted to just get that just to God Rugal Shinakuma.
Just terrorize the lobbies.
Everybody's, yeah, just make it everybody's problem. It's like, it doesn't matter if he's got lower health. The genocide cutter is giant and fully invincible. Oh, did you press a button? DP. Oh, look, you're doing an animation. DP. Oh, I'll just play Shinakuma and just keep neutral jumping into double fireball. Where are your dopamine receptors now?
That's too. I still can't believe
apologize
they
for
did that. I still can't believe they did that.
That's how it is. It's just a lazy port. They spent so much time like, look, we added a whole new soundtrack that sounds like shit.
Right?
Terrible new soundtrack where we got Steve from Ohio to rap over the New York stage theme. We spent more time doing that than setting up the fucking online. Yeah. Anyway, we should probably wrap it up.
Yeah, it's been 5 hours. Almost 5 hours and 30 minutes. It's officially 5 hours and 17 minutes.
Yeah. Hey, you know what?
Look, I'm going to tell you how long we've been going. We've been going so long that Expert Armchair is about to wrap up his stream. That's how long this stream has been going. And before he leaves, we're going to raid into him. as is tradition on a Friday stream.
We're here to represent our commuter bros. You're on that long drive, that long plane ride, we got you. You get an Anime Boomers episode, and a whole ride is going to just fly by.
Yeah, like this is basically like an airplane trip to California from New York, like right here. It's just like pop in Anime Boomers, you know, download it, listen to it, and then bam, you're there, dude. You're at Offkai.
Also, I sent you a perfect outro video. It was from a recent Asian anime con.
Oh, really?
Allegedly it was Japan, but apparently, according to the community note, it's actually Indonesia, but essentially the same thing.
Where'd you put in the Discord side chat?
Stream chat. Stream chat, yeah.
Stream chat. Let me see. I have to scroll. Oh yeah, I see it. Yeah, there it is. I had to scroll up from all my link posting here. Oh yeah, this is great. This is great. I think I recognize that cosplayer. Isn't that the Freerin? Isn't that the chick that always? No, that's a different chick. But it might be an event held in Indonesia. Okay, it's Indonesia.
Wait till you see what she's cosplaying. You'll understand when you press play.
Yeah, you'll get it here. I'm gonna hold on. I have to turn the mute off. There we go. Okay. All right. Now I can turn the cropping off, and now we're gonna we're gonna play this video. I gotta turn the music down because it's you get the idea. You know what it is. It's YMCA. Day in the YMCA. You know who she's cosplaying.
Trumpuchan.
But it wasn't. It was in Indonesia, not Japan. That's the only difference. All right. But that is the episode. We have been going for quite a while. So we're going to wrap up here. Hopefully, let me see. Let me double check and make sure Armchair's still going. Yeah, he's still going. he usually talks about 30 minutes or so after he's done with his main stream. So we'll just kind of send y'all over to the last little bit there. He was doing a stream talking about the Catliente stuff, and her mishandlings, and in general, like covering VTuber news and drama and stuff, and how to do it right, how to do it wrong. But anyway, I want to thank everybody for tuning in. I want to thank everybody for the super chats. We have memberships. We're on a push to try to reach 20, and then we're going to start doing some members only content. I may start to like trickle some stuff over that way too, especially as we prepare for the KOF stream. Hopefully getting ready, doing some preliminary stuff for that in the upcoming week or so. We do want to do like a stream where Cody's going to try to like teach me to KOF before we do the stream proper, because you know he's the KOF expert and I'm the neophyte. So I gotta
we'll be training Gator and possibly some other fighting games as well, especially if he still plans on doing a thing he was planning on doing.
Oh yeah, getting into Killer Instinct. Yeah, we talked about that in the last episode.
And Street Fighter, the thing you wanted to.
Oh yeah, the Street Fighter thing. Yeah. We'll see if that happens. I'm glad you reminded me, because I need to do the thing for that.
Yeah.
Because it would be really funny. It'd be really funny if I got picked.
If you don't, that's okay. KOF and KI are quintillion times better than Street Fighter 6. So even if I don't train you in that, I can train you in far better games. I'm telling you what. As soon as you start KI, it's going to be a fucking religious experience. You're not going to be able to stop. Your life is going to change. You're going to realize that there's a lot more to Mick Gordon's catalog than just Doom. In fact, I'd say the stuff he did in KI is better than the stuff he did in Doom.
Dope. All right. Well, I can feel we're starting to crash here. So this is definitely a good point to put a pin in it. If you're watching this on YouTube, we have a Spotify. It's anchor.fm/anime boomers. You can find it on anywhere podcasts can be found. We stream on youtube.com/anime boomers. I, of course, am the Gator Gamer. I stream on youtube.com/the Gator Gamer. Cody of Cloud Scratchers and at Bioworks on Twitter. He's also at Anime Outsiders on Twitter, where you can find the greatest shitpost, simply the best, the most wonderful shitposts.
The best shitposts. There's no other shitposts like these shitposts.
You're gonna love those shitposts. All right, and we will have another episode in 2 weeks. That's going to be our last episode before Off Kai, where you're probably not going to hear a lot from me, because I'm going to be way too busy. I actually have stuff I have to do. So until next time, you can find me on Twitter, shitposting like a true champ. Have a good night, everybody. We're going to send you on over to Expert Armchair, who's pretty much wrapping up his stream and just shitposting with chat, but he's like the only one streaming right now. So, again, see you guys next time. Peace.
Peace. Bye.